Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Chapter 85: A Few Everyday Stories. After December, a new year was again about to begin. The closer it got to final exams, Hua Nian Sheng increasingly reached the point of being overwhelmed, not knowing east, west, south, or north. The result was that only after browsing the internet did she discover this pain was her own alone. Some graduate students from other majors did not even have to take any exams at all. They could even pull their suitcases and go travel. It really was too heartbreaking. The ox-horse life of the final term was eternally present. Hua Nian Sheng not only had to review but also practice problems, and also write her thesis, occasionally even being dragged to group meetings or going on duty at the lab. She felt herself no different from a superhero. When people are busy, naturally there will be no more inclination to think about dating and romance. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong returned to an online love relationship, only seeing each other's faces through phone screens. The 3-day New Year's Day holiday, though late, had also arrived. This was also the beginning of a new year. New Year's Day was also her younger brother's birthday, so Hua Nian Sheng naturally had to return home. Dan, in the blink of an eye, had turned 1 year old. The boy grew up very fast now. He was an extremely adorable little boy, loved by everyone. Although not meeting daily, Hua Nian Sheng's care for her younger brother was not at all little. Hua aired a cream cake for his son naturally. Young children could not yet eat it. It was mainly for the adults to eat. However, because it was the New Year's occasion, the Hua family still received a lot of gifts. Annually, the family all dedicated no little thought to this gift-giving social interaction. Not only Hua and his wife, but Hua Nian Sheng herself was also no less busy. Ordinary friends might not keep in touch, but on occasions like these holidays, some gifts still had to be given. This year she also received quite a few things, including the New Year's gift that her boyfriend prepared for her. Her evaluation regarding this was only one sentence: Tong really was a spendthrift. Perhaps recently he again looked at some auction catalog, successfully bid on a landscape painting by a famous artist, brought it back and hung it right in Hua Nian Sheng's house. Everyone also knows, for works of art such as paintings or calligraphy, once the author passes away, then the value will skyrocket rapidly. Currently, in Hua Nian Sheng's house, such an extremely valuable collectible painting is hanging. Occasionally passing by, she would always feel her artistic cells were being nurtured. Of course, Hua Nian Sheng also prepared a New Year's gift for her boyfriend. She gave Tong a necklace. Often seeing him wear shirts with an open collar, if he wore an additional necklace, the feeling would definitely be completely different. That necklace also cost no little effort of hers because she also acquired it through auction. After all, both of these two people were those who liked to burn money. Hua Nian Sheng stayed at home for 2 nights, then returned to her own small nest. This made the uncle Hua a little wistful. It truly was that children, when they grow up and become independent, no longer like staying at home for long anymore. It's just that he did not reflect on himself when he was her age, let alone whether he liked returning home or not. There were years he didn't even come home for Tet. This time in City Du, as soon as one stepped out the door, it was cold to the bone. Hua Nian Sheng originally did not like going out, but Tong seemed to always have business contracts that he would never finish discussing. For the remaining New Year's Day holiday, Hua Nian Sheng went to Tong house. Even when at home, he also spent most of his time in his study. If it weren't for him still always wearing the necklace she gave around his neck, and wearing the suit she liked, she would have suspected whether he still had interest in her anymore. When Tong was busy, he let Hua Nian Sheng play by herself, and the study also allowed her to come and go freely. On his bookshelf she found a photo album. This seemed to be something new. Opening the first page, she saw a tender looking only a few years old. That was in summer. The little boy wore overalls, extremely adorable, completely not resume. Bling the appearance of the man sitting at the desk there when grown up. One could only say time truly was a pig-slaughtering knife. Some people grow up, some people grow old, welcoming new lives and sending off other lives. Flipping further through the album, there were many photos from Tong childhood. He truly was handsome from a young age. Looking at the photos, one could see that when little, his personality seemed more lively, and he also smiled very often. A little further down were photos from elementary school, wearing uniforms or small vests. Especially birthday photos. It was not hard to see his family was quite happy and fulfilled. After that was middle school and high school. Almost every stage of growth, all left behind photographs. In the high school photos, among the pictures taken with friends, there were many foreign faces. Conversely, his Asian face was the most special existence. Tong Mok Chuan in high school looked truly very tender. Compared to the present, although there were differences, in reality he had not changed too much. Perhaps due to carrying her own filter, Hua Nian Sheng felt that Tong Mok Chuan in his youth was exactly like a male lead character stepping out from a comic book. Next was college years. In these group photos, the figure of Hua Kem-gon began to appear. Hua Kem-gon at that time looked completely different from now, thinner, not like currently going to the gym twice a week. His aesthetic taste was also not as good as now. Only by looking at old photos did she realize people truly continuously change. During college, Tong Mok Chuan took a lot of photos. He also traveled to many places, leaving behind countless pictures. Some were landscape photos, some were photos of lively crowds. However, it could be clearly seen that the frequency of him appearing himself in the album became increasingly low. Flipping to the back, there were only a few scattered photos of him alone, at that time looking around 24, 25 years old, which was precisely the appearance when she first met him. When she flipped to the end, blank pages appeared. Hua Nian Sheng thought it had ended, but as she casually flipped one more time, she saw herself. Those were the photos he took of her during her university graduation ceremony, and also the ones others took of the two of them together. Tong Mok Chuan had developed the pictures taken that day, and put them all into his album. Hua Nian Sheng was stunned for a long while. After that she flipped to a photo that she had never seen before. That was the picture that Fuang Man had taken for them at the end of graduation day. From this angle, Tong Mok Chuan was perfectly tilting his head to look at her. His gaze clearly revealed a deeply affectionate look placed upon her face. She didn't know what words to use to describe that gaze, but had to admit that the few photos of them standing next to each other at that time truly had a bit of the atmosphere of wedding photos or couple photos. His gaze very easily caused people to misunderstand at that time. He looked truly as if he was in love with her. Thinking back now, she also didn't blame her roommates then for reacting excessively. And most importantly was, he had not sent this photo to her. Exactly like trying to conceal something clumsy but revealing it inadvertently. Flipping further back, there was even the photo taken of them at the beach on Ko Chuok's birthday night at the end of August. Taken by a passerby, he had developed all of them. The scene taken at the beach at night seemed to further bring a romantic feeling. She looked and felt that at that time between the two of them truly was extremely ambiguous. She watched so absorbedly that she did not notice he had stopped being busy. By the time she realized, he was already standing right in front of her. "What are you looking at so absorbedly?" Tong Mok Chuan asked. Hua Nian Sheng pointed at her own photo in the album, especially the joint photo that he did not send to her. "Tong Mok Chuan, how do you explain this photo?" His gaze followed her movement, falling upon the photo, and he gently asked, "Explain what?" "That gaze. Why did you look at me with such a gaze back then?" He sat down beside her, smoothly put his arm around her, looked at that photo once more, and only spoke after a long while. "That's exactly the meaning." "What does that mean?" Tong Mok Chuan now was no longer like half a year ago. Back then he had also deliberated and suffered. "It means I like you." Now, speaking tender words came very naturally. He no longer had any hesitation. "Then why didn't you send this photo to me?" He chuckled. "What do you think? Why didn't I send it?" Because his gaze back then was not easy to explain. He understood his own feelings clearly. Naturally, he wouldn't send such a photo to her at that time. Her reaction upon seeing the photo now proved that his expression back then was indeed not very skillful. Hua Nian Sheng was silent. Only after being together and recalling old memories, would there occasionally be moments where she felt her past self was truly foolish. At that time she truly didn't dare to think in this direction at all. She didn't know if it was because she still had a bit of low self-esteem then, or because of the saying, "Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope." She was always cautious not to wholeheartedly commit herself to a man. Tong Mok Chuan reached out and ruffled her hair. "Not happy?" She said truthfully, "It's not that I'm unhappy, it's just, do you understand?" According to the script, where the woman pursues the man unsuccessfully, and then the man turns around to pursue the woman, at the very least, there should be a scene of chasing his wife to the crematorium, right? In her free time, she never missed any entertainment novels. So, do you mind if I bring up old debts? Tong mocked Shuyan. Firstly, I believe the early stage of the woman pursues man script was not rigor. Us enough. If I'm not mistaken, he paused for a moment. Sen, after your confession was rejected, you immediately blacklisted me. Is that what you call pursuing? Hua Nian Sheng. What's wrong with a thin-skinned girl, after confessing her feelings and being rejected, immediately blacklisting the person she secretly loved? Several years have passed, and you're still digging up what? Didn't you say before that I wasn't within your scope of choice? When it came to bringing up old debts, she absolutely refused to lose. Didn't you say it? I was already not within that scope. If I didn't block you, wouldn't I be a truly terrible girl? Tong mocked Shuyan could only apologize for his thoughtless words from years ago. No one would have expected words from a few years ago to turn into an arrow that reversed and struck himself. All right, he patted her shoulder. Isn't me like this enough of a crematorium chase? You're so hard to pursue, Hua Nian Sheng. She didn't find herself hard to pursue. On the contrary, she even felt that because he was too handsome, she couldn't keep her value for long. Sitting beside her, he pointed to the photos in front and told her about some interesting stories from his youth. Born into such a family, his education, naturally, was not confined solely to the classroom. His parents at that time found raising children quite novel, or perhaps because he was an extraordinarily well-behaved child, all their nurturing was in line with the expectations of a prominent family for an outstanding son. He thus grew up excelling. Records of his childhood and youth at home were not few. It could be said that, apart from matters of marriage, his parents never had to worry about anything concerning this child. Even when he was in middle school, they had once considered having another child, but because at that time both of them were no longer young, coupled with Tong Di being famously mischievous back then, his parents feared they might give birth to a child like their nephew, and being older they wouldn't have enough energy to manage, so they gave up. Of course, even if they had, it wouldn't have significantly affected him. The Tong family possessed an illustrious background. If there were truly competition, it would also depend on whether one could bear the heavy responsibilities. His becoming the heir was absolutely not by chance or merely due to his status as the eldest grandson. It should be known that his cousin, Tong Mat, also held an important position in the Tong group. Hua Nian Sheng, upon hearing his stories, then learned about his childhood as well as stories from his youth, all of which he had perhaps never or very rarely spoken of to others. For example, there were times when he also felt immense pressure, fearing he wouldn't do well. Every time he went on stage to speak as a child, or the first time he tried to escape the glory of his family to interact with society on his own after growing up, he was not a robot. He also possessed human emotions. It was just that he had a better ability to digest them. Regarding this, she, as someone who had grown up excelling from a young age, felt a bit of empathy. However, despite both being someone else's child, she felt that what she had experienced compared to him was truly a witch meeting a sorcerer. Her biggest worry during her teenage years was probably academic achievements, followed by extracurricular activities. Her family did not have a large legacy waiting for her to inherit, so there were pressures she could not fully comprehend. The young couple nestled on the small sofa in the study, chatting for a very long time. Sharing one's innermost feelings is a personal matter, but currently, it seems that after pouring out their hearts, their relationship became increasingly intimate. However, after the weekend ended, Hua Nian Sheng had to return to prepare for the final exams. These 3 exams and thesis, she didn't believe she couldn't handle them. Once she was immersed in her studies, contact with her boyfriend became less frequent. During the day, Song Mok Shuyan actually wasn't very free. In the evening, he occasionally had parties, but if he wanted to chat with his girlfriend, he still had to accommodate her schedule. It was clearly visible that Mr. Song's enthusiasm for work had cooled down considerably. But very soon after, his girlfriend struggled free from the shadow of final exams to begin the winter break. Heaven knows how precious the winter was to a graduate student, even though the supervisor, before the break, had sent several foreign language materials to the group, telling her and Truong Van Phi to review them carefully. Never mind, just rest first. But for those poor souls who had just gone through a semester of laboring in the lab, there was an even more important matter. The graduate student entrance exam had just concluded not long ago, and the two of them, with great understanding, sent crying emojis in the group chat, asking the professor to accept a few more students next year. Whether male or female didn't matter, primarily they wanted to be senior brothers, senior sisters. Professor Tran's answer was very standard, saying that he would try to apply for admission slots from the institute. Speaking of this, there was also a sad matter. The junior female student had previously asked Hua Nian Sheng about all the procedures for guaranteed admission, but for some unknown reason all of a sudden she chose someone else as her advising professor. She successfully secured her admission, but unfortunately, Professor Tran lost out. No one knew who was spreading rumors outside that, if one became his student, one had to publish 3 SCI papers each year to be able to graduate. Professor Tran was so angry that during the group meeting, he pointed at his incompetent students and scolded them. If you all could produce that many SCI papers each year, I wouldn't even care if they were from top journals or not. Would have long let you all pull me up the ranks already. Why would I still need to hold meetings? It should be you all holding meetings for me. It was clear the professor was so angry that his mind was no longer lucid. Professor Tran's reputation was ruined. Most importantly, her several senior male students each had several SCI papers in hand. Although not all were from top-tier journals, it still somewhat validated the rumor. Professor Tran gnashed his teeth in anger. But that was his suffering, not Hua Nian Sheng. She was on break. On the first day of the holiday, she slept straight through until she woke up naturally in her own home. Her boyfriend was busy at work, with no time to pay attention to her. However, by noon, he still called to ask if she had woken up yet. Hearing the sleepy, nasal voice on the other end of the line, he wasn't particularly surprised. He said, "It's noon already. Get up and eat something, then go back to sleep. I've ordered takeout for you already. Eat a little." At this moment her stomach was growling with hunger. She tossed and turned in her blanket, then used a soft voice to say on Mok Shuyan, "I want cake too." This address sounded truly unusual. On the other end of the line, where she couldn't see, someone's lips curved upward. "What did you call me? Say it again and I'll buy it for you." On holiday and in a happy mood, she was very agreeable on Mok Shuyan. "What kind of cake do you want?" She answered immediately without thinking, "Strawberry." "Why cream cake?" And so, thanks to that on Mok Shuyan address, that afternoon she received a very beautiful strawberry cake, not very large, about 6 inches, but very delicious. Unfortunately, she couldn't finish it all, even leaving half of it in the refrigerator, waiting for him to come home and finish it. She wondered if people would become like that after falling in love, but now he very naturally ate her leftovers. At first she wasn't used to it yet, but gradually she didn't mind anymore. Normally on workdays, he wouldn't necessarily come to her place to sleep over, but because she was on holiday, Mr. Song didn't mind the long distance. Even if there was a party in the evening after it ended, he still told the driver to drive over here. This made their nights also become more regular. Occasionally, she even wondered if his energy was too abundant in the hazy early morning. She still saw his figure tying his tie in front of the mirror. He could even wake up early. Sometimes she couldn't even tell who was younger comparatively. Her physique was truly not worth mentioning. When free, people often liked to shop online. Perhaps because it was near Tet, stores were running Tet Fair promotions again. When she bought things, she often paid all at once, and for a few items she didn't pay attention to the address, so she had used his home address. And so, she took advantage of her free time to go to her boyfriend's place to unbox the parcels. Because she had arranged to go out with a friend during the day, she finally arrived around 9 in the evening. Entering the house, she rushed straight to her mountain-high pile of parcels. At this time, he was busy in the study. Perhaps because she had experience from previous times, she now didn't like letting him open her parcels for her anymore. In this pile of things there were a few things she bought for him. After unboxing for a while, she finally saw the pair of shoes she had long awaited. Before that, she had pre-ordered a pair of black, pointed heel, red-soled high heels to her taste. They were very beautiful. She immediately slipped them on. Today, when she went out to meet a friend, she wore a long dress, and underneath, she wore thick faux leather tights. Staying outside for just a few more seconds would freeze her to death. But pairing them this way didn't look good with high heels. And so, she went back to her room to find a short black spaghetti strap dress to wear with them, and she also took off the tights. She looked in the mirror for a long time, feeling satisfied, then happily ran into the study, intending to let her boyfriend admire her beautiful shoes. Chapter 86. She comes to visit home. Hua Nian Sheng still knocked on the door first, hearing come in from inside. Only then did she push the door open and step inside. She poked her head in first, and mouthed a question to Song Mok Shuyan, asking if he was in a meeting. No, come in. And so Hua Nian Sheng stepped fully inside. She was wearing a short black dress. Her long, slender legs were clearly visible, and the high heels on her feet made her body proportions look more beautiful, her ankles also appearing more slender because of it. Song Mok Shuyan's gaze swept over. First, he raised an eyebrow. Hua Nian Sheng, meanwhile, was only eager to show off her beautiful shoes. Song Mok Shuyan, look. Aren't the new shoes I bought beautiful? She stood before the table, a short distance away, showcasing the high heels for him to see, and conveniently spun around once. The skirt hem gently swayed with her spin, her figure incredibly captivating. Tong Mok Shuyan stopped his unfinished work, focusing intently on his girlfriend, though it was unclear if he was looking at the shoes or not. Come here, let me see, he said softly. Hua Nian Sheng didn't think much, quickly walking up to him. Tong Mok Shuyan pushed his chair back a little, creating a gap between the long table and himself large enough for her to stand in. Do you think these shoes are very beautiful? I feel like my legs have gotten longer. Shoes this high naturally elongated her legs. It was just that Hua Nian Sheng rarely liked a pair of shoes this much, and he wouldn't let her lose her enthusiasm. His gaze shifted downwards, finally resting on those black high heels. To be honest, among the shoes he had seen her wear, there were several black pairs with square heels, pointed heels, all kinds, each pair a different style. On the shoe rack in her apartment there were also quite a few, some even newly purchased after moving in. He had to admit that high heels to a certain extent truly made the body proportions more perfect, and the lines of the legs more alluring. But with her, these shoes were at most just gilding the lily. The shoes were very beautiful, a classic red-soled style, with a glossy surface, further highlighting the fair skin of her feet. Tong Mok Shuyan very naturally bent down, reaching out to lift her ankle. Before her slightly surprised eyes, he said, "Lift it up, let me see." Hua Nian Sheng, following the movement, leaned back a little, her hands resting on the edge of the table. Her leg lifted high, the skirt hem fell on both sides then hitched up a little. She reached out to adjust her skirt to avoid being exposed. He seemed not to notice her small movement, only focusing on admiring the red-soled shoes on his girlfriend's foot, the tip of the shoe lightly touching the space between his inner thighs. Normally perhaps he wouldn't have enough patience to look at her shoes, but now that the shoes were on her feet, it was a different matter. Hua Nian Sheng felt that hand grasping her ankle, then slowly moving to the top of her foot, as if truly seriously admiring the shoes. During that process she somehow felt time slow down. She bent down to look at him, urging softly, "What's wrong? Isn't it beautiful?" If he dared to say it wasn't beautiful, she could only say he truly had no aesthetic sense. Beautiful. A moment later, Tong Mok Shuyan finally spoke, but his gaze was still fixed on her foot. He said, "The shoes are beautiful, but your feet are even more so." His compliment sounded a little ambiguous, but his tone seemed to not imply that meaning. She couldn't guess what he was thinking, but suddenly she realized that this posture of looking down at someone from above was quite interesting. So Hua Nian Sheng had the idea to tease him. She lifted her leg, the sole of her shoe stepping onto his thigh. Because the heel was too high, her leg also had to be bent at a rather significant angle. Tong Mok Shuyan lowered his gaze to look at the foot resting on his thigh. These red-soled high heels indeed possessed considerable allure. He had to admit his girlfriend's charm. However, he quickly looked up at her. Their gazes met. She didn't say a word. He let out a laugh. "Just stepping on my thigh?" Hua Nian Sheng hadn't even had time to react to what that statement meant when he suddenly reached out and firmly grasped her ankle, lifted her leg forward, and pressed it against his lower abdomen. "Come on, step here." She suddenly felt the sole of her foot as if burning. Instinctively, she intended to pull her leg back, but he had anticipated it and held on tightly. Through the shoe, the sensation on the sole of her foot was not completely imperceptible. Her whole body stiffened, her leg couldn't be lowered. She could only brace herself with all her strength against the table behind her. "Let go of my hand," he said. Tong Mok Shuyan chuckled softly. "What if I don't let go?" Not only did he not let go, but his palm also slowly slid upwards along her ankle. Finally it slid inside her skirt hem. Hua Nian Sheng's expression changed. She reached out wanting to push him away, reminding him, "This is the office." Tong Mok Shuyan leaned in closer, uttering a soft hum. I know, so what about an office? The office is quite suitable too. Her eyes became dazed for a moment, wanting to say something, but her throat couldn't utter complete words. He let her sit on the desk. This table was large enough, not at all affecting the stack of documents and the computer he was using. He completely dominated the situation, tilting his head, his light kisses slowly tracing upwards from her inner calf, leaving a trail of damp marks. He took the tie from his own neck and placed it in her hand for her to play with. His shirt buttons were unfastened, his firm body exposed before her eyes. She felt a little lost for a moment, her body uncontrollably leaned back, trembling, and her tears also uncontrollably welled up. Tong Maichuan stood up, pulling her into his embrace, and chuckled softly by her ear. Baby, you are still so sensitive. Hua Nian Sheng wasn't sure what he truly intended, and squirmed, saying she didn't want to play anymore. Tong Maichuan bent down to kiss her. Don't you like being in the office? I feel like you quite like it though. She reached out and pushed him. Don't say anything more. He looked at her again, his chest gently vibrating with his laughter. All right, I won't say anything more. After that, he bent down to kiss her, the kiss sliding gradually from her cheek down to her lips and then further down, his hand reaching out to untie the bow on her dress strap. It wasn't until she saw him take the condom from the drawer that she realized he wasn't just serious, but had also had a plan all along. Why do you keep this in the office? She shot him a glare. Tong Maichuan, while tearing the packaging with his teeth, replied, bought too many, so what if I leave a few in each room? The amount of information in this sentence was absolutely not something Hua Nian Sheng's brain at that moment could process quickly enough. She still intended to say something, but he didn't give her a chance. They were right there in the office, on the very desk he still used for work whenever he came home, doing some wild things. Occasionally he would whisper a few words into her ear, coaxing her to say a few more words, or call his name a few times. After that, Hua Nian Sheng was carried into the bathroom for a soak. The pair of red-soled shoes was left in the office. Tong Maichuan, as if a switch had been flicked, did not leave her alone in the bathroom. He took off his restrictive clothes and stepped into the tub with her. Hua Nian Sheng silently retreated into a corner. What are you hiding from? He reached out and pulled her back. I'll help you. She wasn't particularly interested in this service, but the service provider seemed to have no intention of negotiating with her. The black dress, which had only been worn for a moment, was already draped over the sink. After showering, she sat at the head of the bed applying body lotion. He then leisurely went to clean up the aftermath in the office, telling her to sleep first. He clearly still had work, but during their recent wildness, he seemed to have forgotten all about it. She couldn't wait for him to sleep with her, only remembering that while drowsily sleeping, someone lifted the blanket and lay in, and insisted on embracing her. When he first got into bed, the temperature of his skin was a bit cold, so she disliked it. However, she also didn't wake up, only struggled a few times then lay still again. Hua Nian Sheng was, after all, on winter break almost every day. She had a lot of free time. When she had nothing to do, she resolutely moved to Tong Maichuan's house to live. Her belongings at his house grew more and more. The two of them increasingly resembled the state of a deeply in love couple, intimately inseparable. However, he was, after all, still a busy person. At the end of January, he had to go abroad for a trip. Her staying at his house alone also didn't feel interesting at all, so she returned to her small apartment to live. During the winter break, Su Jinyan occasionally asked when she would come home to stay for a few days. If it weren't for seeing on social media that her uncle was taking his wife and children on a holiday over the weekend, she would have truly believed that her uncle really missed this unfilial niece. As expected, she only returned for Tet. Hua Nian Sheng had grown up, her wings had also hardened. During the few days Tong Maichuan was on a business trip, Hua Nian Sheng's daily schedule only revolved around sleeping, eating, going out with friends, incidentally reading a few essays and going online. One day her mind wasn't clear, and she booked a PT session at the gym. After finishing the workout, she felt utterly wasted. In the evening she video called Tong Maichuan, crying while telling him about her novice experience at the gym. It was daytime on the other end of the line, and he laughed at her for a while, then said, "Wait until I get back, I'll be your trainer." She didn't doubt his professional qualifications, only cautiously said, "I remember the gym you usually go to seems to have a lot of acquaintances." Tong Maichuan understood her meaning. He sighed. Actually, I can also call Su Jinyan uncle, he said. The longer we hide it, the angrier he will be when he finds out. How could she not know that what he said made sense? Before, she didn't say anything, firstly because of the relationship between him and her uncle, and secondly, because she felt that this relationship might not last long. Now they were considered stable. Then I'll tell him at Tet, she said. She felt what he said also made sense. He hummed an assent, then well talked together. So it's counted as meeting the family. She suddenly felt the relationship between these two was a bit strange, clearly of the same generation but forced into a senior-junior role. But the one who felt awkward was certainly not her. The two of them suddenly fell silent. She looked at her boyfriend on the other end of the line through the phone, still maintaining the posture of looking with both hands propped on her chin. He asked, "Do you miss me?" Hua Nian Sheng leaned close to the phone, and in a whispered voice said, "I miss you very much, very much." A remark in a breathy voice directly caused her boyfriend, who was engrossed in work, to be endlessly captivated. He looked at her and smiled. "Soon. Wait until I finish this pile of work and I'll come home." He said it was so, but in reality there was still no specific day. "All right," she murmured, lowering her gaze, "you just focus on your work, I'll be fine by myself. I can still live well alone. I won't lose my appetite because I miss you. Nor will I be restless in sleep because I miss you." She also didn't wish for him to come home immediately. It was just a few pampered words. In reality, however busy he was, it was fine. He truly enjoyed this tactic of hers, looked at his phone and smiled. "All right, when I come home there will be a gift for you." Gifts and presents weren't important, but this man truly knew how to be in love, willing to spend money and also willing to put in effort. Normally, Hua Nian Sheng would just casually mention what she wanted and he would turn around and arrange it immediately. He even said that spending money on her made him feel pleased. Truly unbelievable. Hua Nian Sheng vaguely felt that she was gradually becoming a love-struck person. But she herself understood clearly that true love was not all of life, and the feeling of being sober yet immersed in a relationship was actually quite interesting. During the days Tong Mokchuan was on a business trip, she didn't call him every day, she just messaged him every day. And when he wasn't busy, he would call her back. After that video call, there were 2 days she didn't talk to him, still living normally. She even made plans with friends to party at a bar one night. She simply danced the whole evening, drank 1 or 2 sips of wine, went home and slept until noon the next day before waking up. After waking up, she only then crawled into the bathroom to bathe, ordered takeout, and then stayed put in the house for half a day. In the evening, she messaged him. Perhaps he was busy, so she didn't see a reply for a long time. Rarely did she remember the drama she was halfway through, so she pulled out her tablet to watch it, and the joy of binge-watching a drama in one go was truly hard to describe in words. Until past 11 o'clock at night, her doorbell rang. Someone coming to find her this late. This matter itself already sounded terrifying. Hua Nian Sheng hesitated as she walked to the door, turned on the electronic surveillance screen, and disco. Vera that the person standing outside the door was precisely the one she had longed for all this time. The surprise and joy at that moment could be imagined, and she immediately opened the door. Tong Mokchuan stood outside, carrying a chill on his body. Seeing the door open, he immediately spread his arms wide to embrace the little girl. She heard him say with a smile, "Long time no see. Why are you back already?" While asking that question, she had already rushed forward, her whole body leaping onto him. He used one arm to steadily support her, while with the other hand, he pushed his suitcase and stepped into the house. The moment the door closed, as Hua Nian Sheng looked up, intending to say something more, Tong Mokchuan bent down and kissed her. The longing of the past few days seemed to melt away in this kiss, as if the time apart was not a few days but several months. The coat on Tong Mokchuan's body hadn't even had time to be removed. He already held her and kissed her like that, until they reached the living room sofa. He sat down and Hua Nian Sheng maintained her previous posture, sitting on his lap. This kiss was incredibly intense, so intense that she could clearly feel the changes in his body. She was a little tired, leaned against his chest, panting for a moment, while also feeling the heartbeat in his chest. Only then did she ask the previous question again. "Why did you come back without saying a word to me? Have you eaten yet?" He reached out and played with her hair, softly saying, "To give you a surprise, I already ate on the plane." "What surprise?" Hua Nian Sheng clicked her tongue. "What if you found out I was hiding another man here? I'd die of embarrassment." The moment she finished speaking, her cheek was pinched. Tong Mokchuan lifted her chin. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think I don't know how to get angry? She looked at him, then suddenly used a little force to kiss him smack on his lips. Are you not angry anymore, brother Tong? Her voice also became distinctly softer. Tong Mokchuan. He reached out and lightly touched his lips, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. His girlfriend was truly adorable. Let's kiss a bit more. He reached out, pulled her into his embrace, and kissed her. The kiss made them burn with desire. He suddenly released his girlfriend and said, "Oh, go shower first. Can you go to the room and wait for me?" There was no question of if or not. The young couple, having not seen each other for several days, were like dry wood catching fire. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't even had time to nod. Tong Mokchuan had already carried her into the room, placed her on the bed, and only then turned to go into the bathroom. The sound of water in the bathroom made her feel a little restless. The longing accumulated over several days apart kept them both awake until past midnight. The next morning both slept in. Perhaps because this business trip was one of Tong Mokchuan's busiest tasks before Tet Fo. 2 days after returning he wasn't very busy. He didn't go to the company but stayed at Hua Nian Sheng's place, treating it as working from home. On the other hand, Tong Mokchuan wasn't the only one who had just returned from a business trip. Hua Kiamgon had also recently gone abroad for a trip, returned and bought gifts for his wife and children, and of course didn't forget his niece's share. Thinking to himself that he hadn't seen that unfilial niece for a long time, coming out from the airport, he conveniently told the driver to head towards her apartment complex, also bringing gifts over for her, to see how she was living alone at home these days. Still maintaining a parental mindset, CEO Hua always felt that Hua Nian Sheng's days living alone outside weren't stable. He had once suggested hiring someone to take care of her daily life, but the little girl refused. Reaching the underground parking lot, he then discovered that all 3 parking spots he had bought for his niece were already occupied. 2 of them were her cars, which he naturally recognized, but there was one that looked very strange. He didn't know if she had bought it recently. Hua Kimgon didn't think much of it, told the driver to find a parking spot outside, and then went up the elevator himself. A moment ago he had intended to call and ask if Hua Nian Sheng was home, but she didn't answer. He didn't know if she wasn't home or didn't hear the phone. Hua Kimgon quickly stepped out of the elevator, stood in front of his niece's door, and pressed the doorbell. Chapter 87 CEO Hua's Beautiful Mental State Diary. Right at this moment, Hua Nian Sheng was intensely focused on playing a little game for 2 people with her boyfriend. Previously, when they moved into the new house, she didn't know who had gifted a game console as a housewarming present, but it was only in these past 2 days that Hua Nian Sheng had pulled it out to play with Tong Mokchuan. When it came to gaming, neither of them was bad at all, so the more they played, the more enthusiastic they became, to the point she didn't even bother to pay attention to the phone vibrating violently. Or rather, she had casually tossed the phone in the bedroom, not even bringing it out to the living room. For dinner they had ordered takeout. Hearing the doorbell ring, both Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan thought the food had arrived. She poked the person next to her. "You go open the door." Tong Mokchuan put down the items in his hands. He was not the type of person who was so lazy at home that he didn't want to move a muscle. Moreover, about half an hour ago they had indeed ordered food, so when he walked to the door, he didn't even consider the possibility that it would be someone else outside. Therefore, he didn't even bother to look at the display screen, and simply twisted the doorknob, opening it wide. The moment the door opened, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Tong Mokchuan's gaze halted the moment it met the person standing at the door. He was stunned, and the person standing outside also had a similar expression. But the difference was that Hua Kiamgon had never imagined that when he visited his niece, he would discover that the person opening the door was a man. Even more unexpectedly, this man looked so familiar. Instinctively, he took a step back, looked up at the house number and floor number, as if wondering if he had come to the wrong place. However, the irony was that a few seconds of silent confrontation had attracted Hua Nian Sheng's attention. It was dinner time, and she was also hungry. Seeing her boyfriend go to get the food, but not hearing any sound or movement for a long time was truly strange. So she stood up and casually called out, "Tong Mokchuan, has the food not arrived yet?" As she spoke, Hua Nian Sheng slipped her feet into her rabbit-shaped cotton slippers, and walked towards the door to see what was really happening. Just as she reached a spot where she could see the main door, both her voice and her actions stopped abruptly. Hua Qiangon's gaze naturally fell upon the young girl standing not far from Tong Mokchuan. At the same time, another noticeable detail was their attire. Both were wearing black pants and white hooded hoodies of the same style, and even the slippers on their feet were couple items. The silence was broken by Hua Nian Sheng's hesitant call of uncle. Within these brief 2 minutes, who knew how many thoughts had revolved in Hua Qiangon's mind? His gas. He kept darting back and forth between his best friend and his niece. Things that had been unclear before now seemed to have become clear. Or perhaps there were a few more things that made him even more bewildered. Hua Nian Sheng clearly heard her uncle's sarcastic laugh. Hua Nian Sheng, are you getting old and your eyes are failing you? Otherwise, how could you see this damn Tong Mokchuan wearing matching clothes with my niece, appearing at her house like that? In another bout of silence, Tong Mokchuan spoke up. How about we go inside first? He didn't show any hint of guilt, and his attitude towards the current situation was also very nonchalant. From the time they had known each other until now, the relationship between Hua Qiangon and Tong Mokchuan was basically very harmonious. First, they were college roommates, then business partners, friends in life. Hua Qiangon's trust in Tong Mokchuan was no less than that for a family member. But the reality before his eyes was slapping Hua Qiangon squarely in the face. He had misjudged the person. Hua Qiangon's gaze was fixed on Tong Mokchuan. The two men were of similar height. This confrontational gaze carried no small amount of electric sparks. Clearly, Hua Qiangon's hand carrying the gift bag was clenched tightly. Faint blue veins protruded, and only his upbringing helped him restrain his rage. Hua Nian Sheng, ever since her uncle's question, had become completely speechless. Her brain was so overloaded it was abo. UT to catch fire. Just at this moment, the elevator door opened. The delivery guy, wearing a food delivery uniform, carrying their dinner, quickly walked over and happened to see the two men confronting each other at the door. His footsteps clearly halted, but this building was one apartment per floor. There was no one else. So he asked, did you two order food? Tong Mokchuan calmly took the bag of food, and even asked Hua Qiangon, do you want to come in and eat with us? I ordered quite a lot of dishes. Hua Qiangon was so angry he was almost about to laugh. The door closed. No one had the mind to care about the gift bag Hua Qiangon had brought. All three sat around the dining table. Only Hua Qiangon had his arms crossed over his chest. Opposite him were his niece and his best friend, sitting close together. Wearing these clothes, Tong Mokchuan didn't look much different in age from Sheng Sheng. In fact, this guy even looked a few years younger. Hua Qiangon's eyes darted back and forth between the two, finally turning into a sneer. Hua Nian Sheng felt this atmosphere was exactly like when a homeroom teacher patrolled a self-study class that was being disorderly. The whole class went completely silent under the death glare. So, this is the person you've been secretly concealing for half a year, not daring to speak about, not daring to bring into the light, is that right? This question was directed at Tong Mokchuan. Hua Nian Sheng raised her head to offer an explanation. It was I who did not let him speak, please don't. Before her words were finished, Hua Qiangon interrupted Hua Nian Sheng. You shut up right now for uncle. Has uncle given you permission to speak yet? Why do you need to speak for him? How old are you, how old is he, and you still demand to take charge on his behalf? Hua Nian Sheng went silent immediately. Even a fool could see how enraged Hua Qiangon was at this moment. Before Tong Mokchuan could open his mouth, Hua Qiangon recalled on his own, still young, normally busy. When there's a suitable opportunity, he will introduce them to me. Tong Mokchuan, why don't you wait until I'm dead and then come to my grave to tell me about the beastly acts you have committed, huh? The anger that flared up in his head made him curse even himself. I even wondered to myself what your partner did for a living, what their family was like, that you dared not bring them into the light, as if bringing them out to meet people would cause a collapse of the room. Hua Qiangon gave no one a chance to interject. It turns out it was my own house that collapsed. Just as he opened the door, his roof had come crashing down just like that. This matter truly meant Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan were without an argument. So both remained silent. But even though they were both silent, their states were different. Tong Mokchuan looked more composed. For him, this matter seemed not a huge deal. Hua Qiangon's tirade did not end there. Tong Mokchuan, when you started seeing Hua Nian Sheng, how old was she then? She was 17 then, wasn't she? You dared to even consider her? Now, every time he saw another man's belongings in this house, it felt like an eyesore to him. These two had at least been secretly seeing each other behind his back for several months, and during that time he, as her uncle, had how many times heard Tong Mokshuyan use the excuse wants to be with his girlfriend to refuse to go out. The more he thought, the more he wanted to bury this man to be rid of the burden. Hua Qiangon's mood was actually not difficult to understand. Hua Nian Sheng, since she was a tiny baby, had been held in his arms, and he had watched her grow up with his own eyes. Not to mention, in recent years, he had poured his efforts and money into raising her like a princess, and now suddenly, he discovered his own cabbage had been stolen by the thief right next door. Before this, Hua Qiangon often said that it was normal for his niece to toy with the feelings of a few men outside, but that was just playful talk. But in reality, how could the girl contend with a caliber like Tong Mokshuyan? Tong Mokshuyan, though scolded fiercely, did not show any irritation. In fact, even his own parents had not scolded him so vehemently in a very long time. Hua Qiangon, we are not seeing each other for fun, it is a mutual affection. You cannot keep treating Sen Sen as a child forever, she knows herself who she is seeing. Under the table. His hand gently took Hua Nian Sheng's hand, his thumb softly stroking the back of her hand as if to reassure her. At this very moment, if Hua Qiangon's mind was still even a little clear, he would know who to settle accounts with. However, after Tong Mokshuyan finished speaking, Hua Qiangon sneered again. You're still talking about her? Do you know who you are flirting with? How do you intend to define your relationship with me? This statement was completely sarcastic. But right after those words, Tong Mokshuyan fell silent for a moment, then abruptly uttered a sentence without any warning. Uncle. Hua Qiangon. He was covered in goosebumps. How disgusting. This was Hua Qiangon's remark. Regarding this, Tong Mokshuyan said nothing. Perhaps he had been mentally prepared for a long time, so calling his best friend uncle was something he accepted very well. The only one who could not accept it was Hua Qiangon, the one who had just found out that his best friend and his niece were involved with each other. When exactly did the two of you get involved? After venting his anger, Hua Qiangon seemed to have calmed down a little to begin interrogating about other matters. Tong Mokshuyan still gave the same old answer. Both sides felt a mutual spark, so we just ended up together. The way of saying both sides felt a mutual spark or mutual affection was perhaps not entirely accurate. To be precise, at different times they had each unilaterally liked the other. It was just that Hua Nian Sheng previously did not have the resilience and assertiveness like Tong Mokshuyan, who, once he set his sights on something, would pursue it to the very end. At that time, she was too self-conscious and sensitive in that admiration. Hua Qiangon continued to sneer. When did you two meet? Just as Tong Mokshuyan was about to speak, Hua Jinyan yelled, Hua Nian Sheng, you tell me. September. It was precisely around the time postgraduate studies began. This timing aligned with the moment Hua Jinyan learned that Tong Mokshuyan had escaped bachelorhood. Thinking back, those past actions, when he had unguardedly relied on Tong Mokshuyan to help and care for his niece, now seemed no different than hoisting himself with his own petard. He had misjudged the man, and even personally invited a wolf into his home. Hua Jinyan's aggressive force was immense at this moment. He snorted, if I hadn't caught you red-handed today. Were the two of you planning to wait until you broke up before bothering to tell me, huh? The meaning of this statement was crystal clear. Hua Jinyan utterly disregarded this relationship. Tong Mokshuyan, in his eyes, was no longer trustworthy either. Hua Nian Sheng was about to say something but then held back. A moment later, Tong Mokshuyan replied, currently, our relationship is very stable, we have no intention of breaking up. If you truly harbor any resentment, then by all means unleash it upon me. Of course I'll unleash it upon you, Hua Ji. And Yen said without the slightest hesitation, that girl is still so young. How much of life's affairs can she truly understand? You're so many years her senior, do you have no brain? Hua Jinyan had entirely forgotten that, at the very beginning, when he heard the news of his close friend pursuing a much younger girl, his attitude had not been like this. Tong Mokshuyan's appearance, family background, and capabilities all stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Even if his age were a bit more advanced, finding a girl just past 20 was still an entirely understandable matter. Anyway, this was a case of willing buyer, willing seller. Tong Mokshuyan's overall qualities were too exceptional. His face alone was enough to captivate girls. And his manner of dealing with people was impeccable. It was perfectly normal for him to be adored. But Hua Nian had never in a million years anticipated that one day, the girl who was seduced would turn out to be his own family member. Human nature, it seemed, was precisely double standards. Now he saw Tong Mokchuan as utterly inhuman, and certainly not anything good. Tong Mokchuan paid no mind to Hua Nian's glare, even going so far as to ask, "Are you staying for dinner?" Even Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how incredibly steady Tong Mokchuan's composure was. Hua Nian snorted disdainfully, "It would be a miracle if I could swallow my dinner while looking at these two faces." Hua Nian Sheng was about to say something, when Hua Nian suddenly asked, "So, are the two of you living together now?" Living together. The word resonated in Hua Nian Sheng's ears, leaving her stunned. Tong Mokchuan replied cautiously, "Not exactly. Hua Nian. He was a man himself, what was there he wouldn't understand?" He laughed coldly. "Tonight you get back to your own home and stay there. Was this house bought for her, meant for you to leisurely run over here and have your dates?" The act of separating lovers was not at all easy in truth. Previously, Hua Nian had once guessed his niece was dating a rather wealthy boyfriend, and he also knew Tong Mokchuan already had a lover, yet he had never once connected these two individuals. Thinking of these two loving each other right under his nose for months, Hua Nian was so enraged he burst into laughter. "All right then," Tong Mokchuan agreed very decisively. Clearly, after their romantic relationship was discovered, Hua Nian's position in his eyes held even more weight. "So, are you eating dinner with us?" Tong Mokchuan asked again. Hua Nian was extremely irritable at this moment, ready to explode at a touch. "Whether I eat or not, what does that have to do with you? Do I even have the appetite to eat right now? Tong Mokchuan, Sheng and I are hungry already. If you're not eating, then we will." Hua Nian. He glanced at Hua Nian Sheng, his tone not bothering to conceal his aversion for that man. "You see? This kind of man now doesn't even respect your elders. How much more do you hope it will treat you well in the future? A man treating you well is the cheapest thing, especially the kind who isn't short on money like him." Hua Gon didn't think anything of Tong Mokchuan, directly badmouthing him to his face. "Don't you dare think this is a good man. God fundamentally doesn't produce the kind of product called good men. No wonder people say Director Hua's mental state is always very beautiful," ironically meaning erratic crazy. Once he speaks without restraint, he doesn't even spare himself. Tong Mokchuan calmly listened to Hua Gon slander him, while thoughtfully arranging the bowls and chopsticks for Hua Nian Sheng. Hua Gon's parental status was undeniably clear. He couldn't refute a single word. Moreover, anything said at this moment would only add fuel to the fire. Fighting a battle from such a disadvantageous position would only lead to suffering loss. The meal brought out was still piping hot. Hua Nian Sheng felt this meal was a bit difficult to eat. But fortunately, Hua Gon didn't stare at them for too long. He stood up with a cold face, not forgetting to leave a remark. "Tong Mokchuan, once you're done eating, get out on your own. I'll wait and see if the two of you can make this kind of love affair work." Hua Nian Sheng had no chance to speak up. Hua Gon left with a belly full of resentment. He didn't directly separate the lovers, also knowing this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. Tong Mok Shuyan comforted Hua Nian Sheng. "It's all right, your uncle will probably be sulking for a few days at home and then he'll be fine." Hua Nian Sheng sighed. "You don't understand, he's very petty. If he's truly angry, he can't be appeased." Then again, this matter couldn't blame Hua Gon for getting angry. He was a very responsible uncle. Whatever his niece did, as long as it didn't break the law, this uncle could basically bear it. The problem was, she got involved with someone he couldn't handle. After finishing the meal, Tong Mokchuan really cleaned up the trash and then left. After all, Hua Gon was Hua Nian Sheng's elder. One painstakingly nurtured a flower in its prime bloom only for it to be suddenly plucked. Anyone would go mad. Tong Mokchuan embraced Hua Nian Sheng, patting her head. "Don't worry. Just let me appease your uncle. When you go home, just talk normally with your uncle. His resentment is aimed at me alone." "How do you plan to appease him?" Tong Mokchuan cleared his throat lightly. "I'll call him uncle a few more times, trying to call him until he gets used to hearing it." Hua Nian. That evening, Hua Nian Sheng received a video call from her youngest aunt, mentioning her and Tong Mokchuan's matter. Tutu was clearly much calmer than Hua Gon. After experiencing the shock from the news her husband brought back, she had regained her composure. now using her status as a female elder to speak with her niece. Sheng, don't blame your uncle for being so angry. Previously, he always thought that the person Tong Mokshuyan married would surely be a young lady from a prestigious family, of equal standing, with elders from both families knowing each other and having ties of interest. Chu paused for a moment. Although our family can barely meet these conditions, purely from a beneficial perspective, it's not the optimal choice. He's just worried you'll be betrayed. Families like theirs, who knows how many people initially swore eternal love only to ultimately break apart. Couples being separated wasn't necessarily due to being too disparate, but simply failing to meet a certain standard could lead to the situation of being fated to meet but not fated to be together. In their social circle, this was all too common. There's actually nothing wrong with you and Tong Mokshuyan being in love, after all. He is a very outstanding person. It's just that you shouldn't be too blind, otherwise, you'll easily suffer psychological harm. Chu's viewpoint was very clear. She believed that at Hua Nian Sheng's age, it was fine to just enjoy love, without needing to think too much about the distant future. Hua Nian Sheng secretly asked a question. Youngest aunt, how is my uncle now? Is he still alright? The cooing sound of Chung Guindan echoed beside Chu, indicating that Hua Kamgon was currently not watching the child, nor was he present, not knowing which corner he was in. Your uncle is fine. Chu's voice sounded calm. To the point of numbness, she said, your uncle is in his study writing a plan. He said that within the next 5 years, he must collapse the Tong group, so that Tong Mokshuyan has to come live in our house as a son-in-law. Her uncle's speech was truly becoming more and more crazy. Chapter 88. Sheng, come sit here. Whether or not Hua Kamgon had enough capability to bring down the Tong Corporation remained unknown, but the very next day, he had arranged to meet Tong Mokshuyan at the boxing gym, a rendezvous that had not occurred in a long while. In truth, when it came to boxing, Hua Kamgon was merely a dabbler. In recent years, when leisure afforded him nothing else, he had only then followed a coach to practice a few techniques. Initially, he was immensely enthusiastic, attending quite frequently, but later, as business mounted or his interest waned, coming twice a month was already considered a diligent effort. Conversely, Tong Mokshuyan had participated in physical training courses since childhood. In this aspect, he was genuinely a touch more skilled than Hua Kamgon. Yet, from the very instant Hua Kamgon had invited him, this encounter was destined to be a journey to endure a beating. The seething resentment within Hua Kamgon, after all, needed an outlet. Tong Mokshuyan throughout the entire session merely defended, allowing Hua Kamgon's fists to relentlessly swing his way. Such power and ferocity led all onlookers to believe SA2 surely harbored some profound, ingrained animosity. Tong Mokshuyan was struck by a punch to the face and naturally, his face was not the sole recipient of blows, yet the injury upon it was the most visibly apparent. Are you truly intending to take my life? Tong Mokshuyan offered a faint smile, his hand rising to touch his face. The sensation of pain was acutely clear as he mumbled, this way, tonight I have a perfect excuse to go solicit sympathy. Hua Kamgon, must you truly be so contemptible? This particular beating Tong Mokshuyan received was not at all unwarranted. What mattered if he was struck in the face? It was this very face that had instigated all the trouble. Little uncle. Tong Mokshuyan suddenly called out once more. Hua Kamgon. He was utterly resistant. He had once regarded the man as a brother, yet who could have foreseen that this very man would set his sights on the flower of his own household, and even presume to call him uncle? What sort of predicament was this? To say it was inviting a wolf into one's home would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Do not address me as such. How could I possibly bear the weight of it? Hua Kamgon sneered. It's merely a fleeting romance. In 2 more years you'll be past 30, and she may not necessarily still harbor affections for you. This uncle title is certainly uttered a little too soon. His present state of mind lent an added measure of aggression to Hua Kamgon's words. The friendship between him and Tong Mokshuyan was now as fragile as melting wax. Very well. Then, should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall most certainly address you as little uncle. Tong Mokshuyan was remarkably calmer. Hua Kamgon's stance was abundantly clear. He felt that if Tong Mokshuyan possessed sufficient wisdom, he ought to sever ties with Hua Nian Sheng immediately, and thereafter they should each go their separate ways. He harbored no desire for his niece to become entangled with such a family, as she would inevitably be subjected to far too many scrutinizing gazes. Alternatively, had Tong Mokshuyan been truly discerning, he would have known not to even approach Hua Nian Sheng from the outset. The cruel irony, however, was that Tong Mokshuyan appeared remarkably serious. He would not relinquish his hold could Hua Kimgon truly bring himself to persuade his own niece to leave. Throughout history, the most effective method to sunder a pair of lovers has always been to utterly dishearten one party, compelling them to retreat. Otherwise, why in countless novels does one consistently find the scene where a CEO's mother brandishes a check to humiliate the female lead? Hua Kimgon too adopted this very stratagem. The sole predicament was that the man alongside his niece was fundamentally not the sort to be swayed by mere monetary inducements. Recognizing this, he still inquired, following due procedure, speak plainly, what will it take for you to agree to a separation? Tong Mokshuyan, who had been mid-sip of water, paused abruptly upon hearing this. He then turned to gaze at Hua Kimgon, letting out a sigh. Then you tell me, he countered, what would it take for you to cease interfering in our courtship? Can money perhaps resolve this matter? This question was met with a contemptuous laugh from Hua Kimgon. Both men found themselves in no shortage of wealth, and not every kind of money was necessarily something that needed to be pursued. Tong Mokshuyan's mood was similarly complex. He had played the part of a lover in the shadows for months, and now, having only just emerged into the light, he was immediately confronted by one who sought to tear them asunder. Of late, Hua Kimgon's temperament had grown particularly fiery. The colder the weather outside became, the more mercilessly he rejected various proposals at the company. Where he might once have patiently explained the flaws in a plan, he now exclusively employed rhetorical questions. Do you find this particular phrasing to be reasonable? This company has previously submitted a tender. What was the reason for its rejection? And must I truly remind you all to make a note of it? Spelling errors abound. Did no one detect them? The boss mood, it seemed, profoundly influenced the very ecosystem of his employees. No one could fathom what offense they might have committed against General Director Hua. Yet, everyone had observed that the boss had, of late, become profoundly enamored with work, frequently seen toiling overtime. Taking advantage of the year-end, the company had also secured several more substantial projects, leading to a noticeable increase in everyone's salaries and achievements. With Tet fast approaching, this turn of events delighted one and all. Still, no one knew who, ultimately, had provoked their General Director Hua. At least one thing was certain: once the boss' ambition stirred, their company truly flourished, soaring like a kite caught in a gale. Hua Nian Sheng had originally intended to return home only just before Tet. Now, however, eager to appease her sensitive uncle, she both purchased gifts and arrived home early, dutifully playing the part of a well-behaved child every day. Since her return, 1-year-old little Nguyen had discovered a new entertainment program for whenever his parents left the house. Children of this age were not simply content with being looked after, especially once they began to recognize faces. Should their parents not be home, they would search for them everywhere. Such was the nature of children. A fondness for crying was perfectly normal, and shedding tears several times a day was hardly uncommon. In recent days, no sooner had Hua Kimgon and Chu departed than Nguyen would invariably don his plushy animal outfit, crawling up to the 3rd floor, and then to the very door of Hua Nian Sheng's room. With the nanny's gentle assistance, the little boy would then crawl into her chamber. Hearing the soft commotion, Hua Nian Sheng would draw the cotton ball that was crawling on the floor into her arms, divest him of his outer jacket, and tuck him snugly into her blanket to sleep alongside her. It remained uncertain whether this was due to some form of bloodline suppression, for while others found him impossible to soothe, the moment he was in Hua Nian Sheng's care, the little boy would immediately grow docile. Even his biological parents had to concede that their son was extraordinarily devoted to his older sister. Of course, the fact that Xiao Yuandan liked Big Sister did not prevent her father from lately looking at his niece with a gaze that found nothing pleasing to the nose or to the eye. Hua Nian Sheng was also not foolish enough to quarrel with her uncle because of a man. Lately she was extremely obedient, even not bothering to retort to him a single word. As soon as Su Jinyan sat down, Hua Nian Sheng immediately moved closer. Uncle, lately I have just learned the art of tea brewing. Shall I brew you a cup? This opening was not very good, and Su Jinyan was sensitive. Again, brewing tea? Who did you learn from? That damn fellow surname Song also really likes to put on airs with his tea brewing. Suning, what does this have to do with him? Lately, talking with her uncle was truly exhausting. The mouths of Su Jinyan and Hua Nian Sheng were indeed cast from the same mold. Both very sharp-tongued, however. Currently Hua Nian Sheng dared not talk back. She sighed while finishing the tea brewing, then carried it up to her uncle. Please enjoy your tea, my dear youngest uncle. Su Jinyan originally intended to leave it untouched, but as a result, his precious one-year-old son reached out a small guilty hand. He took at once, lifting the teacup before Xiao Yuandan's hand could touch it. My son wants to drink tea too? So tiny, what do you know about drinking? He took the opportunity to drink it himself. Su Yuandan clung to his father's pant leg, seeing with his own eyes that what he aimed for had disappeared. His small mouth puckered into a pout. The golden beans immediately threatened to spill. Qingyan. No matter how much of a domineering CEO he was outside, calling forth wind and rain at home, he still had to coax his child. Su Jinyan carried his son and placed him on his lap, coaxing him in a firm manner. Su Yuandan, you are a boy, and as a boy you shouldn't shed tears easily, do you know? No crying. Responding to him were the cries and copious tears of his son, along with a sharp glance from his wife. Su Jinyan helplessly hugged his son close, patting his back. Hua Nian Sheng stood watching this drama. It must be said, seeing someone able to handle her uncle, the feeling was rather gleeful. Ever since the relationship between the two was discovered by Su Jinyan, Song Maichuan also had no intention of hiding it anymore. Every year when Tet and Spring arrived, it was customary to give Tet gifts, and Song Maichuan also brought them himself. This year's gifts, he couldn't carry them all in by himself. He had to ask the driver to help carry them. Besides the fixed gifts, the remainder were toys for Su Yuandan, and the rest were all for his girlfriend. As for the carrying bags themselves, looking at the logos, they were all luxury items. Su Jinyan looked at him, sneering, what, our family can't afford to buy these things ourselves? Or do we have to wait for you to buy them for my niece? Suning. Starting again. These past 2 days Su Jinyan had actually gotten much better. But now, seeing Song Maichuan, he immediately started having an allergic reaction. Song Maichuan, however, had no reaction. He was already used to Su Jinyan's recent peculiar and sarcastic state. The wound on his face had healed considerably. Hua Nian Sheng, of course, knew her uncle had invited him to go boxing, and though it is said hit a man, but not his face, her uncle truly didn't uphold any martial virtue. Song Maichuan had gone to work these past few days. She didn't know what his employees thought. However, no matter how much Hua Nian Sheng spoke up for Song Maichuan, to Su Jinyan it was merely adding fuel to the fire. According to Song Maichuan, he felt this beating was well-deserved, though he didn't know in what way it was deserved. Song Maichuan chose to arrive right at mealtime. He had no intention of leaving immediately. He picked up Xiao Yuandan, sat down opposite Su Jinyan, and in a casual tone said, if I like it, I buy it. Su Jinyan sharply perceived Song Maichuan's intention. You're not planning to stay and freeload off my family's meal, are you? Yes. Song Maichuan fundamentally didn't even bother to hide his intention. Su Jinyan, have I agreed yet for you to demand to freeload? Tu Chu had no choice but to step forward to mediate. Mok Shuyan, don't pay attention to him. Dinner is almost ready, please stay and eat. The conversation between Tong, Mok Shuyan, and Tu Chu was very harmonious, completely different from Hua Nian. The most awkward person on the scene was probably Hua Nian Sheng, sitting on another single sofa. She kept her distance from both her uncle and her boyfriend, fearing that if she slipped up even a little, the fireworks would spread to her. The way Tong Mok Shuyan came to meet her parents was not quite what Hua Nian Sheng had imagined, and her parents were also quite special. Hua Nian used to welcome Tong Mok Shuyan to visit, but now it was truly a change of times. Tong Mok Shuyan's treatment in their home had been lowered, although it wasn't really unfair. Even until they sat down at the dining table, Hua Nian Sheng still hadn't managed to say more than a few words to Tong Mok Shuyan, but when they sat down, Tong Mok Shuyan very naturally took the seat beside her. The household had 4 adults for dinner, and the seating arrangements were basically clear. However, the dining table was still very lively because there was also a chubby little one who was clearly drinking formula milk, but kept wanting to get onto the table to make trouble. Huang Guindan was initially beside Hua Nian and Tu Chu, but then stubbornly insisted on climbing out of his high chair and crawling under the table. Sometimes children truly are incomprehensible. In the end, the two parents also had no choice but to let the little one be, letting him play under the table by himself, as long as he was smart enough not to bump his head. Thus, everyone's legs under the table were playfully touched by mischievous little hands. Huang Guindan clung to everyone's legs one by one, finally sitting on the floor by Hua Nian Sheng's feet to play. After dinner, Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Shuyan went out into the garden to enjoy the breeze. Outside, the wind was strong and Hua Nian Sheng, wrapped up like a ball, still couldn't prevent the wind from seeping through the gaps and making her shiver. Tong Shuyan took one of her hands, tucked it into his coat pocket, and talked with her for a while. Hua Qiangan sat in the living room watching his child. His wife was still beside him, advising him to be a little more open-minded, saying that it was normal for young couples to chat a bit. Am I still not open-minded enough? Hua Qiangan felt wronged. If I weren't open-minded, I wouldn't have let that kid step through the door tonight. That kid was only 2 years younger than him, and dared to woo his niece, who wouldn't feel a pang of indignat. And at the sight? Chu chuckled softly. Are you criticizing his age? Setting aside the age issue, I haven't seen many men with better overall conditions than Tong Shuyan. Thinking that way, Sen's judgment in people isn't bad either. He intended to retort a few words, but Hua Qiangan realized he truly had nothing to say. It wasn't that there were no people with comparable conditions to Tong Shuyan, but if one were to truly compare meticulously, Tong Shuyan's conditions indeed surpassed many others by far. Furthermore, they had known each other for so many years, basically knowing each other's roots clearly. Hua Qiangan clicked his tongue. But it's different. Tong Shuyan has known me for so many years. He should be looking at my niece as a junior, right? How could he make a move on her? Chu, perhaps that's just your own thought? He is Tong Shuyan. He definitely wouldn't think that way. Hua Qiangan fell into an emo state again, hugging his son and nestling into his wife's arms for comfort. Huang Guindan, thinking his dad was playing some game, giggled and conveniently grabbed his dad's shirt, stuffing it into his mouth. Truly a silly son. Since the birth of their son, life had indeed become much livelier, but the things to worry about had also increased accordingly. Even with a caregiver, a tiny child like this still presented all sorts of worries. He would get sick, he would cry, and he also had emotional needs, making it impossible for parents to relax even if they wanted to. Tong Shuyan didn't let Hua Nian Sheng enjoy the breeze for too long. It was too cold outside, and it wasn't early anymore. If he wasn't sensible enough to take his leave quickly by himself, someone would certainly come out to sweep him out the door later. When Tong Shuyan left, he still politely greeted Hua Qiangan and his wife as before. His intention from beginning to end was clear. He was here to join this family, not to break it apart. Afterwards, he received a single word, "Get out," from Hua Qiangan. After Hua Nian Sheng saw her boyfriend out the door, she turned back and heard someone say in a sarcastic tone, "How could a man who truly loves her have the heart to let her stay outside enjoying the breeze in this cold weather?" Hua Nian Sheng, she didn't know how long this condition would last, but it wasn't a big problem. Time passed and Tet Lunar New Year arrived. Everywhere on the streets was ablaze with vibrant red. Those who had not been home previously also returned one after another, and the spring festival travel season was once again a massive undertaking. Hua Nian Sheng was actually quite busy during Tet. She had quite a few appointments, friends gathered in groups, and she couldn't refuse every social event. But when it came to parties, the busiest person in the household certainly wasn't Hua Nian Sheng. Hua Qiangan and his wife had once again begun their life of carrying their child to parties. On the other hand, Tong Shuyan at the Tong family home was still being urged to get married. As usual, the girlfriend he had never introduced was once again doubted regarding her authenticity. Unfortunately, around this time last year, no one could persuade him to go on blind dates or discuss marriage. Now, Tong Shuyan had firmly established himself in the Tong group, and even if it was with the help of family resources, no one else could shoulder the responsibility besides him. This meant that urging him was useless. Tong Shuyan maintained only one attitude: I have a girlfriend. No blind dates. If even his parents couldn't control him, what hope was there that he would listen to a few relatives? On the evening of one of the Tet days, a group of wealthy scions gathered to drink and chat. At such times, many of them seemed not to need sleep, able to party wildly until the next morning. When a man and a woman sat down beside Tong Shuyan, he was texting and chatting with his girlfriend on his phone. He had just shared his location with Hua Nian Sheng. As it happened, she had no appointments for the past 2 days and was at home alone, killing time. She only knew that her uncle and aunt had split up to go to 2 different engagements. Her aunt had gone to a gathering with her sisters, so she had brought her son along as a small accessory. As for where Hua Kamgon had gone, she didn't know. Tong Mokshuyan glanced at Hua Kamgon, who was quietly drinking across from him, then lowered his head to text his girlfriend, asking if she wanted to come over and hang out. In the context that their relationship was already clearly known to Hua Kamgon, there was truly no need to hide it anymore. Hua Nian Sheng, on the other end, was still hesitating. She felt it wasn't very good to suddenly intrude on someone else's gathering. Tong Mokshuyan told her it was fine, no one would dare to disrespect her. Even if not relying on him, no one would dare to make Hua Kamgon's niece lose face. This matter of relying on her uncle was inherently very reliable. Tong Mokshuyan thought so too. In reality, younger sister Sen Sen's gaze, when it fell upon her maternal uncle in the private room, immediately froze for a moment. No one had told her that her uncle was also here. Just then, Hua Kamgon's gaze also looked over the gazes of the uncle and niece met, and little Hua silently shifted her gaze away. It was hard not to admit defeat. She stood right in front of the door, in a dilemma, even intending to say that she had entered the wrong room. Hua Nian Sheng wore simple clothes, but the combination of white and purple looked very sweet. Amidst everyone's gaze, Tong Mokshuyan suddenly spoke up. Sen Sen, come here and sit. Chapter 89. My girlfriend. After Tong Mokshuyan uttered that sentence, not a few gazes simultaneously turned towards him. Hua Nian Sheng walked over, greeted everyone around. Finally her gaze stopped on her uncle and Ko-chuok brother Ko, youngest uncle. Hua Kamgon curled his lips. Such a coincidence, is it? It truly is too much of a coincidence, my dear youngest uncle. She used her gaze to question Tong Mokshuyan why he hadn't told her in advance that her uncle was also present here. Tong Mokshuyan received the signal, but did not answer immediately. He told his girlfriend to sit down first. Sit down first, is it cold outside? He naturally took her hand to feel the temperature. Her hand was icy cold. Hua Nian Sheng had just been shivering from the cold outside. Now that she was inside, she was starting to feel warm, and she had to take off her jacket. Tong Mokshuyan also helped her hold her coat, then hung Hua Nian Sheng's coat together with his own. This series of actions, no matter how one looked at it, seemed unusual. Finally, someone cautiously spoke up. Brother Tong, you and younger sister Sen Sen here are? The question was full of caution, even not daring to breathe loudly. Someone didn't forget to glance at Hua Kamgon's expression on the opposite side. Seeing his expression was calm, without a hint of ripple visible, and not a trace of joy. Tong Mokshuyan looked at the person who had just asked, replied in a nonchalant tone, my girlfriend. He took Hua Nian Sheng's hand once more as if to affirm their relationship. The private room truly fell silent for a moment. Regarding Tong Mokshuyan's mysterious partner, there were many rumors outside. Some guessed it was a company employee. Some guessed it was a star model. Some even guessed it was some young girl he was secretly keeping. Some even suspected the person was a man or didn't exist at all. The only thing they didn't expect was that Tong Mokshuyan would find love in his own backyard, so to speak. Hua Nian Sheng still found this kind of public announcement in front of so many people a bit awkward and hard to describe. She wasn't someone who liked to show off. It was just dating, and she wasn't dating some huge celebrity. There was no need to attract so much attention. It was just that her mindset was also good. What others thought was their business. If it weren't for her youngest uncle also being in this room, Hua Nian Sheng's state would certainly be even more relaxed than Tong Mokshuyan's. If there was anyone in this room who felt more embarrassed than Hua Nian Sheng, it would definitely be the pair of brothers who had just come forward intending to strike up a conversation with Tong Mokshuyan. The key point was they had even said those words right in front of Hua Kamgon. Being in the same circle, normally they would trade toasts and banter. Everyone clearly understood the hidden meanings behind the words spoken. But regrettably, today they had blundered straight into danger. What they had just done was no different from trying to poach a partner right in front of her maternal uncle. No wonder Hua Kamgon had such a reaction. It was evident what Tong Mokshuyan's attitude towards his girlfriend was like, regardless of whether it was true love or not. With her maternal uncle sitting conspicuously right there, Tong Mokshuyan could not treat Hua Nian Sheng poorly. Hua Nian Sheng had only just sat down not long ago, unaware of what had transpired before her arrival. Tong Mokshuyan poured fruit juice for her. Hua Nian Sheng took 2 sips then set it down. Noticing grapes in front of her, she then took out a wet wipe to clean her hands and began peeling the grapes. Once peeled, she did not eat them either, but found a small disposable bowl and placed each peeled grape into it. Tong Mokshuyan, let me peel them for you. Hua Nian Sheng lowered her head and shook it. I'll peel them myself. As she wanted to peel them, Tong Mokshuyan could not stop her either. Until Hua Nian Sheng had peeled a small bowl full of grapes, she did not eat them, but stood up, carrying the bowl of grapes to the opposite side. Youngest maternal uncle, please eat some grapes. Tong Mokshuyan. He watched with unblinking eyes as his girlfriend peeled grapes for a long while, not even bothering to speak to him, and finally brought the entire bowl of grapes to the person opposite. Hua Kimgon finally reacted, but the words he uttered were still full of mockery. Is it only now that you recall filial piety, or do you intend to use food to shut your uncle up? Hua Nian Sheng was exceedingly sincere. Youngest maternal uncle, you do like grapes, don't you? Please eat a little more. Next to him, Ko Chuok let out a soft hiss. Why is it that no one peels grapes or me? As he spoke, he casually reached out his hand, intending to pluck grapes from the small bowl in front of Hua Kimgon, only to have Hua Kimgon sweat his hand away. They weren't peeled for you. How dare you dip your hand in? Pho, wasn't that a little too parsimonious? Just these few grapes and he was clinging to them so tightly. Ko Trak was also a natural provocateur, always having to needle Hua Kimgon precisely when he was enjoying himself. Oh, by the way, when did those two get acquainted? Do tell me. This question seemed innocuous enough at first listen. However, it was unfortunate that recently Hua Kimgon's soul had become overly sensitive. He immediately detected an abnormality in that question. Why does it sound to me as if you already knew about this beforehand? Hua Kimgon's somber voice rang out. Pho. His defense was too exposed. Hua Kimgon's gaze not only fixed on Ko Chuok, but also swept over Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan. He was exceptionally skilled at reading faces. The instant Ko Chuok fell silent, he considered the verdict sealed, and let out a chilling laugh. Ko Chuok suddenly felt that he should not have entered through this very threshold earlier. No, that wasn't quite right with such cold weather today. He should never have left the house at all. Hua Kimgon reached out and slung his arm over Ko Chuok's shoulder, looking exactly like a street gangster extorting money from students in days of yore. Let's step outside. A few words I wish to confide in you. Ko Chuok tried to look at the couple opposite him, but these two, in a silent understanding, lowered their heads, adamantly refusing to meet his gaze. The secret kept for so many days in the end was betrayed like this. He also hadn't considered that this was the moment his friendship with Hua Kimgon was put to the test. If Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan intervened, Hua Kimgon would be outnumbered, facing 3 opponents. When Hua Kimgon lost his temper, the extent of his aggressive force was unpredictable. However, after Hua Kimgon and Ko Chuok stepped outside, Hua Nian Sheng felt a palpable sense of relief. Who, in their right mind, would want to be scrutinized by parents while in the midst of a budding romance? It was then that Tong Mokshuyan finally spoke. Just now you were only concerned for your uncle. Did you not spare a thought for me? Hua Nian Sheng at that moment was peeling the next grape. Once it was peeled, she instinctively brought it to Tong Mokshuyan's lips. A trace of bewilderment still lingered on her face as she murmured, "What do you mean didn't care about you?" Tong Mokshuyan paused, then said, "Oh, never mind." A single grape had been enough to appease him. Hua Nian Sheng's reflexes were a little slow. It was only then that the realization truly dawned on her. "I didn't do it on purpose," she retorted. "Who told you not to mention beforehand that your uncle would be here too? Bringing up this poi." Hua Nian Sheng still felt she had a valid argument. "If I had told you he was here, would you still have agreed to come?" Tong Mokshuyan asked her. Hua Nian Sheng replied, "But you shouldn't have kept it from me either." She had been given no psychological preparation whatsoever. "All right, I was wrong. Next time I'll definitely tell you." Tong Mokshuyan swiftly admitted his fault but didn't forget to add, "However, next time you mustn't shy away either. Your uncle and I can share the same space you and your uncle can, and so can you and I. Why then, can't the 3 of us be together? It's not as if we're in some kind of love triangle." Hua Nian Sheng was speechless. It was a statement that left her utterly without rebuttal. Tong Mokshuyan too took a wet wipe to clean his hands, then started peeling grapes. He also fetched a small bowl for them, placing a tiny fork ready beside it. Go on, eat, he murmured, I'll peel them for you. The atmosphere between them was so exclusive that others simply couldn't intrude, nor did the two of them show any inclination to interact with anyone else. Of course, occasionally, glances still drifted their way. When onlookers witnessed Tong Mokshuyan peeling grapes for Hua Nian Sheng, they found it truly unbelievable. This young master, though typically polite, was nonetheless a pampered scion, accustomed to being served, not serving others. Yet here he was. Observing Hua Nian Sheng dressed simply, with a delicately bare face, she looked utterly. Why out of place in this setting? Who could have imagined Tong Mokshuyan would be drawn to this type? What's more, she was a relative of his business partner. The more people observed, the more it seemed he was genuinely serious. Setting aside how Tong Mokshuyan and Hua Nian Sheng's relationship began, considering only the cooperative ties between Tong Mokshuyan and Hua Nian, the worst outcome for this couple would merely be an amicable separation. With a supportive uncle at her back, in the eyes of outsiders, Tong Mokshuyan would, no matter what, have to show Hua Nian Sheng due deference. Hua Nian Sheng's appearance tonight, though seemingly serene within the private room, was undoubtedly causing a storm in the various gossip chat groups. By this time, Hua Nian Sheng had already consumed a few grapes, and Tong Mokshuyan had peeled half a bowl's worth when she gently stopped him from peeling any more. I won't eat so many, she said, please don't peel any more. Tong Mokshuyan ceased his actions, once again drawing a wet wipe to clean his hands. As his fingertips were wiped clean, a faint purple stain was left upon the tissue. However, with the private room's lighting subtly leaning towards a purple-pink tone, imbued with a hint of indulgent revelry, that particular purple streak was not distinctly visible beneath its glow. Hua Nian Sheng watched Tong Mokshuyan raise his glass and take a sip, then casually inquired, what kind of liquor are you drinking? Hearing her, Tong Mokshuyan turned his head to cast a brief glance her way, before replying, whiskey. Would you like to try? He gently swirled the amber liquid in the glass he held. The liquid shimmered in the glass. Tong Mokshuyan looked at his girlfriend's eyes and knew she wanted to taste it. She felt curious. Hua Nian Sheng had probably never tried drinking any kind of pure liquor before. Tong Mokshuyan smiled softly, one hand holding the half-empty glass of liquor he was drinking, bringing it to Hua Nian Sheng's lips. His voice, blended with the music and chatter in the private room, echoed in her ear. Have a sip? Hua Nian Sheng paused for a moment, then slowly followed Tong Mokshuyan's movement, taking a small sip. The liquor entered her mouth, quickly passed over her tongue, and slid down her throat. Just then, some rich young master happened to look up from the billiard table, and thus, caught off guard, saw the scene of Tong Mokshuyan leaning over to feed Hua Nian Sheng liquor. The unfortunate thing was that he was wearing a suit, and Hua Nian Sheng, who was already young, looked even more innocent when barefaced. This scene looked even more like a bad boy seducing an innocent young girl. Before, they had seen Tong Mokshuyan as being like a monk with a pure heart and few desires, but now, looking again, it seemed that was not the case. After Hua Nian Sheng took a sip of liquor, she fell silent, frowning, as if letting her mind go blank to ponder about life. Tong Mokshuyan, probable. Why, found her reaction very adorable, not good? Hua Nian Sheng's expression was complex. Good, you say? She always felt that liquor often smelled fragrant, but drinking it was not the same story. How does it feel? Tong Mokshuyan asked. Hua Nian Sheng tried to comment objectively, a little spicy. Tong Mokshuyan smiled again after hearing that, holding a glass of fruit juice and offering it to her. Drink this. For a moment, she felt she was being treated like a child. Perhaps realizing Hua Nian Sheng was not quite convinced, Tong Mokshuyan leaned over to take another clean glass from the table, mixed several types of liquor from the table together with a shaker, finally pouring it out and adding more fruit juice, resulting in an orange-blue colored drink. If you're not afraid of getting drunk, drink this, Tong Mokshuyan said. Hua Nian Sheng took a sip. It still had the taste of liquor but was much milder, mostly the sweet and sour taste of fruit juice, quite delicious. Drinking this glass was like the kind of liquor Hua Nian Sheng wouldn't dare order when going out alone now. She would really get drunk. Hua Nian had not returned yet. Hua Nian Sheng already felt a little dizzy. Leaning against her boyfriend's shoulder, she had only taken 2 or 3 sips. She did not drink the rest. She leaned against Tong Mokshuyan, feeling a little soft all over, and her head was also a little heavy. Her hand pressed against Tong Mokshuyan's side when suddenly it seemed to be poked by something. She reached out to feel it, then took it out from Tong Mokshuyan's pants pocket. It was a Zippo lighter. Silver in color but with all sorts of ornate floral and wolf carvings. It was very beautiful, like a fashion accessory. Hua Nian Sheng opened it and played with it for a bit. The crisp metallic sound was quite pleasant to hear. The lit Zippo moved in several circles in Hua Nian Sheng's hand, her fingers playing with it very skillfully. Do you want to smoke? Hua Nian Sheng asked. No, I don't, Tong Mokshuyan said. If you don't smoke, why do you carry a lighter? Tong Mokshuyan answered very patiently, just like you. When I'm bored, I take it out to play with. There were cigarettes readily available on the table. Hua Nian Sheng reached out to take one and lit it with the lighter. Tong Mokshuyan did not understand what his girlfriend wanted to do. Hua Nian Sheng's behavior after drinking was often beyond control. She was right under his eyes, so whatever she wanted to do, he would let her. After the cigarette was lit, the faint smell of smoke diffused. Tong Mokshuyan thought Hua Nian Sheng probably just wanted to light the cigarette for fun. But the next second, he saw her use her index finger and middle finger to hold the cigarette, bring it to her mouth, take a puff, then tilt her head back, exhaling the smoke into his face. Behind the plume of smoke, Hua Nian Sheng looked at Tong Mokshuyan's face and chuckled. Tong Mokshuyan lowered his gaze, looking at his girlfriend's face, momentarily saying nothing. A moment later he spoke up. Do you know how to smoke? Just a little bit, she said. She used her thumb and index finger to gesture a very small distance. Tong Mokshuyan, don't you hate the smell of cigarettes? I do hate it. Hua Nian Sheng even nodded, as if to affirm it was very true. But what does that have to do with the fact that I know how to smoke? I don't usually smoke anyway. During her 4 years of university, Hua Nian Sheng still learned a few not-so-good things. Sometimes seeing people exhale smoke seemed quite cool, so she had tried to smoke a little. It wasn't difficult to learn, but the smell of smoke was still not at all pleasant to her. For Sen, exhaling smoke was not as fun as playing with a lighter. Perhaps it was because the alcohol permeated her brain a bit late. Although Hua Nian Sheng still spoke with a bit of logic, it wasn't much. She had just exhaled smoke into someone's face, and the next second she apologized. I'm sorry, I don't usually unintentionally blow smoke into other people's faces. Hua Nian Sheng extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, no longer played with the Zippo, and intended to return it to Tong Mokshuyan. Tong Mokshuyan stretched out his hand, stopping Hua Nian Sheng's movement, lowered his gaze to look at her, not saying a single word. Perhaps he himself hadn't expected that when she exhaled smoke into his face earlier. That look in her eyes was extremely seductive, even though, she was currently barefaced and dressed like a good and gentle girl. It was still lethally captivating. Tong Mokshuyan had been mesmerized by his girlfriend's gaze as she exhaled smoke. The pity was that she was unaware of it, which made her even more adorable. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her, although it was very light. Hua Nian Sheng could feel him lingering on her lips for a few seconds, even inserting his tongue. Hua Nian Sheng pushed him away, complaining, with so many people here, what are you doing? This time it was Tong Mokshuyan's turn to apologize. I'm sorry, I don't usually unintentionally casually kiss other people. Sen, you're lying, you're very casual normally. Tong Mokshuyan, as if his funny bone had been poked, laughed incessantly. He reached out his hand and gently stroked her head as if petting fur, going along with her words as he said, that's right, I'm very casual normally. The atmosphere when these two were together, anyone with eyes could see, was not merely love, but a love so passionate, the kind that no one could interfere with. If they hadn't seen tonight's scene, others saying these two were in love might not have been believable. But after seeing it, they found it both reasonable and fantastical. Weren't these two just playing a game of pure love? Tong Mokshuyan had originally called Hua Nian Sheng out for a date. He had no particular reason to stay here long. Hua Nian Sheng hazily heard Tong Mokshuyan ask her, do you want to go home, eh? Indeed, sleep? Let's go home. Hua Nian Sheng nodded with difficulty. My head is so heavy. What kind of alcohol did you mix? It's even more potent than a date rape drug. Tong Mokshuyan heard that and burst out laughing. Have you drunk it before? Never, but I feel it's probably similar to this feeling. If I drank a few more sips, I would probably be completely out of it by now. You also know how to measure your own limits, Tong Mokshuyan said. It's also equivalent to those kinds of drinks. Later, if others give you this type of cocktail mixed with fruit juice, don't drink it. What if you encounter a bad person? Hua Nian Sheng still had a bit of ability to think, and she said, who could be as bad as you? In response to her was Tong Mokshuyan's laughter. In reality, Hua Nian Sheng had only drunk 2 or 3 sips from the glass of wine just now. The rest had all been drunk by Tong Mokshuyan. Let's go home. Tong Mokshuyan took a jacket and put it on her, then put on his own jacket, offered a brief greeting, and then hugged Hua Nian Sheng as they went out. A moment later, Su Cam Gon, after finishing her conversation with Ko Chuok, returned to the private room, only to receive news that his granddaughter and Tong Mokshuyan had already left. That scoundrel! Hua Nian Sheng, drowsy in the back seat of the car, leaned against Tong Mokshuyan. Feeling that the car's direction wasn't quite right, she murmured, Tong Mokshuyan, where are we going? Aren't we going home? She remembered that they hadn't taken this road when they arrived. Tong Mokshuyan reached out and touched her face, saying, it is home. You sleep for a bit, I'll call you when we arrive. As for which home, she did not know. Chapter 90. A Girlfriend's Preference. Hua Nian Sheng had indeed fallen into a deep sleep, only to eventually be woken by a kiss. Perhaps the breath of the person before her made her feel at ease, coupled with the familiar scent of perfume enveloping her, so she didn't resist immediately. Opening her eyes, all she saw was a dazzling chandelier on the ceiling. The light was too strong, making it difficult for Hua Nian Sheng to fully open her eyes, and she let out a soft hum. Tong Mokshuyan paused, his gaze dropping to meet hers, his breath softening slightly as he asked, are you awake? Hua Nian Sheng's mind felt vague, as if it had just been forcefully restarted. Where are we? This wasn't the house Tong Mokshuyan usually stayed in, yet upon looking again, it felt vaguely familiar. Another one of my houses. You've been here once before, do you remember? It took her a moment to recall, but she finally remembered. Why are we here? She was still drowsy, her voice having softened completely, sounding very easy to bully. Tong Mokshuyan raised a hand to gently caress her face. Hua Nian Sheng did not push his hand away, her eyes still half closed. It's closer here, Tong Mokshuyan said. Hua Nian Sheng let out an oath, then I'll go shower and sleep here. She intended to step down, but then really. Zed, the man blocking her path, refused to move. Hua Nian Sheng, what are you doing? Tong Mokshuyan's voice was very soft. He said, you're drunk. Let me help you. Hua Nian Sheng, no need, it's too cold. Tong Mokshuyan smiled as he lifted her up, saying, it's not cold. Several months had passed since Hua Nian Sheng last came to this villa. Several months was enough time for Tong Mokshuyan to have people complete all the equipment and facilities. After drinking alcohol, Hua Nian Sheng was actually even easier to talk to than usual. Especially when coaxed with a few words, her courage also grew, no longer shy as before. The lights in the bathroom were adjusted to a warm yellow tone. The stream of water from the shower sprayed down, flowing along their bodies. By their ears, all sorts of sounds echoed, conversation mixed with sounds of desire, the incessant flow of water, and also the sounds of bodies colliding were not small at all. Tong Mokshuyan both coaxed her and called his girlfriend by names he would normally never use. Perhaps he truly had a certain preference in this regard. Hua Nian Sheng did not remember clearly the things that happened after that. She fell asleep. In short, when she woke up the next day, her mind was still a bit muddled. The aftertaste of those few sips of alcohol was truly very strong. Hua Nian Sheng lay on the bed for a long time, not wanting to get up. After reviewing her memory, besides the images that made people blush red last night, the only point she grasped was Tong Mokshuyan definitely had premeditation. Who in the world would a normal person prepare protective gear in a house not frequently lived in? Hua Nian Sheng certainly wouldn't do that. Currently, only she was lying on the bed. Tong Mokshuyan must have already gotten up. On the bedside table lay her phone. Hua Nian Sheng stretched out her arm with great difficulty to pull the phone back. As soon as it connected to the network, a series of messages immediately popped out. The phone froze for a few seconds, then only after that did it receive all the messages. Actually, messages had already started piling up since last night. It was just that at that time Hua Nian Sheng had no time to check her phone. Her mind was not clear. Now she lay sprawling on the bed, starting to peruse this pile of messages. The majority were to verify, asking if Tong Mokshuyan's mysterious girlfriend was her. Both private messages and group messages were very numerous. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly felt as if she were some famous celebrity. Although she knew clearly, everyone's attention was not on her, but on Tong Mokshuyan. Hua Nian Sheng knew herself well. How could someone who only relied on him like her attract so much attention? It was just that currently they were guessing whether she and Tong Mokchuan would get married or not. If it truly came to that step, Hua Nian Sheng's status would be much higher than it was now. Therefore, the number of people wanting to associate with her suddenly skyrocketed. So tiring. Dating like this was also terribly exhausting. She looked at the messages for a while, then quickly put her phone down, closing her eyes peacefully. Her head was already a little painful, now it hurt even more. Compared to socializing, going back to studying seemed even more interesting. At this moment, Tong Mokchuan was in the living room, taking a call from his parents. It was Madame Tru's call. "Mother, is there something?" His voice was very calm. "I heard the girl you're dating is Hua Camgon's granddaughter?" Madame Tru had always gone straight to the point. Yes. There was nothing to deny. Tong Mokchuan did not intend to hide it anymore now. On the other end of the line, Mr. Tong and Madame Tru were silent for a moment. They recalled a few months ago, their son said his girlfriend was still studying. Studying for a master's, she truly was capable. Is it serious? Mr. Tong suddenly interjected a sentence. Tong Mokchuan was silent for a moment, then asked back, "Father, is my image in your heart that bad?" "Then when you're free, bring the girl home for a meal," Mr. Tong said. "The relationship between our two families is actually quite good. Your mother and I have no objections." Tong Mokchuan. In terms of relationships, it was indeed quite good originally, but now it was uncertain. Hua Camgon had not yet accepted this grandson-in-law. "Father, mother," Tong Mokchuan slowly said, "we temporarily have no plans to meet. The adults on both sides. She is busy studying for her master's degree. It's not yet time to think about marriage. I am also very busy. If the two of you are truly free, then just go out and enjoy yourselves for the next few years first." One sentence directly blocked all future urgings from his parents. These words from Tong Mokchuan were originally not a negotiation, but an announcement. In the family, the time when they could restrain him had passed. Therefore, when this call came, Tong Mokchuan blocked everything. It wasn't that he wanted to confront his family, it was just that his stance and his parents were always different. What adults considered good was not necessarily what they desired. Tong Mokchuan hung up the phone, looked at the time, then leisurely walked towards the bedroom. Pushing the door open, he saw the person on the bed squirming in the blanket. Hearing the sound at the door, the blanket was thrown off. Hua Nian Sheng's face, flushed from being covered, looked at the man walking in. Tong Mokchuan sat down by the bed, placing his hand on her head. "Fully awake now, then get up, let's have breakfast." Hua Nian Sheng turned over, turning her back to him, clearly revealing her intention to avoid. Tong Mokchuan turned her back again, lowering his voice, which sounded very gentle. "Get up and eat something. Then going back to sleep is fine too." During the day and during the night, he was just like two different people. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly opened her mouth. "Tong Mokchuan. Do you think last night, was it intentional of you?" Thinking it over and over, she felt she still had to settle accounts with him a little. Tong Mokchuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. "How can you say it was intentional? We were simply following our feelings." "Was the latter part swallowed by you?" Hua Nian Sheng, from within the blanket, kicked him once with her leg. Tong Mokchuan put his hand into the blanket, grasping her ankle, not intending to do anything, just holding it in his hand, gently caressing. "Get up later'll take you out, okay?" When it came to dating, Tong Mokchuan was always very enthusiastic. Hua Nian Sheng lingered in bed for a long while, finally reluctantly getting up. The cluttered messages on her phone, she afterwards selectively replied to them. As for posting publicly on their social media feed, Hua Nian Sheng did not do it, but Tong Mokchuan did. He posted a photo. In fact, it was taken during his birthday. At that time, Hua Nian Sheng gave him a couple's ring, and the two of them wore them, then took a photo of their hands. Tong Mokchuan posted that photo without any comment, but in reality, there was only one meaning, showing off their affection. The comment section below was very lively. Only Hua Camgon's death smile was extremely out of place. After the Tet holiday, office workers went back to work, and not long after that, students also successively returned to SCH. Hua Nian Sheng packed her luggage, then rolled back to school. In the second semester of the first year of masters, not to mention whether there was pressure or not, Just looking at the two senior male students frantically rushing their thesis deadlines was already enough to feel sympathetic pain for them. That was a type of deeply empathetic suffering. No graduate student could escape the tribulation of the thesis. First-year students naturally were also no exception. Professor Tran, right from the beginning of this semester, had waged an all-out offensive. Last semester, Hua Nian Sheng had submitted 2 essays, and waited a very long time to receive the results. One paper was rejected, and one paper required revisions. She began to get busy. Most of the time, if she wasn't in the lab, she was either reading materials or typing code. In this world, no matter how talented a person was, there was no such thing as easy success. Just as Tong Mokchuan had told her parents, Hua Nian Sheng's first and second years of masters were extremely busy. At the end of her first year, she participated in a program design competition and won second prize. Hua Nian Sheng went home to self-reflect and plan for a week, determined that next year, when participating, she must win first prize. The relationship between Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan gradually entered a stable phase. Many times, the two of them were busy with their own matters, but they did not neglect nurturing their relationship because of it. Hua Kamgon later no longer managed how the two of them dated anymore. Relationships between people inherently need to have a sense of boundaries. He was the youngest uncle, able to intervene in many matters, but specifically regarding dating matters, even parents found it difficult to intervene, let alone him. After all, it was just dating. If someone nearing 30 like Tong Mokchuan could still tolerate it, there was no reason why his niece, just over 20 and still in the prime of her youth, should not be allowed. By then, who would suffer was still unknown. Professor Tran had just accepted 3 more students, 1 female, 2 males. He had specifically requested the institute to grant an additional new enrollment quota. Only then could he have this little junior female student. This time accepting students, Professor Tran had carefully surveyed them, ensuring no gender confusion occurred, and he also found their personalities to be those of honest, trustworthy children. Until the start of the semester in September, Professor Tran discovered that among the 3, the girl who looked the most well-behaved, opened her mouth with a thick northeastern accent, her speaking style entirely like a big sister, tending to address lecturers informally as brother and sister, and occasionally even liked to shout out some northeastern folk songs, and having just been admitted for less than a month, had already skewed the accent of the entire lab. Professor Tran still clearly remembered when interviewing this girl, she certainly didn't use this accent. Regarding this matter, the junior female student explained during the interview, to leave a good impression on the teachers, "What's wrong with me faking my voice a bit?" At that moment, Professor Tran was heartbroken. Having accepted several batches of students, almost every batch had a time when he misjudged someone. Besides that, in May, Professor Tran also experienced the thesis defenses of 2 previous students. Hua Nian Sheng at that time went to audit, and finally she also felt the sense of security when being protected by the lecturer. Professor Tran truly alone verbally battled the multitude of heroes, being so cool that it was hard to use any words to describe. Muk Haijia and Hoke Thua successfully graduated. Immediately the day after passing the defense, Muk Haijia went to dye a head of fiery red, saying it was to celebrate. He not only dyed it himself, but also dragged Hoke Thua to dye it smoke gray. One can imagine Professor Tran's feeling of his face darkening upon seeing the two of them the next day. Regarding the matter of accepting students, Professor Tran's point of flipping the car was always strange like that. Hua Nian Sheng looked at the 2 graduating senior brothers with a bit of sighing with emotion. Time truly was like a shuttle. Later in the laboratory, she and Truong Van Phi would also be considered senior brothers and senior sisters. First semester of second year, Hua Nian Sheng and Truong Van Phi formed a team to participate in all sorts of competitions. The 2 of them were not always in the same group, sometimes disagreements arose in choosing topics, so each went their own way, going to find teammates, crossing over to the mathematics department next door to pull a few unfortunate souls who knew modeling, conveniently bringing along their junior brothers and junior sisters to sweep awards. This year of Hua Nian Sheng passed by extremely rich. Occasionally she flew to other places to participate in competitions, if not that then wrote scientific papers, if not that again then camped out in the laboratory. Many times she was so busy that she paid no attention to her boyfriend. Tong Mokchuan was also busy. He was not a leisurely person, It was just that his time management was much more flexible than Hua Nian Sheng's. The two people's dating time was even not as much as their first year of loving each other. Perhaps it was distance creates beauty. Occasionally Hua Nian Sheng also felt very much missed Tong Mokshuyan. This led to the fact that occasionally she would be a little proactive when they met. It was that tiny proactivity that made Tong Mokshuyan's soul scatter and spirit wander. Now Tong Mokshuyan coming to Hua Nian Sheng's place was already a matter of familiarity with the door and path. As long as it wasn't overtime and Hua Nian Sheng didn't stay in the laboratory until late, he would go over there to sleep over FOR a night. Last year, Hua Nian Sheng still liked to sleep in, but this year during some weekends, Tong Mokshuyan woke up to find the position beside him empty. Hua Nian Sheng had already gotten up to her study to be busy for a long time. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Tong Mokshuyan suddenly received a message from his subordinate saying that there was a document that needed urgent approval. Sheng, I'll borrow your computer for a bit. Hua Nian Sheng at that time was playing a game, holding her phone shooting pang. Tong Mokshuyan's voice just swept past her ears then disappeared. She casually nodded yes. Tong Mokshuyan saw her game-addicted girl appearance and said nothing. Compared to his girlfriend's all-day tense state, the relaxed manner like recently made him feel a little more at ease. It was just that after finishing that game, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly remembered a detail she had overlooked. Her computer after finishing using it today seemed not yet turned off. Even her mouse surely hadn't clicked to exit the website she was viewing. It's over. It was at this moment she knew to panic, slipped on her slippers and sprang up, even not having time to knock on the door before rushing in. However, Tong Mokshuyan inside, seeing the door suddenly open, didn't have any big reaction. He raised his head from the computer screen to look at the door. Hua Nian Sheng stepped in, her two hands hidden behind her back, her expression hesitant wanting to speak but refrain. Angie, what's wrong? Tong Mokshuyan asked. Hua Nian Sheng took small steps to stand before him, glanced at the computer screen, and faintly asked when you first came in, was my computer off or on? Tong Mokshuyan after hearing it seemed to raise an eyebrow on or off. What does it matter? Hua Nian Sheng's voice became even smaller than did you see anything strange and bizarre? What strange and bizarre thing should I have seen? Tong Mokshuyan asked back. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't guess anything from Tong Mokshuyan's expression. She stood to the side, beginning to recall the image of when she finished using the computer today. Perhaps by habit she had already closed the browser tab? Nothing. Of course Hua Nian Sheng would not confess herself. Then you continue being busy. I'm going out here. She said this then intended to turn around and go out, when suddenly at this moment she heard from behind her a soft laugh. This laugh clearly carried another hidden meaning. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively turned back to look at Tong Mokshuyan. Then her psychological defense line collapsed. Did you see it? At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng's psychological defense line was extremely fragile. It had been a long time since they were together that she had this kind of embarrassed feeling again. Tong Mokshuyan was still smiling just like that, looking at her and asking, what did I see? Hua Nian Sheng. Did you see those manga series I was watching? People who doesn't have a few personal preferences? Hua Nian Sheng's recreational interests weren't just watching movies or going shopping and dining. She simply liked to watch a few romantic male manga series in her free time. So what was wrong with that? Her taste in novels was even more diverse, encompassing all shades. But Song Mai-chuan didn't know about this little hobby of Hua Nian Sheng's. After all, he wasn't interested in this genre of works. No matter how excited Hua Nian Sheng got, she would only seek out her group of sisters and aunties to share her joy. Song Mai-chuan still greatly respected his girlfriend's privacy. If it weren't for being visually assaulted the moment he opened her device today, it would probably be a very long time before he would have found out. At this point, based on Song Mai-chuan's reaction, Hua Nian Sheng had already guessed 80 or 90% of the answer. Her toes had begun to twitch, preparing to dig a tunnel. She felt she couldn't stay in this space for another second. This time she really intended to run. But before she could turn around, she was suddenly pulled back by Song Mai-chuan, her entire body falling into his arms, sitting on his lap. Run from what? Song Mai-chuan's voice resonated. He casually brushed a lock of her hair upwards mischievously. His voice very soft. So you like the kind of play with cat ears, wolf ears, and even a fluffy tail like that? Or must you also wear a small bell that rings? The kind that makes a sound when you flick it with your hand, or And you move? Hua Nian. Song Maichuan didn't wait for her to open her mouth, continuing with another question. Do you want to wear them yourself? Or should I put them on you? Oh no, she'd rather dig a hole and burrow into the ground quickly. While Hua Nian Sheng only wanted to feign death, feign being deaf and mute, Song Maichuan suddenly lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, smiled, and whispered very softly, naughty little girl. This term of endearment was for her. When in bed they had many nicknames for each other, but after leaving the bed they usually wouldn't call each other that. The atmosphere suddenly became excessively ambiguous, as if he was trying to seduce her. Aren't you still busy with work? I won't bother you anymore. This sentence could be called a desperate escape. But it didn't succeed. Song Maichuan held her tightly. I just finished being busy. I feel I have a duty to discuss my girlfriend's preferences in more depth. What do you think? Chapter 91 The Incident. Regarding his girlfriend's preferences, Song Maichuan only later realized that in reality, there were many points still waiting for him to explore. Both Hua Nian Sheng and Song Maichuan usually had a browsing speed that was by no means slow. It was just that their areas of interest on the internet were a bit different. This probably related to various factors. But regarding those little preferences of Hua Nian Sheng, Song Maichuan felt that nothing seemed unacceptable. He was even willing to cooperate with her. Although in a romantic relationship, emphasizing the age difference leading to a caretaker and cared for dynamic is often not beneficial for long-term development. Song Maichuan himself was very enthusiastic about taking on a leading role in this relationship. From the initial late-blooming heartbeats to the stable affection they shared now, both sides had always made certain changes for each other. Hua Nian Sheng's second year of graduate school passed very quickly. She had published several research papers, participated in competitions, and won awards. Sometimes she had to fly to other places for competitions, and right from her second year, organizations or businesses had proactively contacted her. Her achievements were truly outstanding. In her professional field, she shone brilliantly, with unlimited career prospects. This year, Song Maichuan was also 30 years old. The family's urging to marry during every holiday season had not diminished. It was just that everyone knew he had a girlfriend, who was the daughter of the Hua family. On the other hand, only Hua Jinyan from the Hua family was truly presentable. He was indeed very formidable. But if one were to truly discuss their family background, the Hua family was not even as good as his wife's original family. From a practical perspective, if marriage were truly to be discussed, the Hua family was clearly not the optimal choice. Of course, Song Maichuan's unhurried attitude regarding T.'s lifelong major event left the elders of the Song family at a loss for words. Even Song Yihong already had a fiancé, yet he was still in no hurry. Madame Zhao once privately asked Song Maichuan, roughly implying that after Hua Nian Sheng graduated with her master's, could marriage be put on the agenda? Song Maichuan had probably thought it over. Ultimately, he gave his mother this answer: that depends on whether she wants to pursue a PhD. Her supervisor seems to have that intention. Madame Zhao was extremely worried. By then you'll be over 30, and that girl will have such a high education, still in the prime of her youth. Will she still need you? Song Maichuan. In Hua Nian Sheng's third year of graduate school, Professor Chen happened to have a collaborative project with a foreign laboratory, and planned to select a few students to go along to broaden their horizons. Hua Nian Sheng and Zhang Wanfei were two final-year graduate students, certainly among those chosen. Additionally, the professor selected 2 other students. In other words, Hua Nian Sheng would be going abroad for about a week. Before she left, Song Maichuan helped her check her luggage twice, reminding her to inform him when her plane landed. For the past 2 years during holidays, Hua Nian Sheng often traveled with Song Maichuan, both domestically and internationally. Many times Hua Nian Sheng would be on winter or summer break, while Song Maichuan was on a business trip, and the two would conveniently make time after work to go sightseeing together. After they started dating, Hua Nian Sheng's opportunities to travel alone decreased, but it had to be admitted that traveling as a pair was truly delightful. Song Maichuan's rich experience to some extent was truly very captivating. For this trip of Hua Nian Sheng's, Song Maichuan actually had quite a few worries, but he also clearly understood that his girlfriend was very capable of self-reliance. When you're about to return, remember to send me your flight information. I'll come pick you up. Hua Nian Sheng declined her boyfriend's pickup service. The reason was very simple: she went to the airport and returned with her professor and fellow students. They all knew Song Maichuan's identity, but they probably didn't know the relationship between Song Maichuan and her. Although their romance was no longer a secret within certain circles, one circle might not necessarily be connected to another. Hua Nian Sheng's fellow students only knew she had a boyfriend, but not who her boyfriend was. Professor Chen might know a little, but he had never mentioned it to Hua Nian Sheng, so she just pretended he didn't know. Hearing his girlfriend's reason, Tong Mokchuan sighed. It turns out not only at your uncle's place I'm not allowed to appear in public light, but now at your schoolmate's place I'm also not allowed to show my face, right? You can't say that, Hua Nian Sheng mumbled in a low voice. Your uncle also isn't allowed to show high's face at my classmate's place. The meaning in her words was that she was very fair, treating everyone equally. At school, indeed, few people knew that two prominent bosses in the industry, one was her uncle, the other was her boyfriend, Tong Mokchuan. On the other hand, when mentioning CEOs, people often associate them with middle-aged faces. Tong Mokchuan and Hua Kamgon, when not wearing their usual serious suits, truly seemed to lack a bit of a boss demeanor. Tong Mokchuan was thus convinced by her. When seeing her off at the airport, he didn't even get out of the car, just afraid of being recognized. During the week Hua Nian Sheng went for her exchange study, she only proactively video-called Tong Mokchuan for the first 2 days. Over there, she shared a room with a junior female student, so even video calls weren't something she was very enthusiastic about, often just a voice call, hanging up after only a few minutes of talking. She avoided suspicion to the point that sometimes Tong Mokchuan wondered if he was some kind of third party or fourth party. These past few days, Tong Mokchuan didn't necessarily have to go home on time in the evenings, so in his free time, he stayed out a bit longer. And as expected, he was caught. Lately, Gu Chuok had inexplicably changed his style, getting a short American-style haircut and dressing somewhat hip-hop. His appearance immediately made a few young girls flutter. Exactly the image of a bad boy. Oh, isn't this Sit-in, Tong? Why are you in the mood to sit here tonight? He flashed a very mischievous smile. I bet you're lonely tonight, sleeping in an empty bed. Tong Mokchuan and Hua Nian Sheng's current status was actually no different from living together. It was just a matter of whose house they were at. Normally, Tong Mokchuan would probably be too lazy to bother responding, but these past few days his aggressive streak was a bit strong, so he curled his lips. What's the point of dressing so flashy and wild like this? Does anyone even bother to look at you? A hit right where it hurt. Boom. That's why they say, past indulgences must be paid for sooner or later. As people of the same age, Tong Mokchuan was already being urged to marry, so how could Gu Chuok escape? The difference was that Tong Mokchuan placed great importance on feelings when choosing a life partner, while Gu Chuok did not. He had long since accepted his fate of an arranged marriage. After all, in their social circle, few continued on for what was called love. Those who relied on love to draw close to each other, in reality, no matter how hard they tried, few could climb to the top. Gu Chuok had lived a dissolute life for more than a decade. Until the beginning of this year. His family finally couldn't stand it anymore, both threatening and coaxing him into an alliance marriage. Gu Chuok was also very defiant, declaring that if the girl could put up with him, he dared to marry her. The problem lay there. The girl was 2 or 3 years younger than him, almost 30, but looked very young. Moreover, her appearance and personality were completely mismatched. It was said that she had studied and worked abroad previously, and had only recently returned to the country. When they first met, her manner of dress was no different from the heiresses in Gu Chuok's perception. Both had a common understanding of marriage as long as they didn't bring trouble home. Some time ago, Gu Chuok even boasted to everyone that he was about to get married. There was no joy, no sorrow, mostly indifference. Having enjoyed family resources for so many years and squandered for so many years, his future was certainly inseparable from the family, so it was normal to have decisions he couldn't make on his own. Not everyone valued marriage in their circle. Marriage was more like a partnership, a mutually beneficial cooperation. Then, not long after, Gu Chuok accidentally caught his fiancée playing car racing, and what's more, the other party was a professional racer. Young Master Gu, ever since he almost lost his life playing this game when he was young, had long avoided such thrilling activities, mostly just paying to watch for fun. But when he saw the leading racer on the track get out of the car, take off their helmet, and reveal that face, a few sparks of emotion still arose in Gu Chuok's heart, and he began to have an interest in this fiancée. Young Master Gu, who had always roamed the world casually, fundamen. Tally did not know that sometimes developing an interest in someone was the beginning of bad luck. She was 2 or 3 years younger than him, but her skill in charming men was far more refined than his. Men, their temperaments are sometimes strange. A few flirts and they'll bite the bait right away. Gu Chuok's recent change in attire was clearly for a woman. Initially, he thought everything was going smoothly, but one day he discovered that an old girlfriend of his, he didn't know when, had become acquainted with his fiancée, and their relationship seemed very good. It was at this very moment that Gu Chuok realized that the old girlfriend was actually two-faced, having set her sights on his fiancée. In front of his fiancée, her image was that of a pure little white lotus. Damn it, does he now have to go and compete for women with women? It must be said that Gu Chuok truly brought it upon himself before. He told others to each their own game, but now he realized he had crowed too soon. He no longer had the mind to play, while the other party was truly playing. Even Gu Chuok himself was about to be played to death. Tong Mokchuan actually had no interest in Gu Chuok's romantic affairs. They held no value for him to delve into, but he was interested in Gu Chuok's ridiculous antics, which was why he bothered to chat a few sentences. He finally realized that this childhood friend had truly turned himself into a laughingstock. He truly had some nerve. Hua Nian Sheng was abroad for an exchange study for about a week. Before returning, she had forwarded her flight information to Tong Mokchuan. The flight was scheduled to land at past 8 in the evening, and Hua Nian Sheng would arrive home around 10 p.m. That evening, Tong Mokchuan did not accept any business engagements, rescheduling all existing appointments, wanting only to wait at home for his girlfriend to return. Around 7 in the evening, Tong Mokchuan's phone suddenly popped up with several consecutive notifications from social media platforms. All of them carried the same news report. Usually, news like this meant a trending event. Tong Mokchuan just glanced at it, then his gaze suddenly froze. The headlines might differ slightly, but all mentioned the same phrase: Donghang flight, MX loses contact. In that moment, Tong Mokchuan felt his heart stop beating for a brief moment. He almost immediately clicked on the hot search, and upon entering the topic saw nothing but just now comments with many people saying their friends or relatives were on that flight. Tong Mokchuan almost immediately opened the chat window with Hua Nian Sheng, scrolling up to see the flight information she had sent. After comparing, not a single detail was off, everything matched. A chilling sensation immediately enveloped Tong Mokchuan, even in the middle of summer. Before boarding the plane, Hua Nian Sheng had even sent him a message, the last message being the icons they sent to each her. Tong Mokchuan drafted a few messages and sent them, but there was no reply. His mind was in chaos for nearly a minute before he reluctantly calmed down. He called an acquaintance at Donghang to verify the truth of the news. The person who answered the call was a senior executive at Donghang. After hearing his question, they were silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you have an acquaintance on that plane?" Tong Mokchuan's voice was a little hoarse. "My girlfriend is on that flight." The other party was silent again for a while, then replied temporarily, "There's still no news. Right now, no news is the best news. When there's accurate information, I will inform you." Tong Mokchuan could no longer sit and wait. He grabbed his car keys and phone and went down to the parking garage. Just as he got into the car, he received a call from Hua Gon. On the other end, Hua Gon was so agitated that his words were a bit chaotic. "Is the flight incident currently circulating online the one Nian Sheng is on?" He seemed to need Tong Mokchuan to provide a negative answer. Hua Nian Sheng, every time she traveled far, would usually send flight or transportation information to her close relatives. Hua Gon knowing was also quite normal. Tong Mokchuan paused for a moment, saying to Hua Gon, "I am about to head to the airport." As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up. At this moment, comforting or not comforting was all meaningless. Any words would be superfluous. Very rarely did Tong Mokchuan drive so hastily, even though he knew well that haste would be of no use. But the terror at the bottom of his heart was like a black hole ceaselessly digging deeper and expanding. The worst hypotheses kept swirling in his mind, but he dared not think further. When he got out of the car, both his hands were covered in cold sweat. Inside the airport, there were many people waiting because many flights were delayed. Most of the domestic flights within the airport displayed a delayed status, but did not specify how long the delay would be. Due to the impact of the hot search, Everyone knew this was no small matter, so no one quarreled over the flight delays. But there were quite a few people who were relatives of the passengers on the flight that had encountered an incident. Airport staff arranged a waiting area, where the chaos was most evident, and the onlookers were also the most numerous. Concentrated here were also quite a few reporters, only they were blocked outside. Even with press passes they were not allowed inside. Among them was an old woman whose hair had turned white, supported by family members, continuously turning prayer beads in her hands, muttering prayers for her daughter on the flight. Some people had burst into tears aloud. No one knew whether, between the accident and tomorrow, which one would arrive first. Tong Shuyan silently sat down. He had never thought that one day he would sit here in such helplessness to await news of his beloved. Clearly, today the two of them had still spoken on the phone. About more than half an hour later, Hua Nian rushed over. Seeing Tong Shuyan sitting there, his steps slowed. Finally, the two men sat next to each other, silently waiting. Never had waiting tormented people like this moment. Hua Nian came alone. Chu and their son were at home. His state looked even worse than Tong Shuyan's. Hua Nian's life had successively bid farewell to his parents, older sister, and brother-in-law. He had always thought that later, it would be his niece seeing him off. He had never imagined that one day he would have to face the possibility of the white-haired seeing off the black-haired in this form. When Hua Nian Sheng's parents had an accident, he was also just over 20, now only just over 30. He absolutely could not accept such an arrangement of fate. Could it be that heaven was deliberately teasing them? The waiting grew longer and longer, and the speculations online also increased day by day. Relatives appearing at the airport became increasingly numerous. Continuously some broke down crying loudly while waiting. The words of comfort uttered from the mouths of airport staff all became faded and powerless. Tong Shuyan did not know what he had been thinking during this period. Perhaps a great deal, including his and Hua Nian Sheng's future. Or perhaps nothing at all. The plane's estimated landing time was after 9 o'clock, but it was already ten o'clock at night. The more time passed, the saying "no news is the best news" was no longer a phrase that could comfort others. Tong Shuyan's fingertip ceaselessly rubbed the ring that Hua Nian Sheng had given him. Perhaps all gods, saints, and devils in this world had been prayed to by him in his heart throughout this time. No matter how he prayed, he could not conceal his helplessness at this moment. Around 10:40 at night, a commotion suddenly arose in the airport. Many people surged towards the transparent glass wall to look outside. A plane appeared in the sky. Airport staff urgently controlled the passengers and family members who were rushing forward. Tong Shuyan and Hua Nian also suddenly sprang to their feet. That plane was landing. It was clear that it itself had encountered some problem. The landing process was far from smooth. Everyone's hearts were hanging upside down. Finally, at the moment it stopped, ambulances and various specialized vehicles were all rushing towards the plane. Inside the airport, applause like thunder erupted in cheers. Some even wept with joy. Tong Shuyan's shoulder was suddenly leaned on by someone. Hua Nian's voice rang out, "Let me lean for a moment, my legs are a bit weak." Chapter 92 Vacation. From their position, they could see passengers successively stepping down from the plane. Some walked on their own. Some were supported. Medical staff immediately moved forward to assist. There were also some who, as soon as they got off the plane, were taken directly to an ambulance. That scene made people's hearts tighten once more. The distance was too far. To find Hua Nian Sheng among so many people was originally not an easy matter. But even so, no one shifted their gaze elsewhere. This process extended for a while longer. The airport side began to resume normal flight operations, while the group of passenger relatives like them were arranged to continue waiting in place. The electronic screen that had originally displayed the passenger list of that flight had now returned to showing normal flight information. The waiting at this moment was still unending. Most of the passengers had soon appeared within their sight. Hua Nian at this moment had taken out his phone to text his wife, roughly saying it was a close call but everything was fine. While he lowered his head for a moment, Tong Shuyan's gaze just happened to catch a figure appearing in his line of sight. Hua Nian Sheng appeared, carrying a small bag. On her body there were no visible injuries, nor any discomfort. This group of passengers still did not know how great a commotion had occurred online in the past few short hours. At this moment, she was holding her phone. intending to inform Tong Mokshuyan about the flight delay. But while still typing, she suddenly saw someone blocking her way in front. She abruptly looked up and immediately fell into a tight and warm embrace. She hadn't even had time to clearly see who that person was. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively wanted to push the person away, but the next second she heard a familiar voice. "You scared me half to death." The very moment Tong Mokshuyan's voice rang out, Hua Nian Sheng slowly wrapped her arms around him in return. She suddenly realized that around them, many people were also coming forward to embrace the passengers who had just entered, some even sobbing with joy. She vaguely guessed something, only that the current atmosphere seemed unsuitable for conversation. Tong Mokshuyan held her for a very long time before letting go. Hua Nian Sheng looked over his shoulder, seeing her uncle standing behind. These two coming together to the airport to pick her up was clearly no small matter. "Uncle, why are you also here?" Hua Nian Sheng took 2 steps forward, thought for a moment, then hesitantly stretched out her arms. "Do you also want a hug? It is still better to treat everyone fairly." "I'm gone." As soon as she got off the plane, she already started to drive me mad. However, he still opened his arms to hug his niece, patting her back. "It's good that you've returned safely." Hua Nian Sheng, after finishing the hug, only then remembered to turn her head and look back at the group of fellow students from the same flight. The expressions on their faces could not hide their astonishment. Tong Mokshuyan's Hangshuyan group was still, to this day, the diamond sponsor of their laboratory, and Hua Kamgon was also the CEO of the V. Yen Hang group that they all knew. Yet these two people not only came together to the airport to pick up their fellow student, one hugged her and even gave her a kiss, while the other she called her youngest uncle. The gazes of the fellow students looking at Hua Nian Sheng at this moment were no different from looking at a grand figure hiding their identity. Professor Tran's wife and children also came forward one after another. As for the other fellow students whose families were not in this locality, as soon as they turned on their phones almost caught fire from a barrage of calls and messages. It was clear that the incident this flight had encountered was much more serious than what they had thought. Originally, Hua Nian Sheng intended to take a taxi home, but Tong Mokshuyan and Hua Kamgon were both here. After retrieving her luggage, saying goodbye to the professor and her fellow students, she went with them. Outside, there was a group of reporters waiting to interview passengers who had just disembarked, wanting to know what had exactly happened on the plane in the past 2 or 3 hours. Hua Nian Sheng went with Tong Mokshuyan and Hua Kamgon, so she was not stopped by reporters. Arriving at the parking lot, Hua Kamgon said he had to go home to sleep, not bothering to pay attention to the two of them, and drove away by himself. Sitting in Tong Mokshuyan's passenger seat, Hua Nian Sheng browsed through all sorts of news online, only then realizing that this incident had caused a stir for several hours already. She had also told the two of them about the situation on the plane just now. According to the version she knew as a passenger, after the plane had taken off for a while, it encountered quite severe air turbulence, and it was highly likely that the plane itself also experienced a malfunction, leading to a loss of contact with the ground, having to circle in the air for quite a long time. To say it was terrifying was indeed true. There were passengers who had just finished using the restroom and returned to their seats, and before they could fasten their seatbelts, were thrown out of their seats and hit their heads, and there were also passengers and flight attendants who were hit by food carts. At that time, the overhead luggage and oxygen masks all fell down. To say one wasn't scared was certainly a lie. During the shaking, Hua Nian Sheng's mind also wandered, thinking about many things. She thought if she were really that unlucky, what would she do? She probably wouldn't even have time to write a will, and even if she wrote one, would it even be preserved? But the people she could think of were actually only a few. Human emotions at that moment all became much more fragile, until the plane stabilized again. In the loudspeaker, the calm voice of the captain resounded, saying that he congratulated everyone for having overcome the turbulence together, and they were preparing to land. However, it was only after embarking that she knew her flight had been on hot search for several hours. Now thinking back, it truly felt like she had just returned from the realm of death. Regarding the sudden situation of this flight, there was still no official announcement from the authorities online. Tong Mokshuyan looked as if he had truly been quite frightened tonight. He became much more silent. Around 3 in the morning, Hua Nian Sheng could still feel tiny kisses falling on her back. It was different from the passionate intensity, as if wanting to merge together a moment ago. This kiss was very quiet, but one could also hear a few very faint sounds. Tong Mak Shuyan's breath was very light, but the warmth that followed fell onto her skin. Hua Nian Sheng turned around and hugged Tong Mak Shuyan into her embrace. His head buried into her chest, her hand gently stroked his hair, her fingertips occasionally caressing his ear's rim. This close hug carried a comforting tenderness. She spoke in a very soft voice, "Let's go to sleep, you're tired." Tong Mak Shuyan hummed an "let's sleep." After this plain incident, the relationship between the two of them seemed to become even more intimate. Or rather, Tong Mak Shuyan displayed a more pronounced attachment. Because he had appeared in front of her fellow students, their relationship was no longer a secret. Tong Mak Shuyan, whether he was free or not, would often rush to the school to pick her up. It could only be said that, to a certain extent, Tong Mak Shuyan was not entirely an overly rational person when it came to matters of the heart. Of course, to speak of absolute rationality in love was completely empty words. For Hua Nian Sheng's 24th birthday, Tong Mak Shuyan used a helicopter to take her on a flight to the south, gifting her a house in the city she loved. The entire decoration was all done exactly according to her preferences. Hua Nian Sheng took a walk around, and afterwards gave her boyfriend a passionate kiss. "Darling, you're so wonderful, my husband never buys me a house." This coy tone, accompanied by the word darling, Tong Mak Shuyan knew instantly upon hearing it that his girlfriend had started playing a role again. He raised an eyebrow. "If your husband is so unreasonable, then leave him and come with me." He cooperated perfectly. The role-play continued. Hua Nian Sheng strained her voice and said, "Really, darling? I'll go back and divorce him immediately to marry you." Before her words were finished, Tong Mak Shuyan had pulled her to sit on his lap and chuckled softly. "Didn't you say you were going to study for a doctorate? Have you already considered marriage?" The result that Hua Nian Sheng was directly admitted to a doctorate program was actually known since last year. Currently, she was at the stage of defending her master's graduation thesis. Normally, there wouldn't be any problem after all. Professor Tran was already accustomed to fighting battles for his students, and at that time if Hua Nian Sheng was doing well, he would personally step in to help. The topic of marriage was something Hua Nian Sheng had actually never brought up with Tong Mak Shuyan. It was just that there were some things that didn't need to be explicitly stated. Marriage was a matter for two people. Tong Mak Shuyan also had nothing to be dissatisfied with the present. The urgings from family or outsiders, after all, he would only let them go in one ear and out the other. Although logically speaking it shouldn't be the case, occasionally Tong Mak Shuyan still thought whether marriage would truly make two people who loved each other become strangers and change to the point of being unrecognizable. His girlfriend, who was ecstatic because of the gifted house, at this moment gave him a sweet smile. "If it's with you, I might be a little willing." In these 2 years, wealthy woman little Hua had earned so much money that even she herself couldn't count it, nor did she know how many houses she could buy. Of course, the largest source of income was still dividend money from the Vien Hang Group and hefty lucky money gifts from her youngest uncle. In addition, Tong Mak Shuyan's supplementary credit cards were all in her hands. This went without saying. Words have been spoken to this extent. Tong Mai Chuan also began to think seriously about the matter of marriage. If one is to marry, a proposal is certainly necessary. Most people, when planning a proposal, more or less rely on friends. Su Jinyan and Su Xiao sat in the private room with not many people around, and on the table were spread out quite a few proposal plan handbooks. His expression was utterly stunned. "May I ask why I am sitting here?" Clearly, he is the maternal uncle of the girl, isn't he? Why must he sit here? Although Su Jinyan had seen through and accepted the fact that his best friend and his niece were in love, why must he also come to discuss proposal plans? Is he that unlucky? Su Xiao casually flipped through those proposal plans, remarking offhandedly, "Now these plans look even more reliable than when it was the two of us." Cold sweat streamed down. "What do you count as?" Guzhua said, sitting beside him with an even more stunned expression. "I even want to ask why I am here. Don't you know I'm currently heartbroken?" Young Master Gu, engaged for over a year, had been in a lukewarm relationship with his fiancée. Recently, the other party wanted to have children, but felt that Guzhua's genes might not be excellent enough, so she dumped him. A man like Guzhua, who had almost never been criticized in the eyes of his ex-lovers, was dumped by his fiancée for having supposedly inferior genes. Often, a man's psychological defenses can shatter that simply. Gu Zhuo racked his brains but couldn't understand, where exactly did she find his genes lacking? He was so furious that young Master Gu had to bring his nephew, who had just started his bilingual education in kindergarten, to confront his ex-fiancée. She merely uttered a comment that men at 30 are already declining, and she wanted to find someone in their 20s. This was probably the true reason. Gu Zhuo had dallied in the world for many years, but this was the first time he was completely seen through by a woman like this. She truly did not love him, yet Gu Zhuo himself had truly fallen deeply. The wedding was not cancelled, but she unilaterally ended their relationship with him, going to find a 20-year-old young man to have children, which was no different from cuckolding him. Young Master Gu had recently been busy making all sorts of spectacles for love, when suddenly his brothers dragged him over here to be their clown. He was truly resigned. Tong Maichuan, however, completely disregarded the plight of this brother of his. Although everyone in the room spoke in their own way, each held a plan book in their hand. Tong Maichuan's attitude was also very clear. To Su Jinyan he said, in any case you are Shang Shang's maternal uncle, what kind do you think she would like? To Gu Zhuo, he said, you were just brought along incidentally. If you truly don't want to look, you don't have to participate in the discussion. Anyway, your love life has turned out this way, so there's no reference value at all. Gu Zhuo, the deepest cut forever comes from those closest. Su Nian Sheng had no idea Tong Maichuan was planning to propose to her. She was busy with graduation. After graduating with her master's degree, she actually didn't need to pack yuk luggage. Either way, after a summer vacation, she would return to this same dorm room. Over the past 3 years, all her friends had found their own paths of development. Su Nian Sheng chose to pursue a PhD. As for her college roommates, Zheng Wenjing had been promoted to manager, with a raise and increased salary. Preparing to step onto the pinnacle of life, Fang Man had become a model with a bit of fame in the industry, owning a personal account with many followers, earning quite a sum of money. As for Yi Tian, she found a good job right after graduation, with a monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan, outperforming 80 of students who graduated in the same year. Investing time in making oneself better is always the most worthwhile thing. Su Nian Sheng wholeheartedly agreed with this. Surely, quite a few people thought that after graduating with her master's degree, she would probably marry Tong Maichuan or take a position at Yuan Hang. Most people did not believe that Su Nian Sheng's future achievements could surpass her maternal uncle by much. A Su Jinyan who rose above social classes in just a few short years was extremely rare. He possessed all the elements of auspicious timing, geographical advantage, and human unity, and furthermore, Su Jinyan himself was not limited by education, and his courage was big enough. These were all factors in his success. Su Nian Sheng finally completed her thesis, and the graduation process still had to be carried out. This year's graduation photos had been taken, not much different from her university days. Everyone who needed to be there had arrived. Her college roommates and Lin Yi Luo were all present. Her maternal uncle and aunt brought little Su Yuan Dan, who was still wobbling as he walked, to present flowers. Because of his exceedingly adorable appearance, little Su Yuan Dan successively became a toy in the hands of Su Nian Sheng's classmates and friends. Her maternal uncle spoke without restraint, saying his son looked a bit like Su Nian Sheng when she was little, leading to the maternal uncle having to endure even more enthusiastic teasing. The little boy eventually looked at his parents for help, which only made the surrounding older students and friends laugh even more merrily. Tong Maichuan naturally also came. He prepared flowers and graduation gifts, and this year he continued to be Su Nian Sheng's personal photographer. The two also took photos together. This graduation photoshoot also brought back many memories because the last time the scene was quite similar. It was still the same people, only everyone's identities had somewhat changed now. Su Nian Sheng's summer vacation after her master's graduation was very leisurely, so leisurely that she even had time to go to the gym. Normally she wasn't very keen on working out, but when idle she wanted to get out and move her limbs a bit. After about half a month of training, her 11-pack abs, which had once disappeared due to laziness, began to reappear. Tong Maichuan usually loved to touch them. It wasn't until he took a few days off for himself and invited Su Nian Sheng to go out together that the two finally had some real time alone. The itinerary was arranged by Tong Maichuan. Even their travel used a private helicopter. They arrived at an island for a holiday. Su Nian Sheng, right up until landing, had always thought this was a normal vacation. Tong Maichuan must have earned too much money in the past 2 years. He splurged to rent the entire island. Besides the staff serving them, there was no one else on the sea. Hua Nian Sheng loved the flower garden cultivated on the island. It looked incredibly lush and beautiful, though of course the swing in the gazebo by the entrance was what she loved most. Facts prove that as long as a man has a heart, money and generosity, he can create many surprises. As soon as she stepped into their bedroom, Hua Nian Sheng discovered that the wardrobe was filled with clothes she had recently set her eyes on but hadn't yet bought, and the dressing table was fully stocked with cosmetics and skincare products. No wonder he said she didn't need to pack much luggage. Did you secretly look at my shopping cart? Tong Maichuan, it doesn't count as peeking before that. You were playing on your phone and fell asleep. I just glanced at it. He smiled, defending himself. Don't you like it? Hua Nian Sheng looked around, finally clucked her tongue as she looked at Tong Maichuan and say, "ID acting like such an overbearing CEO, do you not want to live anymore?" Every day he tells her to surf the net less, to play with fewer random memes, but she never listens. Chapter 93 Rolls all messed up. What was called a retreat was in reality just moving to another place to stay for a few days. Hua Nian Sheng had long since seen through this truth, but it was undeniable. The scenery here was very beautiful, the service was also good, and most importantly, one could still participate in activities like swimming or scuba diving. As for scuba diving, she was just a newbie, unable to stray far from her instructor. But the world beneath the sea was endlessly wondrous, and within the safe perimeter, exploring was also a kind of joy. In the evening, Hua Nian Sheng wore a long spaghetti strap dress, strolling hand in hand with Tong Maichuan on the sandy beach. The sea breeze blew past, her long hair gently fluttered. After completing her graduation thesis, Hua Nian Sheng had gotten her hair permed in large waves, making her whole self exude a slightly more mature aura. In these past few years, her transformation was undeniable. After all, time never passed without leaving its mark. Under the tempering of the years, Hua Nian Sheng had gained a few more touches of a scholarly aura, even though she had studied engineering for 7 or 8 years straight. Or perhaps it was because, having been by Tong Maichuan's side for so long, she had always learned something from him. That Ra made her look like a cool goddess. Just stepping out the door was enough to captivate gazes. Even at Du University, she still made quite a few younger students utterly infatuated. Previously, Hua Nian Sheng had once substitute taught a specialized course for her advising professor. After that class, Professor Tran had complained to her that he had fallen out of favor. It was not uncommon for students to substitute for teachers for 1 or 2 classes, but this was the first time Professor Tran felt his position was threatened. Before, even when his rather good-looking male students substitute taught, he never saw a significant student reaction, because the majority in class were still male students, and female students usually maintained more reserve. But Hua Nian Sheng's appearance had broken this balance. Male students liked her and female students liked her too. After that one substitute class, Hua Nian Sheng received quite a few friend requests, both male and female. Some even audaciously tried to flirt with her, leaving her no choice but to confess that she already had a boyfriend. Tong Maichuan's qualities were truly worthy of showing off, and most people, after making the comparison, voluntarily chose to give up. Tong Maichuan hadn't seemed to change at all in the past 2 years. He even drank less alcohol, perhaps making great efforts to maintain his health and a perfect physique. Dating a girlfriend 6 or 7 years, his junior had perhaps truly brought him a slight sense of crisis. Tong Maichuan, look, why are there so many stars here? Hua Nian Sheng had almost forgotten when she last saw such a star-filled sky. After all, it was impossible to see when in the city. Tong Maichuan also looked up at the sky in the direction she pointed him. It's truly beautiful. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly stopped, her gaze sweeping across Tong Maichuan's face. She asked, "What's wrong with you?" Tong Maichuan, why do you ask that? Hua Nian Sheng quite trusted her intuition. She said, I don't know, but you're too quiet tonight. Tong Maichuan was absolutely not a taciturn person normally. He was very articulate. It merely depended on whether he chose to speak. Tonight he looked as if he had something on his mind. Hearing that, Tong Maichuan suddenly smiled faintly. Perhaps it's because I'm a bit nervous tonight. Nervous? Before Hua Nian Sheng could even react, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the horizon. Startled by her lack of preparation, She instinctively lunged into Tong Mok Xian's embrace. It took about 2 or 3 seconds before she realized what was happening, turning her head to look up at the sky, where brilliant fireworks were blooming in midair. At first there were only 1 or 2 bursts, then a continuous series of fireworks launched upward, exploding to form a magnificent spectacle in the sky. But that was only the beginning. After the fireworks display, the area around them suddenly became brilliantly lit. The equipment that Hua Nian Sheng hadn't paid much attention to during the day now projected a completely different scene onto this beach. All around, a vast snowscape had appeared at some unknown moment. Accompanied by the resounding fireworks were large blue streaks of light, as if emanating from the horizon. Aside from not feeling cold at that moment, Hua Nian Sheng felt as if she had time-traveled to winter, finding herself at the North Pole, gazing at the aurora borealis she had always longed for. For a moment, Hua Nian Sheng even wondered if she was living in some science fiction world. But this scene, though it looked incredibly realistic, was in fact a special effect created by burning money, blending an unknown number of optical principles with immense human and material resources. While Hua Nian Sheng was still lost in thought, she heard Tong Mok Xian say, "This winter, let's go together to photograph the aurora borealis. Okay?" She looked back at Tong Mok Xian's face and saw him, as if performing magic, conjure a red rose to give her. Hua Nian Sheng seemed to have realized something. She burst out laughing, opening her mouth to ask Tong Mok Xian, "Shouldn't you kneel down first?" That Hua Nian Sheng would proactively remind him of the procedure Tong Mok Xian had expected. It was indeed something she was capable of. He smiled, taking a small box from his pocket, a very tiny and exquisite box. No wonder Hua Nian Sheng hadn't noticed it until now. Tong Mok Xian knelt on one knee, raising his head to look at Yue Nian Sheng, his eyes brimming with a playful smile. "Hua Nian Sheng, will you marry me?" He had always spoken gently, and it was no different now. Hua Nian Sheng looked at the ring in the box. It was a very sparkling diamond ring. It didn't look small in the slightest. Hua Nian Sheng had a fondness for collecting colored gemstones in the past 2 or 3 years. Besides the pieces Tong Mok Xian had given her, she had also personally bought several sets, or scattered a few beautiful individual items, all of which added up to quite a collection. But a simple diamond ring like this seemed uncharacteristically common for her. Tong Mok Xian was not in a hurry either, patiently waiting for her answer. "If I don't agree tonight, what will you do?" Hua Nian Sheng asked. "It's fine," Tong Mok Xian replied very quickly. "We can arrange it for next time. Besides, not agreeing to a proposal doesn't mean we have to break up." Hua Nian Sheng looked at the fireworks still blooming and the projection effect so realistic it made one feel utterly immersed. She was silent for a moment, then held out her left hand. She was a practical person. "Don't bother with the next time. Next time, just transfer the money directly to my card." Spending so much money like this, she also felt a pang of regret. Tong Mok Chuan understood her meaning. He smiled and took her left hand, slipping the diamond ring onto her finger. "Stand up, stand up." Although a ceremony was being performed, Hua Nian Sheng couldn't shake the str. "And feeling as if it were my beloved subject, rise." Tong Mok Chuan did not let go of Hua Nian Sheng's hand. He held her left hand to gaze at it. "It's truly beautiful," he praised sincerely. Hua Nian Sheng was still concerned about the fireworks and surrounding effects, and asked in a low voice, "Can these things stop now? They're too expensive." Little Hua's spending principle: save when one should save, spend when one should spend. "We have to wait a little longer," Tong Mok Chuan said. Hua Nian Sheng, "Half an hour," Tong Mok Chuan said. "The money has all been paid. Please watch it all for my sake, okay? Is it charged by the minute or by the second?" "By the second." Utter extravagance. Regarding Tong Mok Chuan's habit of spending money like water, Hua Nian Sheng had long since experienced it. After all, he came from a prominent family, never lacking money, big or small, from childhood to adulthood, and he himself was not vague at all in earning money, truly a standard capitalist. She gloomily uttered, "You even left me half an hour to think. I truly thank you." Tong Mok Chuan also had a bit of a sense of humor. He chuckled. "Then I also thank you for not making me actually kneel for half an hour." Tong Mok Chuan's successful proposal was something that couldn't be hidden. Both of them posted it on their friends' circle. Hua Kamgon and the group of people who had participated in discussing the proposal plan simultaneously emerged, collectively accusing Tong Mok Chuan of someone who crossed the bridge and then pulled up the planks. When ideas needed to be discussed, he remembered them, but the result was that at the actual event, he didn't give them even a single chance to participate. Hua Nian Sheng, however, clearly understood why it was so. She and Tong Mokchuan were actually both people who very much liked private space, and at important moments in life, the witnessing of family and friends was actually not necessarily mandatory. For example, with this proposal, afterwards there would still be an engagement ceremony and a wedding, and it wouldn't be too late for them to participate then. Tong Mokchuan fundamentally didn't feel any pang of conscience at all about his crossing the bridge and then pulling up the planks. He even hugged Hua Nian Sheng and gave her a kiss, saying if they were here, there would be no sleep tonight. This remark came true about 2 months later. During their engagement ceremony, all of Tong Mokchuan's and Hua Nian Sheng's family and friends, married or unmarried, stayed up late and partied hard. As for now, after the proposal was done, it was time for the step of meeting the families. Actually, this step had already passed long ago. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan had been in love for a total of about 3 years. Especially in these past 2 years at some parties that Hua Nian Sheng attended, she always met members of the Tong family. Tong Mokchuan's parents naturally also met her as a junior during these 2 years of public relationship. Every year she prepared gifts to send to his parents and grandfather. This was not only because she was Tong Mokchuan's girlfriend, but also because she was Hua Kamgon's niece, and some rules of social etiquette ultimately still had to be fully observed. Tong Mokchuan's parents broadly accepted Hua Nian Sheng last year's birthday and this year's. She both received gifts prepared by Ba Tru. Every time a gift arrived, it was always very impressive. This year the gift was a raw jade bangle of lush green. It could be seen that it had been collected for many years, exactly the kind that could be brought out as a family heirloom. When Tong Mokchuan mentioned the matter of coming to the Hua family's house to discuss the marriage, at the dining table there were Hua Kamgon and his wife, Mr. Tong, Ba Tru, Hua Nian Sheng, Tong Mokchuan, and an energetic boy named Hua Yuandan. Normally, Hua Kamgon and his wife, in front of Mr. Tong and Ba Tru, both referred to themselves as juniors, but now they were suddenly forced to be of equal standing, becoming in-laws. Overall, everyone discussed things quite smoothly. At Tong Mokchuan's age, in his parents' eyes, he was already an old bachelor. For him to be able to find a girl he liked to marry was not an easy thing. Although there was a slight gap in the actual standing of the two families, it was also acceptable. Both did not lack money and both were generous. Until Ba Tru began to utter the class sick line, "Please rest assured. From now on we will definitely treat Sen like our own biological daughter." Saying this, she herself also paused a little. It was truly strange. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng felt as if she was forcibly elevated in status. Her uncle normally called them Chu Thim. According to the original seniority, Hua Nian Sheng should have called them Ongba grandparents, but now she called them Biasi Tre Biasi Gai uncle and aunt, used for parents-in-law. Utterly bizarre. At the same time, realizing the confusion regarding seniority, Mr. Tong's foot under the table kicked his son once. This scoundrel was actually his own son. But this joke about status spared no one, including the 3-year-old boy Su Yuandan. His parents, even before their son learned to speak, had already not allowed him to call Tong Mokchuan godfather. Now, he should rightfully call him brother-in-law. The one truly demoted in status was Tong Mokchuan, but it was also something he brought upon himself. Thus, he had to bear the consequences of his own actions. After the marriage was decided, Hua Nian Sheng followed Tong Mokchuan back to the old Tong family home to visit his grandfather. Of course, when they arrived, it wasn't just old Mr. Tong there. Tong Mokchuan's uncles, aunts, and other family members also flocked there, as if to see what kind of girl she truly was, the one who finally made Tong Mokchuan think of marriage. Before meeting her, the point old Mr. Tong was most satisfied with about this granddaughter-in-law was her academic background. A girl who continuously improved herself in her professional field. Very good. After meeting her, the old man found her personality and way of speaking to be very agreeable. When young people marry, from an adult's perspective, suitability is naturally more important than liking. The liking of the vast majority of people doesn't last long. Feelings born from a burst of hormones will dissipate with time. In the case of Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan, time was still needed for verification. Some clichés weren't just casually spoken and then over. Marriage actually involved many things to worry about, but money could avoid many troubles. For example, Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Maichuan only needed to consider their own preferences. Before the marriage, there was also an engagement party. Hua Nian Sheng's ceremonial dress for that day was urgently custom-made within a month. But fortunately, the final result when she wore it also made people satisfied. The engagement party wasn't actually held too grandly, only inviting relatives, friends, and company partners. The companies here referred to the company under Tong Maichuan's management and Su Jinyan's Yuan Heng Group. This marriage at first glance even carried a hint of a commercial alliance. Sometimes even Hua Nian Sheng herself was a little suspicious after 3 years of love. Did it finally turn into a commercial alliance? Su Jinyan, as a relative by marriage, as soon as he appeared, was asked all sorts of questions by his mischievous friends. How will the status between you and Tong Maichuan be decided from now on? If you don't know how to speak, go be a mute. Chapter 94 Marriage. On the evening of the engagement party, quite a few relatives and friends stayed to socialize, so rooms had been arranged in advance. On such a joyous day, not having a little wine seemed out of the ordinary. During the day, Hua Nian Sheng, fearing she might say strange things after drinking alcohol, only drank fruit juice. Now it was evening, and most of the elders had already gone home. Except for Hua Nian Sheng's maternal uncle, who brought his wife and children to stay overnight, there probably weren't many other older people present. Hua Nian Sheng, as usual, was a novice when it came to alcohol tolerance. After just 2 glasses, she already began to feel dizzy, leaning her head on Tong Maichuan's shoulder, her eyes appearing less than sharp. Earlier, she had casually picked any wine from the table, simply choosing it because the bottle was pretty, without bothering to check the alcohol content. Now, 2 glasses were enough to knock her out. Tong Maichuan had been offered quite a few drinks, but at this moment, he still appeared very sober. It was quite noisy around them. Some people were playing mahjong, some were playing cards, and some were even playing truth or dare. A few people too lazy to join the group games gathered in a corner to watch a MOV together. Anyway, food and drinks were generously served here, primarily for enjoyment, and the 2 main figures of the engagement ceremony didn't need everyone to flock around them. Are you sleepy? He lowered his head and asked her. Hua Nian Sheng's voice sounded soft and yielding. She rested her head on his shoulder and shook her head. I don't know, my head feels so heavy. Let me lean on you for a bit. Tong Maichuan chuckled softly. Shall we go upstairs to rest? Hua Nian Sheng had no objections. It was no longer early among this crowd. There were certainly some who would play through the night, but the 2 of them had no intention of wildly following suit. Su Jinyan at 10 o'clock had already carried his sleepy son upstairs with his wife to go to bed. Who cared how late the crowd downstairs would party? Tong Maichuan helped Hua Nian Sheng upstairs. Her cerebellum had probably been quite numbed by the alcohol. Even with Tong Maichuan supporting her, she still walked unsteadily. The next second, her whole body suddenly swayed instinctively. She wrapped her arms around Tong Maichuan's neck, only then belatedly looking down at the ground. Why didn't you ask before carrying me? Hua Nian Sheng mumbled in complaint. Tong Maichuan admitted his fault very quickly. I was wrong. Next time I'll give you a warning. Their room was arranged on the highest floor. The third separated from the downstairs commotion, and her ears suddenly became quiet. Hua Nian Sheng kicked off her high heels and collapsed onto the bed, opening her eyes to look at the ceiling with a hazy gaze. Tong Maichuan took off his vest, casually hung it on the rack, then sat down on the bed and looked at her. Hua Nian Sheng squinted her eyes, then suddenly blurted out a sentence. Tong Maichuan, why do I see 2 of you? Is that so? There are 2 of me? Tong Maichuan leaned down to look at her, finding Hua Nian Sheng's drunken expression truly adorable. Hua Nian Sheng reached out her hand wanting to touch his face but kept missing. She had to wait for him to take her hand and place it on his face before she could touch it. After a few touches, she herself burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Tong Maichuan asked. Hua Nian Sheng said, you look quite handsome. Thank you, you look very beautiful too. Tong Maichuan politely returned the compliment, and both praised each other. Having been praised, Hua was even happier. She not only reached out her hand to caress Tong Maichuan's face but also, with the flow, slid her hand down to his lips, chin, and then to his neck. Her long, slender fingertips lightly plucked at his Adam's apple. For this engagement ceremony, Hua Nian Sheng had specially gone to get her nails done, a type of design that craftsmen had to spend 6 or 7 hours to complete. The elaborately painted set of nails, combined with her already beautiful hands, made her hands at this moment look extremely captivating. Her hand continued to lower, her index finger hook Ed into his collar, and then playfully grabbed his tie. The tie was pulled askew, but Hua Nian Sheng turned to admire her fingernails. This set of nails had only been done for 2 days. She was utterly enchanted by them, and was still in a phase full of excitement. Tong Mokchuan let her hand wander freely, while he suddenly raised his hand to unbutton his shirt. Unbuttoning the top 2 was still not enough. He continued to unbutton down to the 3rd. No matter how slow Hua Nian Sheng's reaction was, she recognized his intention. She released her hands, intending to roll deeper into the bed, but she was grabbed by the ankle and pulled back. Tong Mokchuan, what are you running from? Are you planning to go straight to sleep without removing your makeup or showering? Hua Nian Sheng became a little more sober. She intended to prop herself up to sit. Then I'll go remove my makeup now. But it was also unsuccessful. Tong Mokchuan reached out and took the jacket he had just removed, placing it beneath Hua Nian Sheng's body. She refused to lie still, and he gave her a smack on her bottom. Don't cause any more trouble. We're not changing the bedsheets tonight. That vest jacket of Tong Mokchuan's was custom-made by a famous Italian designer, and could not be wet-washed. After tonight, he probably wouldn't even bother sending it for dry cleaning, considering several 100,000 currency units as a one-time use. Hua Nian Sheng, when drunk, truly possessed a certain charm quite different from her usual self. But Tong Mokchuan was truly a little impatient. The waistline of her formal dress was perfectly designed to hug her figure, and to completely remove it, he had to find the right spot. He lacked the patience to find it, and his strength was considerable. One careless moment tore her 7-figure formal dress to shreds. Hua Nian Sheng had already been teased by him to the point where physiological tears welled up as soon as the sound of tearing fabric rang out. Her cries also burst forth. You brute, compensate me for my dress. Who? Normally, Tong Mokchuan distinguished very clearly which items could be torn and which could not. This kind, both expensive and possessing sentimental value, was absolutely not to be torn. Compensate, I'll compensate you with 10 dresses. Don't cry anymore. Tong Mokchuan lowered his head and kissed her tears. Since Tong Mokchuan had said 10 dresses, it was certainly 10 dresses. Hua Nian Sheng was immediately half-coaxed, and she asked again, so, in summary, do you want to hear me cry or not cry? Tong Mokchuan. He reached out and covered Hua Nian Sheng's mouth, leaning close to her ear to whisper, what kind of crying I want to hear. Surely you still don't understand? After speaking, he also fell silent. In the room where the lights had been dimmed, only the sounds of collision and soft moans could be heard. Tong Mokchuan cast his eyes down at his fiancée. From her gaze, he seemed to see that she had some thing she wanted to say. After a moment of hesitation, he still let go of her hand and asked, darling, what do you want to say? Hua Nian Sheng at this moment was opening her beautiful, somewhat hazy eyes, both hands tightly gripping Tong Mokchuan's arm. Her mind was actually still not fully clear. Tong Mokchuan heard her say, now, thinking about 10 new dresses, I can't cry anymore, so how about I perform a little something for you? Perform. Speaking of how to use a single word to hurt a man, Tong Mokchuan knew Hua Nian Sheng would say astonishing things after drinking, but this particular remark still caught him completely off guard. His eyes darkened and he reached out to flip Hua Nian Sheng over, gently patting her bottom. Lie still, let me see how you perform. Tong Mokchuan had originally intended to rest early. Had it not been for Hua Nian Sheng's death-defying remark, he would have planned as such. Following that, Hua Nian Sheng's pleas and sweet words, carried with her crying, all received a gentle and encouraging compliment, darling. Well performed. It was just that his tone was gentle but his actions were not. Afterwards, Hua Nian Sheng had finished removing her makeup, and Tong Mokchuan, bare-chested from the waist up, was untangling the small braids from her head. Hua Nian Sheng had changed into a teal silk slip dress, drowsily dozing off. But she still didn't forget to accuse him with a few words. Tong Mokchuan, you've changed. Is that so, Songma? Zishuyan's tone had no ripples. The movements of his hands did not stop, carefully undoing each braid. What has changed? You are becoming more and more rough. You weren't like this before. Before, they were still in the stage of getting to know and explore each other's bodies. Whenever a new territory was explored, Song Mokshuyan would ask her feelings, afraid of hurting her, and afraid of her discomfort. Of course, this exploration was from both sides. Don't you like it that way? Song Mokshuyan asked softly. Then just now when I intended to pull out, why didn't you let me? Hua Nian Sheng. Finally completing the great task of undoing the braids, Hua Nian Sheng fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Song Mokshuyan leaned over and watched her for a while. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Then leaned in close to kiss her cheek before turning off the light to sleep. When Hua Nian Sheng and Song Mokshuyan became engaged, it was already the end of the summer vacation. The actual wedding ceremony or going to register their marriage would have to wait for another day. However, truly from that day on, Hua Nian Sheng felt that her status seemed to have changed. Those who knew her but were not very close, when conversing, unconsciously became more formal and respectful, including some people whose age and seniority were both above Hua Nian Sheng. In their eyes, Hua Nian Sheng existed with the identity of Mrs. Song. Regarding this matter, little Hua was melancholy for half a day, finally asking her fiancé, who was engrossed in the acquisition of his company, tell me, when will they be respectful to me like this because I am Hua Nian Sheng? Song Mokshuyan lifted his eyes from the tablet, glancing at his fiancé's trophies and certificates on the display cabinet in the house. His tone calm. Soon, just a few more years. Approximately a few more years, the magazines he often read would probably also publish interviews with his wife. Hua Nian Sheng sighed. Being by your side is really stressful. President Song did not quite agree with this statement. Thank you. Being by your side, the pressure is just as great. Some people even criticized his academic qualifications as not being on par with his partners. During her PhD studies, Hua Nian Sheng had no concept of most diligent but only more diligent. Every so often she would write an essay, occasionally go to a certain university for academic exchange, and sometimes even take on extra work assigned by the professor to earn some pocket money. The wedding was planned for about half a year, from wedding gowns to formal attire, then to the venue, procedures and guest list. Every single detail had to be executed. Actually, Hua Nian Sheng and Song Mokshuyan were not the most exhausted people. The event planning company's side was the most exhausted. They were afraid the clients would not be satisfied. Although normally for weddings, no one expects clients to return for a second time, but with clients of this stature, a single negative review would be enough to cause them to go out of business. The wedding photos were taken around National Day, at which time the weather was not yet very cold. But changing clothes and hairstyles continuously for several sets, Hua Nian Sheng later regretted it a little, wishing she had chosen a few fewer sets. It must be said that, with beautiful models, the photographer's creative passion also soared. They even wanted to spontaneously add a few free play scenes for Hua Nian Sheng and Song Mokshuyan. Just the wedding photo shoot alone took several days. Hua Nian Sheng was so tired that she no longer wanted to get married. Song Mokshuyan? On the day of the wedding ceremony, when Hua Nian Sheng put on the elaborately handcrafted wedding gown, the astonishment in Song Mokshuyan's eyes was still real. However, there was one thing: if he dared to mess up this wedding dress, Hua Nian Sheng could get so angry that she would divorce him on the spot. The wedding dress was truly the most high-end design, unique in the world with many handcrafted details. Even the designer himself might not be able to create a second identical one. It was so expensive that only a string of numbers remained. Previously, Hua Nian Sheng hadn't exercised much, so her stomach had a little excess fat. It took a month of strict weight loss to achieve a satisfactory effect when wearing it. At the ceremony hall, Hua Jinan walked hand in hand with his niece Orig, finally wanting to say something tearful. As a result, Song Mokshuyan looked at him and uttered a single word: uncle. This form of address truly made people feel chilled. Chapter 95: Bridal Chamber. The wedding of Hua Nian Sheng and Song Mokshuyan, among affluent weddings, though not necessarily the most solemn, certainly had no problem making it into the top most luxurious weddings. The wedding was planned for half a year. Even the venue was selected with extreme meticulousness. The decor at the venue and the guest list were enough to show the caliber of this ceremony. Not a few prominent figures who typically only appeared in economic magazines or prestigious publications were present. This was not only out of respect for the Song family and the Hua family, but partly also out of respect for Hua Nian Sheng herself. Knowing how to leverage relationships and present oneself at the right time was also a good method to expand one's network of connections. Hua Nian Sheng's path was not the same as Song Mokshuyan's or Hua Jinnan's. They were currently capitalists. While Nian Sheng's main identity was still a student, she still carried a very unique personal charm. At the wedding, not a few people came forward, their first words of blessing always being "May you soon have a precious son." If it were only this sentence, then it would be fine. Most people considered this saying a fixed line of dialogue, automatically pouring out according to routine whenever the right context arose. However, there was someone who did not understand the situation. While receiving guests, Hua Nian Sheng wore a red cheongsam, and Song Mai-chuan was predestined to drink no small amount of alcohol that day. Several of his close friends had specially flown back from abroad to attend the wedding, just waiting to get him drunk. Hua Nian Sheng also had a table reserved for her own friends. Someone suddenly approached and said a few congratulatory words. Hua Nian Sheng did not know the other party, but strangers at a wedding were not few, so she merely politely thanked them and finished. But the other party added another sentence: "When do you two plan to have children? If you give birth to a child early, the Song family will also be happy." Hua Nian Sheng still no plans yet. To be honest, before graduating, she had never had this intention. This statement probably touched some nerve of the other party. She feigned surprise. "How can that be? Don't just think because you're still young now. Wait a few more years and your physical condition won't be as good as now. Whether you can give birth or not is still uncertain. Who knows? Outside there might even be plenty of people wanting to give birth in your place." As soon as she finished speaking, before Hua Nian Sheng could react, the bridesmaids and friends beside her all turned gloomy-faced. Lam Not Lak's temper was originally not very pleasant. She questioned bluntly, "Hey, who are you, lady? It's their happy day, yet you come here to spread saleless rumors about the groom?" That woman did not look too old, around 30. Lam Not Lak did not know her, but someone at the table still recognized her. Duong Q, who had previously danced a song with Hua Nian Sheng at a birthday party, smirked. Lately, she had cut her hair short. Not being a bridesmaid for Hua Nian Sheng, she wore a brown leather jacket, looking even cooler than the groomsmen, as if she had come here to steal the groom's spotlight. Truong Tian Dao, don't regard everyone as being like your useless old husband, and don't regard everyone as being like you. The eldest young lady of the Duong family, upon opening her mouth, was extremely sharp. "If you don't know how to speak, then shut your mouth. Why come here to spoil the mood?" Tu happened to be passing by, saw this situation, and immediately asked what was happening. Hua Nian Sheng replied, "It's nothing. Aunt, you just continue with your work. I'll sit here for a moment and then come over." The bride's main position was at the main table. She only came over here to chat with her close group of sisters. Tu realized something. Her gaze swept across the only person standing by the table, and she softly said, "Trong Tian Dao, long time no see. Please come with me to talk for a bit." This short scene thus ended. Hua Nian Sheng then only heard the others at the table talk about that woman's identity. Her elders, when they were young, had some deep acquaintance with old Mr. Song. Seems when they just graduated from university, the adults once wanted to bring the two together, but it didn't work out. After that, Truong Tian Dao fell in love with someone else, got married several years ago, and has also given birth to her second child. It's just that her old husband has endless mistresses outside, and she herself couldn't be open-minded about it. She doesn't want to and doesn't dare to divorce, tormenting herself until she even fell ill. "Don't pay attention to those crazy words," she just said. Sen, you are different. If you're not living happily, then just divorce freely." The whole table was full of young girls chattering. It was someone else's wedding, yet the topic of conversation had already jumped to divorce. On Song Mai-chuan's side, after being plied with several rounds of drinks by the shameless group of men, he intended to return to the main table but discovered his wife had not yet returned. He walked over just in time to hear them discussing divorce affair. Single. If he had arrived a little later, surely his wife would no longer be his. Anyway, it was a happy day. Song Mai-chuan calmly greeted them with a word, then led his wife away. But from then on, in the heart of this man beyond 30, a slight sense of crisis also arose. Later, whenever Hua Nian Sheng, in her capacity as a married woman, went to meet her close group of sisters privately, before she left the door, Song Mai-chuan would occasionally and solemnly ask a question. "Wife, after gathering with them, do you still love me?" Hua Nian Sheng. Throughout the long day of the wedding, both the bride and groom were completely exhausted. Hua Nian Sheng woke up at 4 or 5 in the morning. The night before, she was a little sleepless, mainly because she started from her maternal uncle's house, and the bridesmaids also stayed with her. Young girls always have endless things to talk about. The third floor was originally Hua Nian Sheng's territory, and her friends were also arranged to sleep there. The rooms had been fully prepared. The result was, after chatting for a long time, some slept on her bed, others lay sprawling on her room's floor asleep. The next morning when the makeup team arrived, what met their eyes was a room full of girls. Daytime, Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan had changed several outfits. Currently, she was wearing a red cheongsam and matching high heels, lying sprawled on the bed, unwilling to move. Tong Mokshuyan was no better. He was sitting on the living room sofa out there trying to sober up. His social connections were indeed excellent. The chosen groomsmen were all willing to shield him from drinks, but they also couldn't stop the even more numerous mischievous friends. Guzhua was supposed to have gotten married earlier than them. Tong Mokshuyan had even intended to be his best man. But there was no other way. Young Master Gu was truly the type where the tables have turned today. Serving as his groomsman, he had to endure no small amount of suffering. The end of the wedding, guests gradually dispersed. Hua Nian Sheng only managed to hold on until seeing the bridesmaids off into their cars. At the wedding, besides the interesting maternal uncle Su Jinyan, there were also two little flower girls, Su Yuandan and Tong Chao Chao. One was Hua Nian Sheng's little brother, the other was Tong Mokshuyan's maternal niece. The little girl was about 3 years older than Su Yuandan. The two children, holding hands, walked onto the stage looking like two dolls, one big and one small. The image of the two children holding hands was very adorable. As they walked up to deliver the rings, they were still chattering and discussing something with each other. The guests present at that time all couldn't help but laugh. Hua Nian Sheng lay for a while, then sat up. She walked barefoot on the floor out to the living room. Tong Mokshuyan was wearing a Chinese-style suit matching her cheongsam, but at this moment he had taken off his jacket. Only a shirt remained with an embroidered pattern on the chest identical to that on her dress. On the coffee table was a half-finished glass of honey water. Hua Nian Sheng approached, reaching out to touch his face. The temperature on his face was slightly higher than her palm. Tong Mokshuyan opened his eyes. "Go back to bed and sleep," Hua Nian Sheng said softly. Tong Mokshuyan pressed his face into her palm, then reached out and pulled her down to sit. Perhaps seeing her walking barefoot, he decisively lifted at her 2 feet and placed them on his lap, forcing Hua Nian Sheng to adjust her sitting posture. Tong Mokshuyan placed his hand on the top of her foot, letting out a soft "Tsk, why didn't you put on slippers? Don't you know how cold your feet usually are?" Hua Nian Sheng intended to lower her feet, but Tong Mokshuyan held them tightly, not allowing her to. "It's not cold in the house," she argued. Tong Mokshuyan clearly rarely drank this much. His alcohol tolerance compared to Hua Nian Sheng's was excellent. Every time she drank with him, without exception, it was always her who got drunk. After moving into their new house, there was a wine cabinet in the room filled with fine wines. Hua Nian Sheng was curious about the taste, so one evening Tong Mokshuyan opened a bottle to drink with her. But she had barely finished 2 glasses when she felt things were not going well. The alcohol took effect too quickly. As a result, she collapsed right there. Fortunately, they were drinking at home. The next day, Tong Mokshuyan reminded her, saying that after she got drunk, she kept insisting on performing bare-chested ice smashing for him. Now, rarely seeing Tong Mokshuyan drunk, Hua Nian Sheng looked up at his profile, suddenly asking, "Are you drunk?" Tong Mokshuyan didn't understand why she asked, but still replied yes. In Hua Nian Sheng's memory, her impressions of Tong Mokshuyan being drunk were actually not many. There were a few times. The first time was before they fell in love at his house. That time he was probably truly drunk. Even when she nearly fell onto him, he didn't know. After that, one summer, a year after they had been together, they hadn't met for half a month. In the middle of the night, Nian Sheng vaguely received a call from Tong Mokshuyan. His tone on the phone sounded nothing like usual. He had said many corny things. "Then give me your hand," Hua Nian Sheng said, amused, wanting to tease him a little. Tong Mokshuyan obediently extended his hand. His hands, no matter when, always looked very beautiful, very much to the aesthetic taste of most people. "Give me the other hand too." He complied. Hua Nian Sheng, "Then shake hands with me." Tong Mokshuyan finally spoke up. "Are you teasing a dog?" Hua Nian Sheng burst into several peals of laughter. "Then call me wife." Tong Mokshuyan chuckled softly, glancing at her, his charming eyes rarely showing such a dreamy haze. "Wife." Their gazes met. Tong Mokshuyan lowered his head and kissed her. Hua Nian Sheng said, "Let's go to the bedroom, otherwise you'll fall asleep on the sofa later." And I won't have any way to carry you in. Tong Mok Shuyan hummed. Once I'll go take a shower first. Today I was in a commotion with them, my whole body is drenched in sweat. Having said that, he stood up, his figure swayed a little. Hua Nian Sheng felt a slight doubt, wondering if he could walk in a straight line. But Tong Mok Shuyan indeed still walked very steadily, so she also let him be. Anyway, today she hadn't touched a single drop of alcohol, and was perfectly sober. She also began to remove her makeup, took off the hairstyle on her head, then went into another bathroom. Hua Nian Sheng always took more time for personal hygiene than Tong Mok Shuyan. When she finished drying her hair and stepped out, he was already sitting on the bed, not sleeping. Hua Nian Sheng was still very concerned about him. You don't need to wait for me. Tong Mok Shuyan heard that. His gaze fell upon her. The sleepwear worn by both of them was of the same red style. Before the wedding, Hua Nian Sheng had carefully chosen sleepwear for the days after the wedding. To be honest, when newlyweds are passionately inseparable, it was only natural to wear something a little beautiful. Although it was winter, there was heating in the room. The nightgown on her had a very low neckline. The hem of the dress reached her ankles, but this type of fabric, with just a slight slip, would become disheveled. The red color of the silk fabric contrasted with her fair and delicate skin, extremely eye-catching. Hua Nian Sheng was brushing her hair when she suddenly heard Tong Mok Shuyan's voice ring out. He said, waiting for you to consummate our marriage. His voice at this moment sounded as if it still held who knows how many lingering traces of alcohol. Chapter 96. I'm starting to ship the two of them now. After Tong Mok Shuyan finished saying that sentence, Hua Nian Sheng's movements visibly halted. She turned her head to Okay, at the man on the bed. Having just gotten married, fervent newlywed love was not wrong, but she also wasn't overly obsessed with the concept of the night of the bridal chamber and flowery candles. She burst out laughing. Haven't you drunk a lot already? And you still demand to consummate our marriage? Little Hua was already 25 years old this year, no longer the shy little girl she once was. Tong Mok Shuyan's gaze, as always, remained fixed on Hua Nian Sheng. He patted the spot beside him, his voice still very steady and calm. Then you come here and see if I'm drunk or not. Hua Nian Sheng still leaned towards the hypothesis that Tong Mok Shuyan's mind tonight was not entirely sober, but he still remembered that matter, proving he wasn't drunk to the point of losing his faculties. She walked over, knelt on the bed, moved closer to Tong Mok Shuyan, staring at his face for a moment. His face was actually a little rosier than usual. It was unclear whether it was because a person encountering joyful events feels refreshed in spirit, or if he had genuinely drunk too much. Hua Nian Sheng reached out her hand to caress Tong Mok Shuyan's face. His appearance at this moment, to be honest, somewhat resembled a concubine awaiting the emperor's favor. Very alluring. Husband, she suddenly called out to him. Although the two had already registered their marriage and the wedding ceremony had also been completed, their usual forms of address had not yet adapted. Tong Mok Shuyan seemed to like this way of calling him very much. His intonation rose. His peach blossom eyes showed a look of interest. Hua Nian Sheng usually preferred to call him directly by his name, so when this husband was uttered, even if she wanted to pick stars from the sky, President Tong would surely find a way to pluck them down for her. Husband. Hua Nian Sheng crawled fully onto the bed. Her two hands cupped Tong Mok Shuyan's face. Looking down from above, meeting his eyes. Today is our wedding day. Is it true that I can ask you to do anything? Her tone was almost coquettish. Tong Mok Shuyan loved to hear it. But he didn't agree immediately. You tell me and let me hear it. Hua Nian Sheng turned around, rummaging in the bottom drawer of the nightstand for a while. Tong Mok Shuyan didn't know what she was looking for. That drawer usually held only Nian Sheng's personal belongings and various trinkets, so he never opened it. Afterwards, he saw his newlywed wife bring out a box whose contents were unclear. It didn't look very heavy. A pink box. What's this? He asked. Hua Nian Sheng explained it's a nipple chain. So Tong Mok Shuyan fell silent again. He vaguely remembered that Hua Nian Sheng usually had a hobby of reading novels and watching comics online. Will I wear it or will you wear it? Hua Nian Sheng blinked her eyes at him, her eyes so clear that she didn't seem like the kind of person who would say the next sentence, husband, you wear it. His voice still carried a melodic rhythm. In truth, Tong Mok Shuyan was not the archaic type. His acceptance level was much higher than Nian Sheng had imagined. It was just that he picked up that very intricate chain, staring at it for a long time without understanding its structure. Yet he still asked, do all those men you see on your phone every day wear this? Do you like men who wear chest chains? The amount of information in that sentence was rather extensive, so Hua Nian shook her head to prove her innocence. Where would I find the time to look at other men on my phone? The things your girlfriends share with you don't count, I suppose? Tong said, watching them online is fine, but don't watch them in real life. If Duong Q and those others invite you to some muscle-bound men show, you are absolutely not to go. Hua Nian. Before they were together, she had gone to see one once, and he remembered it even until now. But her mind, untouched by a single drop of wine tonight, was still working very quickly. She immediately reacted. So you agree then, right? Afraid he would change his mind, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest in a pleading gesture. I beg you, husband, just for tonight. Afterwards, I'll wear anything you like for you to see, all right? It was unclear whether Hua Nian's final words were more persuasive, or if Tong himself had already been capable of accepting it, for in reality, he was truly the type of man who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He leaned against the headboard, looking straight into her eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of laziness. I don't know how to wear this. You help me. As soon as she heard his concession, Hua Nian let out a hee-hee chuckle, looking quite smug. It was also her first time bringing these things out to use eagerly. She sat astride Tong Mokshuyan's lap, unbuttoned his sleepwear, peeled it off, and then the next steps got stuck. Due to her unfamiliarity with the task, model Mr. Tong ultimately had to lie on the bed, watching his wife hold her phone in one hand to view instructions, while holding the chain in the other, fiddling with it on his body. That chest chain alone took 10 minutes of studying to finally put on. Thanks to the good physique training habit of model Mr. Tong, the scenery on his body at this moment was exceptionally beautiful. Not to mention Hua Nian also put a small black lace bell on his neck that chimed ding-dang with every touch. She adjusted the room lighting to a dim golden glow. Not too dark but still allowing them to see each other clearly. The small black lace bell, combined with the dark gray animal ear headband and the silver chain draped across his firm chest and abdominal muscles, made the atmosphere exceedingly suggestive. Hua Nian admitted she felt a little kinky now. She reached out to lightly flick the bell, and a series of sounds rang out, bewitching her to the point of losing her senses. She couldn't help but lean down and key. As is Tong Mokshuyan. He didn't resist, obediently responding. Mid-kiss he asked her hoarsely, do you like this kind of thing? He reached up to hook the lace bell on his neck himself. The bell chimed, and at the same time he looked up at her, calling out, Master? Hua Nian. Her eyes widened. She clearly had not expected Tong Mokshuyan to improvise this additional part. In that moment, she felt as if a fully formed fox spirit lay on the bed. The hand on her waist followed the skin from her nightgown, which was gathered at her hips, sliding inwards, fingertips touching skin and then continuing upwards. The fox spirit continued to speak, Master, kiss me. His hapless master was so captivated that she obediently listened to every word. Perhaps due to wearing the chest chain, the cold metal in contact with his skin, Hua Nian discovered Tong Mokshuyan was also more excited than usual. The bell occasionally chimed in the spacious bedroom. It chimed for a very long time. Hua Nian had originally thought tonight would be a night under her control at first. She truly was in control, but afterwards she grew tired. When she wanted to end it, the fox spirit who had been coaxed into wearing the seductive attire did not agree. He flipped over, changing positions, coaxing her to continue. Hua Nian vaguely heard Tong Mokshuyan's voice amidst the chiming of the bell, his voice filled with playful amusement. Master, didn't you like listening to the bell? Listen a little more, all right? The initiative of the game was no longer in Hua Nian's hands. Her original lines were repurposed by Tong Mokshuyan as he laughed and kissed her hair. Tonight is our wedding night. Whatever I want to do, you'll agree, won't you, wife? Master? Who was whose master after all? When Tong Mokshuyan wasn't being human, he truly didn't seem human at all. The next morning they had originally intended to set off for their honeymoon. But when the alarm clock rang, Hua Nian still slept soundly as if in a coma. Tong Mokshuyan had no choice but to change their itinerary. It wasn't until afternoon that they began their journey by private helicopter. On the plane, Hua Nian remained in a state of semi-consciousness. The consequence of staying up late combined with a lack of restraint was that after disembarking the plane, they went straight back to the hotel to continue resting, and even ate dinner in their room. The honeymoon lasted for about a week. They went to New Zealand. The weather there was very beautiful. Hua Nian Sheng wore all sorts of beautiful summer clothes and took many dazzling photos. Tong Mok Chuan's photography skills were extremely favored by his wife. He also handled the photo editing. This point truly defeated 90 of men in the world. Hua Nian Sheng looked at her beautiful personal page, suddenly uttered a sentence, "Husband, from now on, as long as you don't commit any major mistakes, I will love you for a very long time." Tong Mok Chu. "And that's a bit abrupt." He replied with a sentence, "Since you love me so much tonight, can you not pretend to be asleep?" Hua Nian. Actually, Tong Mok Chuan had already discussed this matter with Hua Nian Sheng since before they got married. Putting emotions aside, Tong Mok Chuan was absolutely an excellent bed partner. He paid great attention to the other person's feelings. But no matter how comfortable that matter was, over a long period people would still get tired. Hua Nian Sheng sometimes even wondered, in such an abundant state of energy, how he had managed to restrain himself before, when they weren't dating. Tong Mok Chuan said, "People have many ways to expend energy, that matter was just one of them." But this was also what he was most passionate about now. Mr. Tong, past 30 years old on normal days, dressed no differently from young men in their 20s, went to the gym 2 fixed times a week. Later, he even brought his wife along. Hua Nian Sheng, under his guidance, also trained quite well. Life after marriage was actually not much different from before marriage. Hua Nian Sheng continued her studies, busy with laboratory work, writing and publishing papers, occasionally even teaching or being a speaker for junior students. 1 year after getting married, it was Tong Mok Chuan's 33rd birthday. Coincidentally, on that very day, Hua Nian Sheng had a presentation. That session was not exactly a formal public lecture. All who came to least and were her junior university students. Of course, there were also a few people from other departments mixed in. Around that time, she had just published an article in a top specialized journal. Her reputation was soaring like a kite in the wind, and quite a few people in the industry already knew her, whether it was because of her papers, awards, or because of her husband and her aunt and uncle. Just as Tong Mok Chuan had once told her, relationships were also her advantage. She shouldn't worry about it. As long as she had enough capability, others would have to shut up. The advantages she had were her own luck, and luck was always a part of capability. It was very difficult to clearly state how great an impact that bit of luck had. Favorable timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony. That was what others dreamed of their whole lives. Why should she feel uncomfortable? Looking down at the podium, all were young faces. Hua Nian Sheng glanced over them. She saw at the back row a man wearing a black trench coat. His aura was clearly different from university students. She met his eyes, the corners of her lips curved up slightly. Then she continued with her topic. Tong Mok Chuan sat in the back row, quietly observing his wife explaining specialized knowledge. There were a few things he actually didn't understand. It had to be admitted that, although his company was related to this field, and his university major was also correlated, Hua Nian Sheng's current accumulated knowledge was already sufficient to make her a talent in the industry. From the time she was only a second-year graduate student, quite a few research institutes and companies were already competing for her. Tong Mok Chuan felt extremely proud. In his eyes, she was shining brilliantly. Hua Nian Sheng's presentation was very successful. She herself was already a well-known figure in the school, having appeared several times in the school magazine, and was considered a goddess in the eyes of many junior students. Towards the end of the session, Hua Nian Sheng had the classic QA segment. She said she would randomly choose a few students to ask her questions. She would answer within the scope of her own knowledge. A very enthusiastic student asked Senior Sheng, "Do you have a boyfriend yet?" As soon as the question was asked, the whole room immediately buzzed with excitement. Hua Nian Sheng signaled them to be quiet, a smile still on her lips. "I'm very sorry. Your question is not related to today's presentation, so I will give everyone another opportunity to ask about specialized knowledge. Of course, I will also answer this student's question." She paused for a moment, raised her left hand, and said with a smile, "As you all can see, I am wearing a wedding ring on my left ring finger. I got married last year." In the classroom, sounds of regretful lamentations echoed. Suddenly, a girl's clear voice rang out, "I am willing to be with Senior Sheng, even as a concubine." The whole classroom burst into laughter. The speed at which students followed trends was truly frightening. Tong Mokchuan felt a very strange sensation when his wife was gazed at by others. Pride and a sense of crisis coexisted. Concluding the presentation, Hua Nian Sheng finished answering the students' private questions, then slowly walked down to the back of the room, and said with a smile to the person sitting there, "Classmate, happy birthday. Do I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Tong Mokchuan genuinely exclaimed, "Lecturer Hua is very popular, isn't she?" Hua Nian Sheng responded smoothly, "But Lecturer Hua only likes classmate Tong." Truly miraculous, one sentence had completely neutralized the bottle of sour vinegar he had just drunk. Hua Nian Sheng held Tong Mokchuan's hand and asked, "Do you have any wishes this year?" Tong Mokchuan strolled with her through the fallen leaves in the forest and softly said, "I just want to continue living happily with you like this." That wish has been realized already. The wind was a little strong. He reached out his hand to embrace her into his arms. Taking the opportunity, he kissed her on her cheek once. The pure feeling was just like student-age love. Coincidentally, not far from there, a few younger female students who had just finished listening to a presentation were standing talking, casually caught sight of this scene. Their senior sister, who captivated the hearts of both men and women, was being embraced in the arms of a tall and handsome man. The two of them, with their exquisite beauty, walked side by side, talking and laughing very happily, as if they themselves were a beautiful scene. That atmosphere could rival the classic scenes in Korean dramas. The younger female student gaped her mouth. Just now she was still complaining to her friend that senior sister, being both young, beautiful and capable, had gotten married too early, not knowing which species had profited, hoping that brother-in-law would at least look a little like a human. That was the most basic requirement, wasn't it? No one could accept the scene of a beautiful woman going with a river god. Now, unexpectedly seeing it, that girl paused for a moment. Her attitude immediately turned 360 degrees, and said to her friend, "All right, I think senior sister and her husband are truly a matching pair. I've already started shipping the two of them." The friend didn't understand what was happening. Isn't the change in expression a bit too fast? As a result, looking in the direction of her friend's eyes, the other person suddenly understood right away. "I think I also want to stand this CP now. They are truly a very matching pair." Main story completed. Chapter 97 Extra Story 1 Everyday Stories After Marriage. Hua Nian Sheng's years as a doctoral researcher did not encounter any major storms. It could be said that things went smoothly in her specialized field. Except for a few unavoidable minor troubles. After all, how many people study for a master's degree and then a doctorate without moments of going crazy? Her year above had a senior brother who was delayed in graduating by a whole year, and ultimately graduated in the same batch as her. During the time nearing graduation day, Hua Nian Sheng's state was very similar to when she graduated with her master's degree, irritable, feeling there were too many things she didn't know where to start, or always having the feeling that whatever she did she couldn't finish it. During that time, Tong Mokchuan's work was not too busy. Every evening, seeing his wife burying her head in the study room for several hours, not even having the time and mind to pay attention to him. For a man who originally had a regular married life like him, this was certainly not a good thing. But during a special period he naturally understood her. However, Hua Nian Sheng's pressure had perhaps become too great. Sometimes she needed to vent it out. One evening Tong Mokchuan came home late from work. Seeing the lights in the house still on, Hua Nian Sheng's study room door was tightly closed. He knew she was once again immersed in life and death with her pile of theses. During this period, Tong Mokchuan's status in the house was not even equal to a corner of that thesis. It was just that, just as he loosened his tie, not even having had time to take it off, the study room door suddenly opened. Hua Nian Sheng walked out and went straight towards Tong Mokchuan. Tong Mokchuan looked at her. Before he could even open his mouth, Nian Sheng unexpectedly reached out her hand and pushed him down onto the sofa. She placed a kiss on his lips. At the same time her hands also started unbuttoning the shirt buttons on him. The kiss was very urgent. Tong Mokchuan didn't yet understand what she intended to do, but a man who had been abstaining for many days couldn't endure much provocation. He immediately reacted. He went with the flow, allowing Hua Nian Sheng to do whatever she wanted. The clothes on both of them hadn't even been fully removed. Hua Nian Sheng was already exhausted, slumping onto his lap, her face buried in his chest. Both their breaths were still hurried, still not wanting to separate. Tong Xian reached out his hand to caress her back, as if stroking the fur of a small cat, little by little. He softly coaxed by her ear, "What's wrong, tell me?" Hua Nian Sheng wrapped her arms around him more tightly. "Nothing, just suddenly really wanted to do it with you." Tong Xian chuckled softly. He gently squeezed the back of her neck to make her lift her face, then lowered his head and kissed her lightly once. "Are you still busy with work tonight?" Tong Xian asked. Hua Nian Sheng shook her head. "Not busy anymore. I'll deal with it tomorrow." Immediately after that, her body was suddenly lifted up. Hua Nian Sheng let out a soft cry. Tong Xian thus maintained his original posture and carried her up. "What are you doing? Let's go to the room." "Who?" Nian Sheng pushed him once. Tong Xian pressed her against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, putting her down but then lifting her legs, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. "What is there to fear? It's just the two of us in the house, where couldn't we be?" At times, Hua Nian Sheng was as bold as brass, at others, she was as timid as a field crab. She clutched his shirt tightly and said, "Then pull the curtains shut." "I won't pull them." Tong Xian abruptly turned her around. Hua Nian Sheng's gaze immediately took in the brilliant night scene outside. There was no one, but the lights were very bright. She felt herself about to lose her footing, and Tong Xian chuckled softly beside her ear, saying, "Don't you know? This is a one-way mirror. Even if there were people outside, they wouldn't see anything. Don't be afraid." He reached out and brushed the hair from her back to one side, then lowered his head to kiss her bare back meticulously. Hua Nian Sheng found it very difficult to ignore the scenery outside. Even though she knew no one outside could see the scene within, this floor-to-ceiling glass faced directly towards the gate, and at the slightest movement outside, she couldn't help but feel tense. Tong Xian chuckled softly from behind. On their left hands pressed tightly against the glass, they both wore wedding rings. Occasionally, he would lower his head and whisper a few hot dirty talk phrases into her ear, no less intimate than sweet nothings. Hua Nian Sheng finally graduated smoothly. Her academic performance throughout her undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies was excellent. Her professional profile was truly impressive. During her postgraduate studies, she also interned, so before graduating, she signed a contract with a company, becoming a happy young woman with a salary of millions of yuan per year right after graduation. Although this salary was negligible compared to the dividends from Vien Hang or Tong Xian's income, it wasn't even enough to cover her current annual expenses, but as little Hua's first step into society, this beginning was already truly wonderful. With her first month's salary in hand, Hua Nian Sheng treated the whole family to a meal. The whole family here included her and Tong Xian, Hua Kamgon's family of 3, and Tong Xian's parents. Hua Kamgon then clicked his tongue. "I told you to come work for your uncle after graduation, but you didn't listen. At least your uncle would pay you double." Tong Xian said nothing, but it was clear to everyone that Hua Nian Sheng was now the rightful mistress, and Tong Xian's income, after all, was hers too. The job could only be described as one of the life experiences Hua Nian Sheng wished to taste at this stage. That's just how people are. It's naturally joyful not to work, but everyone has their own aspirations. If she wanted to go out and struggle on her own, there was nothing wrong with that. Tong Xian's parents happy. Why took little Hua try Hai out to play? After starting kindergarten, the boy began to forbid adults from calling him by his affectionate nickname, insisting that everyone call him by his official name. It can only be said that children's wishes should still be respected a little. Hua Nian Sheng's first income finally received unreserved praise from Mr. Tong and Ms. True. From the perspective of elders looking at the younger generation, their achievements were truly remarkable. That year, Ms. True said she regarded Hua Nian Sheng as her own daughter, which was indeed not wrong. In recent years, whenever she went shopping and saw something nice, she would send a share to Hua Nian Sheng. On Hua Nian Sheng's wrist was a vibrantly green jadeite bracelet, which was originally a jade ruff that Ms. True had given her previously. She had it polished into a traditional circular bracelet and occasionally wore it. Ms. True saw that she liked these kinds of things, so after learning her wrist size, she gave her a few more. From yellow jadeite to snowflake jadeite, she had them all. Hua Nian Sheng's marriage could truly be considered very fulfilling. 3 years before the wedding and more than 2 years after the wedding, most of the time it was just the two of them. During this period, Tong Xian and she didn't solely revolve around each other either. However, on the eve of this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Tong Mokshuyan suddenly had urgent business and had to go on an unexpected business trip. Hua Nian Sheng had thought she would have to return alone to the Tong family's old residence to celebrate the festival. In truth, there was nothing wrong with going back there, it was just that, after all, it was the territory of the adults, and it was hard to avoid being a little reserved, especially during times when the whole extended family gathered like this. She never knew when the topic of conversation would fall upon her. Before Hua Nian Sheng departed, Tong Dikon even specifically patted his chest and guaranteed, saying that tonight, no matter what subtle hints the adults might drop, he and his wife would resolutely stand by her side to take the bullet. Tong Dikon was also a fortunate person. Although he and his wife were part of a commercial marriage alliance, both had a rather good impression of each other before getting married, and later living together, they discovered they shared many interests and thus clicked perfectly. For the past 2 years they had been busy traveling around the world, playing to the point of forgetting their way home. Especially regarding having children, neither of them had any intention whatsoever. They privately told Hua Nian Sheng that they belonged to the Dink Club. Therefore, in a certain aspect they stood on the same front line as Hua Nian Sheng and her husband. Hua Nian Sheng changed into an elegant, modernized Chinese-style long dress, wore light makeup, and her jewelry primarily consisted of pearls and jadeite. She perfectly understood what kind of attire the adults preferred. She couldn't arrive too close to the appointed time, so she drove over around noon. As soon as she entered, the first thing she did was greet the elders and at the same time, reiterate that Tong Mokshuyan was on a business trip. At times like this, she and Tong Mokshuyan were considered a united front, so naturally, their words and actions had to be extra careful. From the moment she walked in, Tong Dikon and his wife had been frantically winking at her, looking like two goofballs, even more lively than children a few years younger. Hua Nian Sheng completely failed to catch their drift. Until old Mr. Tong spoke up, "Little Sen, come here and play chess with me." Earlier this year, old Mr. Tong had just celebrated his 80th birthday. His health was still quite good now. It was just that he was old, and it was hard to avoid minor ailments. Over the past 2 years, old Mr. Tong had been hospitalized a few times, and each hospitalization was quite a grand affair. However, among the generation of grandchildren and great-grandchildren, only Tong Mat had so far given birth to a child. Others were either not yet of age or were of age but not in love, while those who were already married didn't like having children. The rules, such as how much money one would be rewarded for having a child, which were prevalent in other families, had absolutely no effect in the Tong family. Tong Mokshuyan and Hua Nian Sheng were not short of money, while Tong Dikon and his wife flatly declared that they chose a life of leisurely enjoyment. Old Mr. Tong's chess skills were truly excellent, while Hua Nian Sheng only knew how to play at a basic level. But she conversed very skillfully, making old Mr. Tong laugh so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Hua Nian Sheng's chess pieces were getting into more and more dead ends, and old Mr. Tong finally began to get to the main point. "Little Sen, you've graduated and started working this year. Do you and Mokshuyan have any plans for when you'll have a child?" To be honest, Hua Nian Sheng had anticipated this question. It was very normal for the older generation to have different views on urging people to have children compared to them. Old Mr. Tong himself had several children, and if he wanted to hold a great-grandchild, he actually already had. Hua Nian Sheng also really liked that adorable distant grandniece named Tong Tru Tru. But young people nowadays have quite a few bad habits, one of which is liking children but liking other people's children, wanting to hold them whenever they see them. Hua Nian Sheng was exactly that type. Whenever she saw baby photos online, she'd covet them and comment demanding to steal them right away. Anyway, netizens nowadays are all pretty thick-skinned alike. This state of theirs at first glance was indeed a bit different from when they first fell in love, but in reality it was much more natural and comfortable than back then. To say they were family was not wrong, it was just not the innocent kind of family. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan had considered many factors before deciding to have a baby at this time. Having worked for a year, Nian Sheng's job had no flaws and was basically stable, and Tong Mokchuan's career also had no issues to worry about. Wanting to have a child at this time was because Hua Nian Sheng felt she herself was ready to become a mother. She truly wanted to have a child of her own. Tong Mokchuan's age was also no longer too young regarding fatherhood. He would certainly do very well. The matter of the two of them discussing having a child was not told to anyone, not even their family. In recent years, the Tong family had also become more open-minded, unable to urge the two of them, nor able to urge Tong Yikan and his wife, so they had to shift their target to the younger ones. Anyway, young people nowadays each have their own ideas, and the matter of having children or not is very difficult to comment on, but from Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan's perspective, they had spent a very long time thinking about parenthood. After 3 months of preparation in the winter of Hua Nian Sheng's 29th year, she felt her body had been a little unusual lately, so she went to buy a pregnancy test kit to check. The result showed 2 lines. Although she had prepared herself mentally, but when that moment truly arrived, she still could not avoid feeling awkward, bewildered. That evening, Tong Mokchuan had a party when he returned home. He saw his wife sitting lost in thought before the tea table. He followed her gaze and discovered an object on the table, cushioned by a tissue. He was already over 30, and over time had learned quite a bit of child-rearing knowledge, so it was impossible for him not to recognize that object. Sheng, Tong Mokchuan walked over. Seeing the 2-line pregnancy test kit on the table, he paused. Is it here already? Hua Nian Sheng was wearing a white sweater, and looked up at him with a bare face, without any makeup. Her face seemed to have remained in the year she graduated from university in the past few years. Apart from her demeanor changing, nothing else seemed to have transformed, still as beautiful as ever. I don't know, but looking at the result on the test stick, it really is like that, she replied. Tong Mokchuan sat down and embraced her. He said, then tomorrow morning I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. It was late at night, and it was winter. This matter was not so urgent that they had to leave the house immediately. Hua Nian Sheng also felt they should go to the hospital to confirm for certain. So the next day, Tong Mokchuan did not go to work in the morning. He drove his wife to work, and at noon he came to pick her up again to go to the hospital. It was fine for Tong Mokchuan to give himself leave, but she was merely a salaried employee. No matter what, she had to follow procedures. Applying for leave was not difficult, mainly she didn't want to take random days off. Tong Mokchuan sometimes also felt his wife was too dedicated to her work, but this was truly not a matter of high or low salary. They went to a private hospital, and the test result indeed confirmed she was pregnant, but only about 1 month along. The doctor advised on some things to pay attention to. After that, Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan sat together, lost in thought, in the car. Although they had anticipated this result, once it was confirmed, they still needed some time to adapt. Becoming parents is actually not something that happens in an instant from when the child begins to form in the mother's womb until birth, and then a long period after that. Perhaps only then do people gradually accept the reality that they have become a father and a mother. At this moment, both of them were in that subtle adaptation phase. A long while later, Hua Nian Sheng finally spoke up to ask, so, do we need to tell everyone this news, darling? Leaving aside other matters, from the moment they decided to have a child, they had not told anyone about this plan. Only Tong Mokchuan's refusal to drink alcohol during social engagements outside had led to a few teasing remarks from people. Compared to Hua Nian Sheng, Tong Mokchuan's actions made it easier for people to guess that they were preparing for a baby. Let's wait until tonight to tell our parents together, Tong Mokchuan sighed. Then pause for a moment and also inform your uncle. Speaking of which, there was a little anecdote. For Hua Nian Sheng to have a child at this age was very normal. When she first got married, she was still young, and was pursuing her doctorate, so prioritizing her studies was correct. But she had graduated for over a year, and her work was also stable. Tong Mokchuan at this age merely looked very young, but in reality, he was already over 30, yet he showed no sign of eagerness. Because his niece had never said she wanted to follow the Dink principle. Some time ago, Hua Xiangan had secretly suspected if there was a problem with Tong Mokchuan's body preventing him from having children. Of course, this uncle's secrecy was not very discreet. Tong Mokchuan could completely hear the hidden meaning in his uncle's words. But he was an elder, so what if he said a few things? Indeed, Tong Mokchuan had a very good acceptance of this uncle, and even liked to call him little uncle together with his wife. Hua Xiangan, from initially getting goosebumps, had now become hardened. He had also become much more open-minded. In the evening, Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan made a video call to report the pregnancy news to Mr. Tong and Mrs. Zhao. This matter had no prior warning signs, so when the two of them just announced it, Mr. Tong and his wife even thought they were joking, saying they were making them grandparents, but in reality they were bringing home a cat or a dog. somewhere. Until Hua Nian Sheng presented the prenatal examination report. Oh. After confirming again and again, Mr. Tong and Mrs. Zhao finally believed that Hua Nian Sheng was pregnant, so overjoyed that they immediately transferred 2 large red envelopes to her. Both of them transferred looking at the amount. It was probably their daily maximum transfer limit. A very practical gesture. After informing the parents, next it was Hua Xiangan and Xiao's turn. Honestly, Hua Xiangan used to tell his son every day that the two of them, father and son, were the closest in the world, but ever since his son started primary school, he never said that again. The boy Hua Tri-Hoi, whose pet name was Xiao Yuandan, though still young because his parents were too outstanding, had already begun to cultivate all sorts of hobbies from the age of 3 or 4, and upon entering primary school, he also had to worry about schoolwork. At first, they thought the child was still young, and for first or second grade homework, surely these 2 top students couldn't possibly fail to tutor him. But only after truly experiencing it did they realize that there are some expenses that truly should not be saved. Whichever expense required hiring a tutor, they absolutely must hire one. Hua Tri-Hoi was very intelligent, but precisely because he was too intelligent, he was very lazy, finding all sorts of ways to bend the rules. When the teacher asked him to write lines as punishment several times, the boy immediately went into his maternal grandfather's study to find carbon paper to write multiple copies at once, and it wasn't until Xiao checked his homework and found the handwriting a bit strange that she discovered it. After a few similar incidents, Hua Xiangan felt that sometimes hiring a tutor to keep an eye on him was also good. This rotten little brat. When the video call connected, Hua Xiangan was watching over his son doing homework. Seeing the husband and wife sitting side by side on the opposite screen, he clicked his tongue. "What are you two up to?" Next to him, a messy little head suddenly popped out. A child's clear voice rang out, "Big sister, brother-in-law, save me. Dad is too fierce." Her words were cut short as her own father pushed her small head out of the screen's range. "Oh, you even know how to tattletale now. Do you think those 2 are your maternal grandparents, huh? Dad isn't afraid of those 2 at all." Hua Nian. What was with this triumphant tone of a petty person? Returning to the main topic, Hua Nian Sheng still tried to keep her voice as calm as possible to report the news of her pregnancy to him. Hua Jinyan at first did not show any obvious reaction. "Oh, pregnant already?" He seemed to ponder for a moment, until beside him a soft voice rang out, "Dad, what is being pregnant?" "Hua Jinyan, finish your homework first then ask." The gentleness and patience of Hua Jinyan reserved for his son at this moment had vanished cleanly. Probably the little boy Hua Zhihui also did not know that he had once been the precious jewel in his father's hand. "How long have you been pregnant? Are you sure yet? Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup yet?" Hua Jinyan asked 3 questions in quick succession. Not waiting for the other party to answer, he then mumbled another sentence to himself. "Before, when your aunt was pregnant, I made a guide handbook. I'll send it to you too later. Now that you're pregnant, remember to pay attention to rest. Don't always do overtime at the slightest opportunity. If it's not okay then..." Those words after that he probably intended to tell Hua Nian Sheng to take leave to rest during her pregnancy, and after giving birth to just come back to Yuanhang to work. But the words had not yet left his mouth. Hua Jinyan felt it was not appropriate, so he did not continue speaking. Hua Nian Sheng felt that for Hua Jinyan to accept the fact that her status had increased by another level seemed to require quite a lot of time. Perhaps it was because he had truly witnessed Hua Nian Sheng grow up with his own eyes, that at this moment Hua Jinyan suddenly realized his niece had truly become an adult. This feeling truly made it difficult for one to accept immediately. Chapter 99 Extra Story 3 The Reliable Uncle. Hua Nian Sheng's pregnancy with this child was by no means easy, or rather no one's pregnancy process is easy at all. But she was not exactly unlucky. In the early stage of pregnancy, she was not affected by severe morning sickness. However, as first-time parents, she and Song Mok Shuyan still often worried that eating something wrong would affect the fetus development. Therefore, both of them spent a lot of time to supplement related knowledge. The family also specially hired a nutritionist to coordinate the menu, focusing absolutely on the health of both mother and baby. The feeling of having an embryo growing little by little in her belly was truly very magical. When the fetus was 3 months old, the good news was reported back to the old Song family home. Old Mr. Song was so happy that he immediately transferred the ownership of a property under his name to Hua Nian Sheng. Speaking of giving birth to children to be rewarded with family property, old Mr. Song truly did this very decisively and practically. He seemed to want to use this method to encourage other children and grandchildren, but the effect was not great. Song Yik-hon and his wife came to visit, staring intently at Hua Nian Sheng's belly for a long time but did not see it protruding at all. Finally, he turned to tell his wife, "Wifey, we're not participating in this matter. How about in a few days we go skiing in Altai, and only come back for Tet?" So the couple went traveling immediately. These two truly thoroughly practiced a free and unrestrained lifestyle. Hua Nian, how annoying. Her morning sickness reaction began one day when she smelled the perfume on Song Mak Shui. Of course it was the men's perfume he usually used. Before, Hua Nian Sheng really liked this scent, but after getting pregnant, her sense of taste and smell seemed to have changed. From that day on, Song Mak Shuyan did not spray perfume anymore. A whole wardrobe of perfumes, his and hers combined, were all banished to the cold palace throughout the pregnancy period. Hua Nian Sheng even joked that the little baby didn't like the smell of perfume. Song Mak Shuyan smiled and caressed her face, feeling that the sensation in his hand wasn't quite right. It had been 3 or 4 months already, but her face still hadn't seemed to gain any flesh. During this period, he pushed back or refused as much as possible all evening parties. Outside, not a few people knew he was about to become a father. Most of the words he heard were congratulations. But having a baby was truly not an easy matter. Hua Nian Sheng still went to work because it wasn't yet time for maternity leave. Sometimes Song Mak Shuyan was even more free than her. He would drive himself to pick her up, and when busy, he would let the driver be responsible for pickups and drop-offs. Perhaps this was a bit excessive, but he was truly uneasy letting her drive herself to work at this time. However, it was clear that most colleagues all knew her family background was very good. As for having a driver for pickups and drop-offs and always luxury cars, in the end it was also because she had good fortune in her birth and so knew very well how to choose a husband. The most enviable thing was that she herself was also by no means inferior. Of course, those who could become her colleagues also had to be excellent. Throughout the pregnancy, the most comforting thing was that all prenatal checkups proceeded smoothly. All indicators were good. The baby's gender was also not without those who cared, for example her maternal uncle or Gu Chuok's group. This group of people was so idle that they set up a betting game, betting whether the baby was a boy or a girl. It was truly excessively idle. Hua Nian Sheng and Song Mak Shuyan, upon hearing this, both felt that that group of people was almost going crazy. Entering the second trimester, Hua Nian Sheng began to become more irritable. Her temper was worse than before. 10 months of pregnancy were truly too long, making her anxious, restless, often feeling her patience completely depleted. Tong Mak Shuyan bought not a few gifts to coax her, but the joy was mostly momentary after the emotional surge. The little one in her belly still wasn't ready to emerge. After that, Hua Nian Sheng felt fetal movement. She was surprised and pulled Tong Mak Shuyan to watch the baby kick together. So the two spouses silently looked at the belly, which already had a certain curve, holding their breath for a long time. Suddenly, there was a movement on the belly, with an amplitude large enough to be seen with the naked eye. The two looked at each other and smiled on the sofa. For a while the baby, as if sensing its mother's mood, also happily moved a few more times inside the belly. This was considered a small interaction for their family of 3. Tong Mak Shuyan bent down to kiss her belly, gently resting his head against it to feel. The closer it got to the end of the pregnancy, the more it meant that no mistakes could be allowed to happen. Hua Nian Sheng also only much later discovered that Tong Mak Shuyan seemed to be excessively anxious. In the final stage, sometimes she felt her body uncomfortable, for example back pain, and often didn't sleep well at night. Until one night she woke up. She then discovered Tong Mak Shuyan was still not asleep. It was around 3 o'clock in the morning then. Tong Mak Shuyan was not in bed. Hua Nian Sheng sat up, slightly dazed for a moment, then heard a small sound outside. His phone was still placed on the bedside table, not carried with him. She got out of bed and slowly stepped out of the room, seeing him sitting absently on the sofa outside, the light also not turned on. Hearing the sound of the room door opening, he turned his head. Sin, did I wake you up? Hua Nian Sheng walked over to him, placing her hand on his head. He naturally bowed his head, gently pressing his face against her belly. What's wrong with you? Her voice couldn't hide her worry. Recently, she had always felt his demeanor wasn't quite right, but couldn't quite pinpoint where it was wrong. Only tonight did she finally discern a small clue. Are you suffering from prenatal anxiety? She asked. Tong Mokshuyan had been suffering from insomnia for about half a month now. It was just that on nights he couldn't sleep. He also didn't dare to disturb her sleep, because lately her sleep was also very fitful. Because of this, he had even gone to see a psychiatrist, and the conclusion was excessive anxiety. It was truly hard to believe that a man over 30, successful in his career and renowned like Tong Mokshuyan, would one day suffer from insomnia due to anxiety. Mr. Tong had almost retired 2 years ago, confident that in a few more years he would take over his father's position. He should originally not be someone prone to developing anxious feelings over anything. The psychiatrist had prescribed sleeping pills, but he worried that after taking the medicine he wouldn't hear her calling him at night, so he didn't take them. Truly unable to sleep, he just came out to sit for a while. Tonight was considered her catching him red-handed. Tong Mokshuyan took her hand and pulled her to sit down. While he stood up, "I'll go pour you a glass of water." In caring for a pregnant woman, he was truly very thoughtful, almost never needing Hua Nian Sheng to say much. No matter how picky she was, it would be difficult to find anything to criticize Tong Mokshuyan for. The glass of water handed to her had a moderate temperature. She took a sip to moisten her throat. Just as he was about to say something, she spoke first. "If you can't sleep while sleeping with me, how about we temporarily sleep separately?" If they were to sleep in separate rooms, he would certainly not be able to speak of sleep at all. This suggestion of hers was serious. She was a little spoiled, true, but not to the extent of not letting her husband sleep. Tong Mokshuyan burst out laughing. "I'm already pitiful enough with my insomnia, and you're even planning to chase me to the living room. Isn't that a bit too heartless?" "Hua Nian Sheng, then what should you do if you can't sleep?" "I don't want our child not yet born and its father already falling ill first. Not being able to sleep could truly lead to that." He smiled. "It won't happen." The issue of prenatal anxiety wasn't actually unique to him. She was the one giving birth. She was also worried. But that didn't affect the fact that she needed to sleep properly. From the time she became pregnant until now, her weight had increased, and occasionally looking in the mirror, she also saw that her face was no longer as beautiful as before. No wonder young people nowadays don't want to have children. The child in her womb would surely be born at the finish line. Throughout the pregnancy, she had professionals arranging her living and eating, and Tong Mokshuyan also tried to balance work and life. Even so, for a small life to come into the world, the efforts of the parents were much more than that. The pregnancy stage, which she found incredibly difficult, was actually just the beginning. He two spouses talked for a very long time that night. He struggled for a while before telling the truth about his condition. When he slept, he had nightmares a few times. Sometimes it was a scene of her encountering difficulties during childbirth, sometimes it was the child being born with some problem, or that the two of them were not well prepared to be parents, unable to provide their child with a good family atmosphere. He overthought too much. Or perhaps because he was a little older now, he began to look before and after. Back when he was in his 20s, he had never even thought he would have someone he loved so deeply, never thought he would have a child with her. Tong Mokshuyan, in his 30s, often felt regret for letting his beloved endure the hardships of pregnancy. Those unfortunate things that could happen, Hua Nian Sheng had actually also imagined in her head. But people always need a bit of faith. She believed she was lucky enough. Tong Mokshuyan's anxiety did not disappear. It was only gradually eased, until Hua Nian Sheng's due date arrived exactly as planned. On that day, almost the entire family was on standby at the hospital. When Hua Nian Sheng was wheeled into the delivery room, her heart still ceaselessly recited Amit Babuda. Everything generally went smoothly. The result of this blind box she learned immediately on the spot. The doctor had told her and even held the baby close to her face, though at that moment she didn't feel much. All feeling arrived later. She looked up at the ceiling while the doctor stitched her wound. She felt her heart utterly light, so she looked for a while, then fell asleep, finally unclear when she was wheeled out. When she awoke, she was already in the hospital room. Beside her was only Tong Mokshuyan. Oh no, it seemed there was also a small lump that barely moved. She had given birth to a human being. More precisely, she had given birth to a daughter. Right at the moment her wound was being stitched, she even thought her maternal uncle this time truly one big. Hua Jinyan had bet it was a girl. How do you feel? Tong Mok Shuyan asked. She intended to sigh but couldn't move much yet. She said it's all right, just a little uncomfortable. How is the baby? Is she healthy? She asked. Tong Mok Shuyan picked up the little one beside her for her to see. Yes. Our daughter is very healthy. Newborn babies actually aren't very pretty right away. She secretly criticized her daughter a little in her heart. But then again, for the child to be born healthy was the absolute best. Where is everyone? Tong Mok Shuyan replied they were too noisy. I chased them all out. In the spacious premium hospital room, there was only their family of 3. Hua Nian Sheng. You also chased out your own parents? Tong Mok Shuyan. Yes, I said you needed to rest. My parents are probably announcing it to the whole world now, and your maternal uncle is going to find his debtors. If you want to see them, I'll call them. Never mind, she declined. I don't really want to talk right now. No matter how good the services here were, childbirth was still an ordeal that consumed energy. She felt that giving birth to one child was more than enough. A little while later, the little one got hungry and cried out loudly. She felt the baby truly brimmed with vitality. Before them was a novice milk diaper dad clumsily mixing formula milk with the nurse's guidance, and there were also a few people standing by, watching and learning. Finally, Hua Jinyan couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stepped forward, picked up the baby, and fed her with the bottle himself. Your family truly has no one reliable, he concluded. Mr. Tong and Mrs. Zhao giving birth was a matter from ages ago. Although he had once held little Hua Zhihuai when he was a newborn like this, he had never mixed formula. Only Hua Jinyan had become a milk diaper dad a few years ago, and his experience now came into play. Chapter 100 Side Story for Love is when one always feels indebted. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mok Shuyan both doted immensely on their daughter. The little princess had not been born long. Hua Nian Sheng was still in the hospital, and aunts, uncles and cousins wanted to visit the baby in unending crowds. Finally, Tong Mok Shuyan had to speak up and forbid them from bothering the hospital any further. Only then did this matter temporarily cease. Hua Nian Sheng was busy resting and recuperating. The family had invited all sorts of nursing specialists for her. Naming the little daughter had stumped the entire family. Flipping through dictionaries had begun even before the child was born at that time. They didn't know if it was a boy or a girl, so they had prepared a few names for both cases. But when the child was born, looking at those names, they felt they all lacked some meaning. Finally, Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mok Shuyan stayed up all night, settling on the official name for their daughter Tong Danjin, while her nickname would be Tong Xian Xian. The reason was that after Hua Nian Sheng and her daughter were discharged from the hospital together, Mrs. Zhao went to find a fortune teller for her granddaughter, and the master said the baby's 5 elements lacked metal Kim. It sounded a bit illogical with the reincarnation status of this little princess. How could she lack money? However, when people lavish excessive love upon their children and grandchildren, they easily become deluded. Ultimately, Hua Nian Sheng's beloved daughter received a nickname containing 6 metal characters because the character Xian Xin is formed by 3 Kimjin characters. Hua Nian Sheng's health recovered quite well, partly because her physical foundation was stable, and secondly, sometimes money could truly solve most problems. After the child was born, matters like feeding or coaxing her to sleep did not require her to worry. Tong Mok Shuyan was a very responsible father. He personally did many things even during Hua Nian Sheng's postpartum confinement. He rarely went to the company, spending most of his time working online. As first-time parents, both Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mok Shuyan clearly felt one thing: the bond between parents and children truly needed to be built little by little. Of course, this was their biological child from the moment of birth. It was destined they would love her, but the connection between parents and child extended far beyond just a layer of blood relation. During her confinement, Hua Nian Sheng watched her daughter grow day by day. Little Tong Xian quickly revealed the genetic advantages from her parents' beauty. The baby gradually became fair-skinned and chubby, her eyes wide open, utterly adorable. A tiny little fluff, no one could help but adore her. On Tong Xian's full-month celebration, as her biological mother, Hua Nian Sheng naturally also became one of the main characters of the party. She wore a wine-red formal gown, her figure having almost recovered to its original state, her complexion rosy, her eyes filled with tenderness. The charm of such a gentle beauty truly captivated people. Many people suddenly understood why Tong Mok Shuyan loved her so much. The two standing next to each other were truly a perfect match. Anyone who saw them had to exclaim that both were blessed by fate. Tong Xian was like a must-visit attraction, receiving many scrutinizing gazes. That day the little one cried out twice. The first bout was because her maternal uncle aimed Hua Ji kept clinging to the baby's cradle, saying he wanted to take the baby home to raise her. 8-year-old Hua Ji was a boy who meant what he said. If he intended to carry her, he truly would, but with adults nearby, of course, they wouldn't let him cause trouble. During the process of adults and children reasoning, Tong Xian proceeded to cry out very loudly, her small mouth possessing great power. The maid quickly took the little one away to handle the situation. Hua Qian lectured his son, "Do you still want to carry your sister's daughter home? If you carry her home, then this diaper-changing task will be yours, understand?" But at this moment, Hua Tri-Hao didn't listen to his father's words in his head. There was only one single request: wanting to raise a baby. "Dad, I will take care of Ham. Hua Qian didn't know why. As if seeing the shadow of himself and Hua Nian Sheng in his son, his mood was very complicated. A moment later, Hua Qian gently smiled faintly. "Do you think a niece is that easy to raise? Only your father has that capability. You still need your parents to raise you. Yet you're already demanding to raise your niece. What is this little head of yours thinking about all day?" Clearly, this immature thought of Hua Tri-Hao was unintentionally dismissed by his biological father. His small, fair face crumpled, appearing a little resentful, but when it came to reasoning, he couldn't possibly win against his father. Of course Hua Qian couldn't always glue his eyes to his son. Hua Tri-Hao was over 8 years old. This was his sister's house, and he often came here, so he considered it his own territory. So while Hua Qian was busy chatting with his partner, his beloved son had gone off somewhere unknown. A moment later, he saw Hua Tri-Hao gleefully holding hands with the person who used to be his foster father, now his brother-in-law, walking over, confidently telling his biological father as if he had found a reliable backing: "Dad, I won't go home anymore. From now on, I will stay at sister's house. That way I can be by Ham's side forever." Hua Tri-Hao's cheerful tone was as if he were saying, "Mom and Dad, I'm about to embark on an expedition." Hua Qian. He looked up at Tong Shuyan, his voice full of disbelief. "Tong Shuyan, are you just going to let him cause trouble like this?" Tong Shuyan now, as a successful man who had joined the ranks of having a harmonious family with wife and children, exuded the mature aura of a husband and father. He was very relaxed, even reaching out to pat Hua Tri-Hao's head, saying, "What's wrong? Our family isn't incapable of raising one more child. If Tri-Hao wants to stay, then he can just stay." Hua Tri-Hao, the top scholar in the reincarnation major, had liked clinging to beautiful people since he was little, and as luck would have it, his sister and brother-in-law were precisely two of them. Honestly, Tong Shuyan's current aura on the outside was quite intimidating, but Hua Tri-Hao was a child who grew up under his gaze, so he had long been immune. Having a director Hua and a director Tu at home didn't even affect him, let alone his brother-in-law. Hua Qian didn't expect that going to a full moon celebration would almost cost him his son. He curled his lip into a sneer, and with one hand hoisted his son over. "Hua Tri-Hao, have your father and mother been spoiling you too much lately?" Hua Qian scolded his son. "You even dared to find a backing. Do you think he can really protect you? You're practically asking for a beating, first demanding to carry the baby home to raise, then demanding to stay here. Do you think Dad wouldn't dare hit you?" Hua Tri-Hao intended to bargain with his father, "So, can you and Mom have a baby sister for me?" It could be seen that the little boy truly liked the baby his sister gave birth to, but at the same time, also genuinely considered the baby as a toy. This time Hua Qian couldn't hold back. He lightly tapped his son's small head. "You little rascal. You still dare to order more items? You want Mom and Dad to give birth right away, really? And it absolutely has to be a baby sister. What are you dreaming about? Do you know how much effort it took to raise just you?" Hua Tri-Hao's little head understood his father's meaning. In short, the matter of having a baby sister had no room for negotiation. He was a little disappointed, but clearly also understood a truth confronting his faith. Our directly never ended well. For such a young boy to have already seen through his family status, it was truly not easy. Tong Ham at 1 month old already looked very adorable. Such a tiny baby was liked by almost everyone who met her. The elders from the Tong family used to urge Tong Mokshuyan and his wife to have children. Now seeing the baby, they were also very satisfied. Hua Nian Sheng received quite a lot of good things. She wasn't sure if these were gifts or rewards, but some matters shouldn't be scrutinized too harshly, otherwise it would lose its joy. Of course, after she had given birth and could get out of bed and walk around, Tong Mokshuyan brought a tablet for her to choose gifts. Anything from auctions that Hua Nian Sheng happened to look at a few extra times, or new models of handbags, jewelry, clothes, and shoes from various brands, were immediately settled by him. Regardless of whether she used them now or not, as long as seeing them made her happy, that gift had fulfilled its mission. However, a few unpleasant remarks were still hard to avoid. Hua Nian Sheng, right after completing her first month postpartum, heard a few comments along the lines of try to rest up and quickly have another son. Little Hua was no longer the little Hua of the past. Hua Kiamgon had doted on his niece for many years. Tong Mokshuyan had always supported her studies and career, not so that she would suffer injustice and stay silent. Hua Nian Sheng responded on the spot. Ensure. Whoever angered her, the person who would ultimately have to worry would absolutely not be her. To bring up having a second child with a woman who had just given birth, regardless of their status or intentions, was either foolish or malicious. Not long after the full moon celebration, someone brought their wife to her home to apologize. Hua Nian Sheng wasn't sure if this was called a fox borrowing the tiger's might, but it was true that she had her uncle, aunt, and husband as her backing. People apologized because they feared she would casually report them to one of those three. She, of course, was not incompetent, it's just that compared to them, the status of her family members was much higher than hers. Tong Mokshuyan, of course, also heard about this first. He praised her responsive action, and then conveniently told her that next time there was no need to give them a chance to come home and apologize, just letting them worry and feel uneasy would be enough. After all, there weren't many people whose respect they absolutely had to curry. Hua Nian Sheng sighed a little. Truly, communication was a subject one had to learn throughout life. Although there were several people caring for baby Tong Ham, as parents, Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan still had to expend a lot of effort and heart. When Tong Ham was about half a year old, she was very well nourished, with a round and chubby appearance, exactly the type of baby that today's youth would want to kidnap and raise. Her skin was fair and rosy, her eyes big and round, just like an adorable little dumpling. Her paternal grandparents visited very often, and the old family home also frequently called, hoping the two would bring the child back for old Master Tong to see. Her great-grandfather extremely liked this great-granddaughter. Last month, old Master Tong had just gifted his great-granddaughter a villa in the city center. Tong Ham had only been born for a few months, yet the assets under her name were already a sum that many people couldn't earn in a lifetime. In the evening, baby Tong Ham rarely slept peacefully in her own room, with a maid looking after her. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan had not been intimately affectionate for a long time. Tong Mokshuyan seemed to have returned to his vegetarian period of 28 years ago. From the time his wife became pregnant until half a year postpartum, he abstained to the point where even he felt unlike himself. Furthermore, after his daughter's first month, he even went to the hospital for a vasectomy, so they would not have any more children in the future. Tonight, the two of them actually spoke very little. He focused on his own work, occasionally paying attention to her emotions and feelings. His kisses fell, gliding over every inch of her skin. When his gaze touched the scar on her lower abdomen, Tong Mokshuyan paused for a moment. In fact, the doctor's stitching technique had been excellent. The scar was now so faint it was almost invisible. Hua Nian Sheng was not prone to stretch marks every day. Tong Mokshuyan personally handled her prenatal care, such as applying anti-stretch mark oil. Her figure had now almost fully recovered. But he understood clearly that, in essence, pregnancy inflicted damage upon a woman's body. Countless times, he had felt both fortunate and regretful. Fortunate that he lacked no money to provide her with the best care, yet regretful for letting her become pregnant, for letting her become a mother. As he watched her mature, he always hoped the woman he loved could grow to be independent, yet contradictorily wished she would forever retain her former vitality. They had a daughter, Tong Xian, the crystallization of their love, and he loved his daughter too. But only today did Tong Mokshuyan truly grasp a saying: love is when one always feels indebted to the other. Sometimes he felt that the physiological structure of men and women was truly a great injustice of creation, forcing her to endure the discomfort of menstruation each month, and burdening her with the pain of childbirth. He saw himself as truly a scoundrel. Tong Mokchuan placed a reverent kiss upon that scar. Hua Nian Sheng softly asked him what was wrong. In the darkness, Tong Mokchuan leaned close to her face, his eyes brimming with profound love. He whispered, "Nothing, I just want to tell you one thing, I truly love you very much." He was never lacking in declarations of love in bed, but this particular utterance seemed subtly different. Hua Nian Sheng reached out to caress his face, kissed him and replied, "I love you very much too." They still had an entire lifetime to love each other truly well. Chapter 101 Extra Story 5 Hua Jinyan. Hua Jinyan roughly became acquainted with Hua Nian Sheng around the age of 10 at that time. He was probably not quite 10, perhaps a little over 9 years old. He also didn't know what his parents were thinking, giving his older sister a younger brother who was over 10 years her junior. This wasn't something he could decide in short. His sister considered his arrival a welcome one. Hua Jinyan liked his older sister more than even his birth parents. There was no other way around it. His parents didn't understand the heart of a teenage boy, but his beautiful, generous, kind, and intelligent sister understood him very well. Conveniently, when she hit people, she did so without any politeness. It was at these times that Hua Jinyan remembered to seek his parents' backing. Unfortunately, his parents' eyes and ears would suddenly malfunction then, as if they neither heard nor saw anything. Even though he had been beaten since he was little, that didn't stop Hua Jinyan from liking his sister the most. When he was a few years old, his sister went to college and Hua Jinyan cried so much he could barely breathe. His father took his sister to the airport, and he ran after them with his short, stubby legs, while his mother stood behind, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. His mother even joked with his father then, saying, "Who knows, perhaps if the two of them were to pass away later, their son wouldn't cry with such heartbreak." When his sister went to college and then brought home a brother-in-law, Hua Jinyan was the saddest person. That man was useless apart from his good looks. That man was useless apart from his high salary. That man was useless apart from his glib tongue. That guy. Around the time he learned he was about to have a brother-in-law, Hua Jinyan realized for the first time that he could harbor such immense malice towards someone of the same sex. However, that man quickly realized who the biggest obstacle in this house was, and during that time, Hua Jinyan finally felt the difference between older brother and older sister. So he ran to ask his parents, why didn't they give him another older sister instead of an older brother? After that, he got a beating. His sister stood by, laughing heartily, while that man simply smiled without a word. Hua Jinyan's opinion wasn't very important. His sister eventually married, tying the knot with a man who had no parents. His parents initially weren't very optimistic, feeling that man had no family to support him. No matter how capable he was still so young. They feared their daughter would suffer hardship after marriage. It turned out that the man's family background wasn't as bad as they had thought. Apart from his parents having passed away early, his family seemed quite well established. Hua Jinyan even felt a little pity for him then. The truth proved that man truly was one to push boundaries. He used practical actions to demonstrate that he hadn't come to destroy their family, but rather to join it. That deceiver. After marriage, his sister still moved out to live. However, in his sister's house, there was a room specifically reserved for her younger brother, himself. The day his niece was born, Hua Jinyan had skipped school to go to the hospital and see. That tiny creature lay next to his sister, both ugly and frail. At that time, Hua Jinyan didn't yet know how high the cost of raising a niece would be. He just found it a little novel. His sister was too weak to scold him, so in the end, it was his brother-in-law who took him back to school. His niece carried the surname Hua after his sister. Hua Jinyan saw no problem with this. He also thought the surname Hua sounded very good. Later, as his niece grew, she became incredibly adorable. Hua Jinyan felt she was truly a little darling, until he helped babysit for an afternoon. That creature, crying and fussing, even peed on him. It truly wanted to take its uncle's life. So he went home and asked his parents if he had been that detestable when he was little. His parents gave an affirmative answer, conveniently adding that his sister had also once helped care for him, so it was only natural for him to help her care for her daughter now. Hua Nian, then about 10 years old, etched those words into his heart. Some people, though still young, had already finished figuring out how to raise their niece. But plans could never keep up with change. How could Hua Nian know what direction that tiny chunk of flesh would take later? He watched her learn to walk, learn to speak, growing into a little girl everyone adored, lively and sweet, yet sometimes capable of making one grind their teeth in exasperation. Nevertheless, Hua Nian always remembered his niece. Whenever she angered her parents, he would always step in to plead on her behalf, because according to the principle of bloodline suppression, he couldn't possibly back her up in front of his sister. After that, Hua Nian entered high school. In his 11th grade year, his father was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. The family wanted to keep it from him until his university entrance exams were over, but his father couldn't wait that long. In the first semester of his 12th grade year, the truth could no longer be hidden from Hua Nian. He, along with his sister and mother, bade farewell to their father. The funeral arrangements were primarily handled by his sister and brother-in-law. At that time, Hua Nian Sheng was only a few years old. The little girl watched her grandfather close his eyes and fall silent, thinking he was merely sleeping. She even used her innocent voice to call out, "Grandpa." She didn't understand why her mother and uncle were both crying, nor why her father Rema. In silence, the little girl realized she no longer had a grandfather. One evening, about half a month after Hua Nian's father's funeral had concluded, those who remained alive actually didn't have much time to forever immerse themselves in sorrow. No matter what, life still had to continue. That day was the weekend, and Hua Nian's sister and brother-in-law had not yet returned. Children often sleep. The little girl had slept from just past 4 in the afternoon until around 8 in the evening when she suddenly burst into tears. Hua Nian was doing homework in his room. The room door opened. Before Hua Nian could even stand up to see, the little girl ran in barefoot, flung herself into his arms and sobbed pitifully, "I want Grandpa, hoo-hoo." Hua Nian stiffened. After a long moment, he could only gently pat his niece's back, uttering clumsy lies. He said that Grandpa was in heaven watching over her. Such lies could only fool children. When Hua Nian returned home for mourning again during his university years, he felt utterly lost and pained. He had always known his parents weren't young anymore, but in just a few short years he no longer had a mother either. That kind of pain was inexpressible. By then, Hua Nian was a very tall young man. He had been taller than his sister since high school. His sister, with red-rimmed eyes, hugged him and said, "It's okay, you still have me." Hua Nian Sheng was led by her father's hand, standing next to him, ceaselessly wiping why tears? The girl was already in 6th grade, already understood what death was. The relationship between Hua Nian and his elder sister's family had always been very close. When he was about to graduate from university, Hua Nian told his sister that he liked a girl from the same major, but her family background was very good, much better than his. They were not of the same social class. His sister said he could strive to step up to another social class, but he must not pull that girl down to his level with him. That kind of relationship would be a burden for both sides. Near graduation, Hua Nian was lucky he had a roommate who had more money than he could spend, and that person stepped forward to become an investor for him. Later, returning home, his elder sister and brother-in-law also gave him a sum of money. According to Hua Nian's understanding of their income, that sum of money must have been at least half of their family's savings, enough to buy Hua Nian Sheng a house considering the property prices at that time, if one didn't demand too high a location. He accepted that sum, joking that when the company was established, he would share stock with the two of them, so they could have money even doing nothing. At that time, Hua Nian was in a period of uncertainty. Though he wanted to be a boss, there were clearly many rules that he couldn't yet grasp. At the same time, Hua Nian Sheng's academic performance was also not good. So his elder sister and brother-in-law discussed it, taking both of them on a trip to relieve their minds. At that time, none of them knew that that occasion was perhaps the last time in their lives they would have such a joyful outing. Hua Nian was busy attracting investment for the company, then worked in the office forgetting day and night, not even having time to go home for Tet, only able to hastily video call his family, ordering takeout for himself. His sister had been very right. He could rise on his own, but he must not pull the girl he loved down. He did this not only for others but also for himself. It was just that during that period, fate seemed to deliberately mock them. When he received the call from the hospital, Hua Gon's mind suddenly went blank. He couldn't react in time. His elder sister and brother-in-law had been in a car accident. The driver of the other vehicle that caused the accident had been driving while drunk, and all three people did not survive. Hua Gon hastily rushed to the hospital. His 17-year-old niece was sitting on a long bench, tears pooled on her eyelashes, still wearing her school uniform, clearly having received the notification and rushed there. The girl didn't even have the chance to say a final goodbye to her parents. Perhaps their conversation had still stopped at what to eat that evening, stopped at her recent academic performance, but there would be no more later. His niece thus suddenly became an orphan. Having experienced that moment, Hua Gon dared not imagine what Hua Nian Sheng was thinking at this moment. Moreover, he no longer had his elder sister and brother-in-law. Hua Gon didn't know what kind of just fate was playing over the past years. He had successively sent off 4 beloved family members to the other side. Illness he could not control, but drunk driving, the fault of another, had stolen his most beloved family members. He hated it indeed. The driver who caused the accident had also died. That insurance compensation money could not bring back his loved ones. How fragile life was, Hua Gon had etched into his heart and bones. His niece sat on the long bench, her figure slender and solitary. Hua Gon had never felt so helpless, but he was no longer the teenager who faced his father's passing in high school, nor did he have his elder sister by his side saying, "You still have me." Hua Gon walked over, sitting down beside the girl. Imitating his sister's demeanor when she was alive, he reached out and patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't be afraid, you still have me. I won't abandon you." After that, the girl, who had long suppressed her emotions, threw herself into his arms, sobbing. Hua Nian Sheng was a girl who lived in a happy family. Her parents loved each other. Their family background wasn't exactly of great wealth and nobility, but both her parents' incomes were not low. During her upbringing, studies and family were the most important components of her life. Her parents' passing was too sudden a shock for her. Hua Nian Sheng at that time was already studying in the 2nd semester of 11th grade. For the remaining time, the girl didn't go to school. Hua Gon, after arranging the funerals for his sister and brother-in-law, discussed transferring schools with his niece, and Hua Nian Sheng had no objections. Life truly needed to continue. Neither Hua Gon nor Hua Nian Sheng were people who would give up. It was precisely because of fate's jest that Hua Nian Sheng, at the age of 17, came to know Tong at her uncle's house. The wheel of fate truly left people speechless. Later, Hua Gon recalled that he also didn't know why he had never discovered the secret relationship between the two of them. At that time, Hua Nian Sheng was still a high school student. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about his niece falling in love too early, but he had never suspected Tong to be the mastermind stirring the young heart of his niece. And these old stories he only learned long after Hua Nian Sheng and Tong got married. Hua Gon couldn't help but wonder, had he failed too much in this parental role? According to Hua Gon's understanding of Tong in reality, he couldn't find fault with the other party in any way. Tong as a man with a certain appearance, financial means and social status, was better than the vast majority of other men. Hua Gon could develop a friendship with him beyond being a ity roommate, beyond being a business partner, also because Tong character was very good. Tong truly was a person with personal charm. Around him there was no shortage of women or even men surrounding him, but he truly kept to himself. Even so, it still took Hua Gon a long time to accept this truth. His best friend was secretly by his niece's side. These two were quite far apart in age, and what separated them was not just age. Hua Gon knew there were some gaps that could not be compensated by money, but he also clearly understood that Tong was truly a good person apart from being a bit older. His presence beside Hua Nian Sheng would certainly bring no small benefits to the girl. He only worried that his niece wouldn't be able to escape the shadow of the past. Who would have thought, when it came to being a love-struck idiot, Tong also didn't disappoint anyone. Chu felt that as an uncle, he should let go at the right time. Hua Nian Sheng had her own life. The girl knew what path she should take. So, as soon as Hua Gon let go, the two of them immediately got married. Previously, Hua Gon had never imagined this scenario. He risked his life to earn money, to step up to a higher social class, one for himself and two, hoping that his niece's choices could be infinitely wide open. Tong Mokshuyan later spoke privately with Hua Nian, saying that he was serious. It was a seriousness of wanting to live with Hua Nian Sheng for a lifetime. Hua Nian at that moment let out a scoff, saying, "What's the use of you saying these words now? You want to live with her for a lifetime, but what makes you so sure she wants to live with you for a lifetime?" The result was that the two of them truly got married, and after 3 years of living together, they had a daughter. Tong was truly very adorable. Hua Nian, as an uncle, couldn't help but spoil the girl. This little one was a bit like Hua Nian Sheng when she was small, making people love her immensely. Hua Nian's son also couldn't resist, mentioning his little cousin every day. Not to mention that Tong and the boy Hua Tri-Hai were separated by a single family name. Her parents cherished her like gold and jade. Yet Hua Tri-Hai would constantly ask to go play at his older cousin's house. For a moment, Hua Nian truly saw the reflection of his old self in his son. This matter was truly difficult to comment on. Honestly speaking, he also liked Tong The round-faced little one still looked somewhat like her mother when she was small. One could tell by simply looking that she was their biological child. But he and Chu didn't plan to have another child. The cost of childbirth and raising a child was too high, one was enough. Future matters would be decided in the future. In summary, currently for Hua Nian, this was not a bad ending. He deeply loved his family, and also truly hoped his niece would achieve true happiness. Hua Nian Sheng was no longer the girl who needed her uncle's care and worry. Her income, her husband's income, were both enough for her to spend as she pleased. He watched his niece grow from a tiny little dumpling of years past to now becoming an expert in her field. A sense of accomplishment naturally existed, but those accomplishments couldn't fully fill the feelings of emptiness and loss. What was Tong Mokshuyan's secret, really? But that sense of loss was only his alone. The marriage of Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan never had a single moment that caused people to worry. Hua Nian didn't know all the sweet details between the two of them, but occasionally Tong Mokshuyan would ask him what kind of gifts Hua Nian Sheng liked, and this truly made him feel a pang of annoyance. Damn love-struck fool. Later, Hua Nian discovered that his niece was truly a talented person. Tong Mokshuyan was genuinely completely captivated by her. Alright, the passing years indeed made people hope more. May those he loved all achieve what they wished for. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.